our way and racing. That is a brilliant manoeuvre. Oh!
Welcome one and all to Brands Hatch for the TCR UK race weekend round 1. We're of course looking at a screen of cars that is not a TCR, but we'll get to that in a second. My name is Jack Oliphant. I'll be joined throughout the day by Andy McEwen, and then tomorrow it'll be Andy and Paul O'Neill. We're at Brands Hatch Indy, the 1.21 miles iconic bit of tarmac that is known down here in Kent. Is one of the circuits that every race driver wants to go to, every spectator wants to be at. And on a day like today, you want to be here as well. Trust me, it is absolutely glorious. Possibly the nicest weekend we've had of the year. We couldn't have picked a better situation for the first round of a major championship like this. Just to give you a bit of an update before we get on to what's on screen right now. In fact, we have the TCR UK Championship coming up at about 3 o'clock. The Miltech Sports Civic Cup Championship coming up at 5:15. But what's on screen right now is the SW Motorsport Club Sport Trophy, one of the most popular grids you'll find in any of motorsport, especially on the BRS-CC package. On row 1 is Julian Daniel in the VW Golf and Liam Crilly in the BMW Z4 Coupe. Third place is Billamoria in the VW Scirocco and May in the Nissan 370Z. Taylor and Andrade making 5th and 6th, with 7th being Ellick, Jones and Wheeler. 9th place is Kelly and 10th being Alford. 11th Power and 12th is Lindsay. Row 7, Harrison and Jukes, both Jukes that you can see. Row 8, Elliot Noah Beliski and another one of them, Noah Beliski as well. 16th Price, row 9, Harrison and O'Farrell. Row 10, Schaefer and Adcock Jones. Row 11, Cogswell and Cogswell. Hobbs is in 22nd place. Row 12 is Murphy and Glover. Row 13, Walden and Goodall. Row 14, Oates, Stone Street and Stone Street. Row 15 is Watson and Jones. Row 16, Mitchell and Cochrane, and then Hobbs in 32nd place. Row 17, right at the back of the field, Murphy and Bates, and then 34th place, Benson. You probably noticed that there was a little bit rushed there. Well, that's because they're about to start. It's a rolling start procedure in the club sport, and we are about to get underway here for the first live stream race. And in fact, first race of the day in total. The Scirocco getting a little bit feisty there, and Billamoria tried to sort of argue over the same amount of tarmac as a couple of other drivers, but it's a great start by Julian Daniel, who's gotten ahead and away in the VW Golf, trying to just hold on to that with Liam Crilly in the Z4 Coupe, going a little bit wide, allowing Billamoria in the Scirocco in 3rd place, actually, so it's a different Scirocco I saw in the background there, having a little bit of a feisty time of it, but here they are, the top 2 of the top 3, getting a little bit sideways as they go through Graham Hill Bend, the Z4 Coupe, just on the outside there of Crilly. Hung out to dry a little bit, but managed to keep onto the circuit, fortunately. Daniel, this is exactly the start he would have been hoping for. They are split into different categories. We'll get into that a little bit later. Don't you worry. We'll explain what's going on as we go through it. They had a 20-minute qualifying earlier on in the day. This is a 45-minute race. So if you think they're looking like they're getting a little bit feisty with each other, this is probably going to continue, really. They need to calm themselves down if they're going to make a 45-minute race. They also have a pit stop, and you can have a driver change. That's why there's multiple drivers in particular cars. A lot of them, though, doing a single stint. Well, not single stint, but 2 stints with a single driver. Julian Daniel is outright leading the way there in Class A. We've got a safety car, though. I've just seen on the TSL timing. We haven't picked up where that is just yet, but you can see the yellow flags on the right-hand side going into Surtees. That's Paddock Hill. That's a pretty reliable place if you're going to have a safety car. That's probably where the stricken car is going to be. It seems that they fooled our cameramen, though, for the time being. We'll keep an eye out for it as soon as we can. I can't see anything on TSL. A couple of drivers in the pit lane, unfortunately. O'Farrell and Jones. in the number 21 B class, Jones in the E class, number 32, Murphy and Bates in the 721 and D class as well. There's, I didn't quite catch what number that was, but I think that's the Hyundai Coupe, isn't it? That's the 32 of Jones. That's a big shame as well. Where did Jones start? And there's the BMW Z4. That's O'Farrell in B class. Not happy. Looks like he's taken his helmet off as well. Some kind of mechanical gremlin. I can't see anything on the card. If you think it was fixable, the team would be there ready to fix it as well. But of course, a lot of these drivers are privateers. So again, not entirely sure. I'll see if I can poke my head out the window, see if I can find where this potential safety car, why it occurred. We haven't actually got a safety car out on circuit, so the Golf GTI is the one who's holding them up right now. So let's explain a little bit about what's going on right in front of us. There is the BMW. In fact, actually, we caught track of it now. So the Club Sport Trophy, 45-minute race, mandatory 2-minute pit stop. You can drive a change, or you don't have to drive a change, but it has to be in the pits for 2 minutes, and that is from the pit entry to the pit exit. It doesn't have to be stationary for 2 minutes, but it does have to be in the pit lane parameters for 2 full minutes. The class structures, I mentioned already that they're split into classes. Currently, the top 6 out there on circuit are in the A category. Watling and Wheeler, actually, the Ford Fiesta ST150. We're going to see a lot more Fiesta ST150s later on in the support packages. Currently in 7th place. The only B driver to sort of disrupt the A category. And in fact, actually, there's a few A categories that haven't really had such a good start. Fastest lap there you can see by Andrade. The Ace, sorry, Class A, I didn't actually explain what it was. Between 206 and 235 brake horsepower per tonne. I've also mentioned the B class, that's 176 to 205 horsepower per tonne. And it sort of goes down in margins like that. So the Class E is up to 135 brake horsepower per tonne. Now, I've been reliably informed that some of the best racing is actually down in that Class E category, because it's all about momentum. And they keep getting lapped, they keep getting held up, and it's very interesting. It's up to the quicker cars to get past and to try and make their way through. Unfortunately, as I said, we have already missed a few of them. If we're talking about drivers who have got driver changes up ahead of them, a lot of them share the same second name, which I would assume means they are either father-son or brothers or daughter-father or any kind of combination, mother-son, any kind of combination like that. But it's an interesting one because it gives an opportunity for a lot of people to come in and just taste a race weekend rather than having to do a full one, as I believe the safety car has come in. Yes, it has. So we are back racing with 40 minutes to go. The Golf GTI of Daniel is still on the lead of this race. Billy Moria even, is in VW Scirocco. He's in second, the number 27 car. Crilly in the Z4 Coupe in third place. Taylor in fourth. May in the 370Z. That's a car I really like the look of, actually. It was stuck out there for quite a while in qualifying. I don't know why it was stuck. We were waiting for Honda Civic to be rescued, and for some reason the 370Z parked behind the Honda Civic on the circuit while the Civic was getting towed away, while everybody else had come in. Not entirely sure why that was, but hopefully we see it out. In fact, that might be the Civic actually that we saw earlier on. No, that is that's not. That's another Tagiwa. Oh, the 111 car. That was Kelly in the Morgan Plus 4. That's one of the more interesting cars that we had out there. Doesn't look to be going particularly quickly. I did see it going very slowly out of Druids going towards Graham Hill Bend. It seems to have put their foot down now. Not entirely sure what the problem was there, but that is a massive amount of points and positions lost. They were at one point in 6th position. A category car, so it's going to be really interesting to see how they come back through the order. Actually, he's absolutely cascading down. I'm waiting to tell you where he is in the order, because he has to come across the line for me to be able to tell you. He's lost 17 positions, 18 positions, he's still going. That is really very good. One driver who's jumped 4 positions on that previous lap was Benson, the Lotus Elise. From 23rd, sorry, up into 19th place. The B-class driver having to make up a lot of order. In fact, there's a very impressive D-class car in Harrison, the Renault Clio, in 16th position at the moment. He's jumped up, and he's, yeah, as I said, in 16th place. And for a D-class car, very impressive indeed. Drivers to look out for, I've been reliably informed. Fazori Billamora in that VW Scirocco, who again looks like he's quite close. If we're having a look at the qualifying times, Billy Moria, who's in third, 0.3 of a second behind Julian Daniel. Billy Moria, who's now in second, so him and Crilly have changed positions, obviously, on that opening lap that we saw. Crilly was 100th of a second behind Julian Daniel in qualifying. So they should be very close. There's no real reason why we can't see a recovery drive on Crilly. And in fact, that last lap, he was about 0.2 of a second quicker than the second place driver. Alford in the Honda Civic EP3 has also moved up, and there is the recovering 111 car. How healthy is it going to be? Kelly moved up 2 positions from 24th up into 22nd now. As I said earlier, was in 6th position. There's the Almera car. is that NHS over the back bumper of it? I mentioned before that actually the lower categories are the more interesting ones sometimes, but it looks like the top 3 are going to give us something to shout about here, because the VW has not managed to get away. The fastest lap goes to Billy Moria on that last time round. A 53.414, which is about 0.6 of a second off. In fact, no, sorry, my apologies, I read it wrong in the sun. It's about 0.4 of a second off qualifying times. So they're not slow here, even though they are in the sort of endurance phase. I've been told to keep an eye out for the number 88, the BMW Compact. Just having a look where they started. Apparently Andy McEwen always likes to give them a little bit of grief. There's a running joke with them. That's Adcock and Jones in the E category. He's started in 21st position, and just before we go to a quick interview, I can tell you that he's made up a couple of places. They're in 18th place before they do the driver change. So apparently Richard John Neal, who I'm absolutely delighted to say, is in the pit lane. So we'll have a chat with him and the other drivers now. So unfortunately we'll have to sort out the audio problems of Richard John Neal. We got to see his delightful face. I can't wait to hear his luscious tones as well, as we see a couple of more cars go through. But yeah, Adcock and Jones, I've been told, a very good crack, and the BMW Compact E36 operating in the E category as well, as I said, and actually operating higher up. They've got the Kelly, the Morgan +4, that's going to be chasing them down soon rather later, as the top 3 in A class at the front of the race a little bit further away from each other than they were a couple of laps ago. We're going to try Richard John Neal one more time. Let's hope we can hear him this time.
Thanks very much, Jack. Apologies for that, ladies and gentlemen. We're sorted out now. The news from Damien O'Farrell was that he got punted up the back. I did come down to interview Damien, but he's gone back to the paddock. Very early and sad end to his racing day. That's it, isn't it, for him? But we've got Krzysztof Nowabilski, who's with us here. He's racing with his son, I think, this weekend. Thanks for agreeing to chat to us. What's the strategy when you're going out?
Basically, not lose as many places as I will, or the ones that he makes up, because I'm sure he'll make up places. And so I plummet backwards. So I'm hopefully not plummeting too far backwards, if that makes sense. Yeah, and that's what it's about. It's about staying out there, having some fun, and putting some miles under our belts.
It's great having son and dad time, isn't it? And I'm guessing somewhere along the line you've taught him everything that he's making up there.
Absolutely, I've taught him everything he knows. Okay, maybe not. Yeah, he's quite quick. So we've tested in the past, and he's been quicker than me. I've raced it in the past here, so in Formula Fords. So this is now a different game. BMW Z4.
Brands Hatch, a track dear to our hearts in Formula Ford, isn't it? And what did you race back in the day?
Well, Ray 82, Van Diemen 87, then Van Diemen 92. So we did the Champion of Brands here, Castle Combe. We did the juniors. So to blow my own trumpet, I raced against people like Coulthard and McNish. So yeah, a long time coming, but yeah, this is fun.
To do that and now race with your son is absolutely mega, isn't it? So
it's absolutely brilliant. It is absolutely brilliant. You can't describe it. It's cool.
Finally, before we go back to chat, you're racing in one of the BMWs. Many mods on it. Tell us a little bit about the car.
Nothing major. Just we had to do all the racing stuff, so the roll cage and different exhaust and stuff like that, but nothing too much on the power front. That's going to be next, I think. Without a doubt.
We look forward to that. Enjoy your stint. Thanks ever so much for chatting to us, Krzysztof.
Thank you. Thanks very much.
Krzysztof Nowabilski there. Looking forward to seeing him go out for his stint. We're going to get out of the way before his son comes in. Around about the 20-minute mark, he was telling us. Crash helmet going on now. With that, we'll have a quick scout elsewhere. A lot of the drivers in this one, of course, single drivers. We can't interrupt them when they come in for the pit stops. But if we get any more news, Jack, we'll come right up with it to you.
Cannot wait, Richard. Thank you very much for that. Always interesting to hear from a father-son sort of duo. And to be fair, this championship is suited to the likes of duos, father-sons, families, and Stone Streets is another sort of pairing I'd like to hear from, to be fair, as well. The number 28 Indy class, driving in the Ford Fiesta ST150, a car that obviously Richard knows quite well. Here's a driver I've been told to keep an eye out on, mainly because his car looks absolutely stunning. It is the 370Z of David May. I mean, look at that car. I actually mistook it for a GTR, a very long distance away. I will say it was a very long distance. It was at the other end of the pit lane. But yeah, absolutely stunning. And listen to the sound of it as well. It's enough to make your heart melt, isn't it? You almost want to jump on Auto Trader just to have a look at it and see what you can do to one of these cars. My friend's got one as well, and he absolutely ripped it apart to try and make it into a track day car. Didn't look anywhere near as nice as David May's there, though. A little bit off the pace, which is a bit of a shame for him. 6.9 seconds away from the driver in front, which is Crilly, of course, in that Z4 Coupe. Just having a look, where did he start? He actually started in 4th place as well. When he got a 53.8. It's about 0.8 of a second off Julian Daniel in that VW Golf GTI, which currently holds, there in fact it is, that currently holds of the fastest lap. Jones, Ellick, the pairing of Ellick and Jones, the number 50 in B category, is just overtaken for the B category lead against Watling and Wheeler in the Fiesta ST150. Again, 2 pairings, 2 B class front runners. And remember that B class is between 176 and 205 brake horsepower per tonne. So there's a space for you everywhere that you look, really, in the BRSCC. And the club sport, it's not a championship. You don't score points. We don't have to worry about points or anything here. It's sort of standalone events. But what a day it is for standalone events. As Nowabilski was just saying, it's great to just get out there, get a car together, and have some competition. That's the downside, though, of getting out on track. That's the number 28. Now, if I can find, that is, ooh. I said that Richard John Neal might want to go and have a chat to Jamie Stone Street, the Stone Street family, but I don't think he will, because that number 28 is Stone Street. It was started in 30th place. We've got another victim, and that's Watson, who started in 31st position. The 107 car, both D categories, both not quite front runners and Bs, but on for potential podiums. And another victim. They're falling like flies, unfortunately. That's the BMW, another Z4. We've already had one of them retire in the pits. That's the 177. Started down in, that's Dukes, another pairing, another family pairing by the looks of it. Started in 15th place, B category driver in Dukes. Where were they? They were in 13th. So that's absolutely heartbreaking for them. And I think we have 4 cars in the pits. 2 of them are stricken. So Richard, if you can hear me, I'd love to know the story behind what happened to the Stone Streets in that Fiesta. The Clio as well was number 107, I believe it was. And of course that 177 in Dukes. Price has just come in with the McGann Cup. Now you are allowed to go away. It's a mandatory pit stop, actually. The pit stop opens 15 minutes into the race. It's only open for 15 minutes, which means it will close 15 minutes from the end of the race. Sound confusing? Yeah. But it's really very simple. It opens 15 minutes in, it closes 30 minutes in. That's the easiest way of sorting it. So pit window is now open, has been for a lap, but we've got a yellow card. A yellow flag. The entry into Druitt. So I can see a car over there as well, just out of my window. We'll see if we can get a camera on that as well to find out who that is. It may well be the Clio, to be fair. Yeah, that is the Clio, isn't it? My apologies, I missed that earlier on. So that's Watson in the 107, now dropped down to 28th position. Number of drivers coming into the pits. Price, Harrison, Adcock, Murphy, Mitchell, all ready to either change or just swap over. Or have their 2-minute pit stop. A couple of drivers coming in. There's the Morgan. How has he gotten on? He was up to 14th place, was Kelly, in the Morgan +4. Again, a quick car, though. Qualified in 10th place on the grid. not the quickest out of the A categories, has to be said. Was out-qualified by 3 B category cars, and the Ellick-Jones pairing, Watling-Wheeler pairing, and Andrew Dyer. A couple of Audi TTs in there. If you're a fan of Audi TTs, if you're a fan of Fiestas and Civics and quite a few of the cars that we've actually got out there, then don't you worry, there's plenty more action from them. We've got the Fiesta Junior Championship coming up straight after this race. We've obviously got the TCR UK coming up after that. That is going to be really exciting. We cannot wait to get going for the season, and that qualifying made it look like it's going to be oh so tight in that championship running. Then we got the Hickford Construction MG Metro Cup Championship. That's at 25-2. After that, the Demon Tweaked Audi TT Cup Racing Championship. Group A and B. We got split grids, ladies and gentlemen, for car racing. That's something you don't see very often. The Audi TTs, I think they have 59 cars entered, which is absolutely astounding. I mean, if karting, which is a lot cheaper, if they get 59 cars, they have to start thinking about putting a cap on it somewhere. It's absolutely mad. So fair play to BRSCC and the TT Cup for getting that many drivers involved. It looks like an absolutely stunning series. As I said, that's coming up at 4:10. Then we do have the AirTech Motorsport Fiesta ST150 Championship coming up at 5:20. The Middletech Sports Civic Cup Championship at 5:15. And then the Vinyl Detail Fiesta ST150 Challenge rounds out the day at 5:45. There are races back to back to back, as a couple of the front runners, a BMW looks like he's actually getting caught up there. That's not going to help him at all. That was Crilly, the BMW Z4 Coupe. Obviously under safety car, everybody wants to come in and pit because you lose a lot less time. The safety car running around there on its own, as you can see, as the Renault Clio, unfortunately, has to come in for a pit. It'll be interesting if we do get a few drivers jumping out of the cars, the likes of Noah Beliski, the son, could jump out of the car. Whether we can get an interview with him or Richard John Neal, it'd be fascinating to know the father's son. So we heard from the father, can we hear from the son? Is he going to be as humble as the father? That's the question. That Morgan +4 actually was one of the drivers I was told to keep an eye out for. He's a regular Braga racer with Zio prototypes. And there we go, here's a bit of a close-up with one of the BMWs, I believe, getting pushed back out. That's the 24 in B class. Hard to tell where they are in terms of when they come back out of the pits, obviously. The safety car will make that a lot easier. I'll tell you that the 24 did start in 12th place. That's Kieran Power in the B class. A little bit far off, qualified in 4th B class. A little bit far off the likes of Jones, Watling and Dyer from qualifying. But again, some fascinating cars out there. We focus on the 54 now. And there we go, a few more shots from the pits. That's it's going to pan out to an MX-5. Oh, Z4. I thought that soft top screamed MX-5 vibes then, but the Z4 trying to get the new driver probably strapped in. As I said, there's no real rush for the new drivers to get in or out. There's no fuel that you can get in there. You have to just be stationary for 2 full, well, not stationary, you have to be in the pits for 2 full minutes. Anybody who hasn't come into the pits now would be a bit foolish to do not to do so. We've still got cars being recovered. They have pulled that Clio out of the gravel trap going into Druids to a safer, much safer location on the exit of Druids. There we go, in fact. Look at that Marshall put in the work. Big thanks to the Marshals. Again, cannot do motorsport without them. Volunteers, of course. There's the BMW. Dukes, I believe that is. We also have a problem for Schaefer in the Peugeot 206 GTI with an exclamation mark by their name. I don't think I've spotted where they are. With the Clio being moved out of the way, it looks like that Z4 is being swiftly moved as well. The truck that pulled the Clio is getting back into their position because it's not just good enough to have a, say, the Clio moved into a safe position. We have to have the recovery vehicles back into their position, ready, primed and waiting to go and recover any other cars. A absolutely wonderful weekend here at Brands Hatch. I mean, the weather is sublime. Apparently it's supposed to be a bit more cloudy tomorrow, but we cannot complain about it at all here this weekend. Blue skies. It was a little bit cloudy this morning. We feared that there maybe just hold the clouds, but the sun has come out. It's a little bit warmer. The engines might not like that quite as much, but I tell you what, compared to all the dreary days we've had over the winter, sorry, with well, actually last summer as well, with the amount of rain that motorsport has had to deal with, and obviously the UK in general, it is so refreshing to finally have a weekend where, you know what, you turn up, you can get the picnic chairs out, watch some motorsport, and be at one of the most sensational tracks in the country. Not easy to keep your tyres warm though, I have to say. It's not, although the sun is out, it's very warm in my commentary box because it's basically a greenhouse. But if you're actually down there, there's a little bit of a breeze and the track temperature is not all that warm, so you'll still see drivers weaving around and trying to get some kind of temperature into the cars, into the tyres as well. So when they get going, we actually had a fair few spins this morning in qualifying for both the TCR and the Civic Cup when we were covering them live. Coming out of Druids, cold tyres on the rear especially. Just lost it, tank slappers all over the place. And we were actually quite fortunate, none of them really ended up heavily into the wall. Just a few spins out there on circuit. So a couple of the front wheel drive cars are going to have to make sure they work really hard as soon as they get the impression that the safety car is going to come in, which we're hoping is soon. We are hoping we're going to be going back racing. The timer ever ticks down, 22 minutes to go. I can see that Z4 being pulled on Paddock Hill Bend, though it's still getting recovered. It is near the location where the marshals will want it. In fact, there you can see, like, it's about 10 yards, but trust me, when the car is beached like that in gravel, to be honest, it's a driver's worst nightmare. If you haven't damaged the car, it's not as bad. It's a bit sort of, not what you want, obviously, it's not ideal, but from a mechanic's perspective, you're just getting that hoover ready. And unfortunately, I've had my mechanics had to do that a few too many times in my racing career. It was finished a while ago, but remember at Croft I did it so many times that I actually ended up buying them a crate of beverages, shall we say, to try and say sorry, because they worked so hard, the mechanics here, in whatever category they're in. And of course, a lot of these drivers may well be privateers, but they might have friends who come along to help them out, or they might hire the odd mechanic and they just run out of awnings and stuff like that. It's a sort of club sport mentality. And there we go. What was I saying before? Get the picnic chairs out. Lovely day. Spotter's guide. That is the life, isn't it? I mean, there's a classic Mini by your side as well. Woo. What more could you ask for? In fact, it's not just those two as well. I'm actually now leaning out my window to see a little bit more what's going on around Brands Hatch, and I have to say there's an awful lot. If you're here for the TCR, and well, why wouldn't you be? Then Callum Newsham, you might have seen, is on pole position for that one. The new link go with Victor Anderson, who's come across from TCR Europe to guest round here at Brands Hatch. 0.03 of a second behind him in second place. He was only getting quicker. I think Callum knows he's going to be in for a fight. We've interviewed him a couple of times. You can check it out on the TCR UK Instagram and Twitter and everything like that. All the drivers know that there's going to be a little bit of a battle here, and there's some new challenges that are coming their way sooner rather than later. There's the leader of the race. Well, supposedly he was the leader of the race. Daniel, not actually behind the safety car. This is the problem, really, isn't it, with safety cars, is they sometimes catch the wrong... Well, they caught Daniel, and then he had to come into the pits, of course. So that's a bit of a shame. Billamoria is says on the driver the fastest lap on the top left of your screen, but according to my TSL, it's still actually Daniel, the 53.293. And I can tell you that that is about 0.3 of a second of Daniel's pole position time. So the timing tower on my timing tower is all kinds of messed up, unfortunately, for the TSL. If you do want to follow along, it is easier, trust me, to follow along using both the live stream and TSL timing. So if you Google TSL timing, you'll be able to find your way through. It's fairly easy. Look for the track map that says that it looks like Brands Hatch Indy, and the TCR UK sort of heading, press live timing, and you'll be able to get basically everything I see as well, which is, as I said, very useful when it comes to following the action here at Brands Hatch this afternoon. Most of the races that are on today are 15-20 minute affairs. This is the only, in air quotes, endurance race that we've got. 45 minutes. I know that Andy McEwen, my co-commentator later on, there we go, he's ready for the racing to get going, isn't he? He's not very happy that he's having to hold that yellow flag out for as long as he can. But he's doing a sterling job, good sir, well done. But yeah, most of the races this weekend are sprint races, so if you fancy getting involved in some sprint racing, then As I said, there's plenty on offer. And you can watch it all here on the TCR UK YouTube channel, whether you're watching it here or the Alpha Live YouTube channel. Please do stick around. It's going to be absolutely stunning. There's 91, and we saw him in the pit lane a little earlier on. 91, 24th position. That is actually who Richard was talking to, Noah Beliski. I wonder if it's if they've changed drivers. I imagine they would have done, because why wouldn't you have come into the pits and changed by now? If Richard can hear me, as I said, it'd be fascinating to hear from the son who's jumped out. See if he lines up. Now, I'm actually looking at my window again. The safety car, I think, is letting drivers through. So that means that the hazards that are on circuit are cleared into a suitable enough position where they're happy for us to potentially go racing. The safety car is trying to let people through so they can catch Daniels, who, of course, is on pole position. Is in first place. Yeah, there you go. You can see the safety car waving them through. It's a lot less sophisticated than, let's say, Formula 1 and Abu Dhabi. But it's a lot more fair than that, trust me. As the cars go through, Daniel is picked up as the lead car. The safety car will probably stay out for one more lap, unfortunately, as the lights haven't come out just yet. We've probably been under safety car for about 10 minutes now. I realise that 10 minutes of safety car is probably not going to wet your whistle to what I'm about to say, but if you fancy seeing more action, and trust me, you will want to, then the TCR UK paddock and the support series that feature with them will be going to some absolutely stunning circuits. We'll be going to Silverstone twice towards the end of the year. Next month we're at Snetterton, Croft, Alton Park. It's going to be Thruxton as well. I think the first time that the TCR will have featured at Thruxton. So they'll be on even different tyres then. They'll be on the hard tyres as they're on the sort of medium-y tyres for the rest of the season. But as you go to Thruxton, trust me, it absolutely kills the car. Those tyres, you need them as hard-wearing as humanly possible as the safety car rounds Druids. And I think it's pulling away from Daniels, which can only mean one thing. And the lights are still on, but Daniel, I think, knows what's going to happen. They're not touching that BMW at Paddock Hill anymore. The Clio is out the way and safe. The Fiesta, I believe, was cleared up first, because we haven't seen that in a very long time. So it means we're finally getting to go racing as the pit window will close. We spent the entire pit window under safety car conditions here, which obviously takes a little bit of the spice out of the club sport. But we've had 15 minutes at the beginning of racing. We're going to have 15 minutes at the end. Let's go for a sprint, shall we? Julian Daniel, who will round out Clark Curve. Billamora, 3.2 seconds back, and a lot of traffic in between. It looks like Julian Daniel is going to have this one, well, one hand on the trophy, shall we say, because he's got far too many people there. Scirocco in the background is actually losing out to David May. David May, who's potentially going to go from third into second into Paddock Hill Bend. No, they had the BMW Compact just in the way on the racing line, I think there. Let's blame that one for why he didn't go for the move, and maybe the fact that he knows he's got 15 minutes of racing left to go. And in fact, as they go through Paddock Hill Bend and down into Graham Hill, there's a gap forming, isn't there, as they get past the number 4, the Clio. Stephen Harrison in the D category, so that's why it looks so easy. May gets them through them as well. This is the challenge they're going to have to do. They weren't really out and out quicker than Daniel, but they're going to have to negotiate through the traffic that Daniel hasn't had to. Looks like they've done that fairly efficiently though, and haven't lost that much time. It's 4.1 seconds. Was it going to be over the line? I imagine it's going to be slightly closer to 5, but not that much bigger. No, 1.7 seconds. Wow, he's actually caught up. Daniel taking it very sort of leisurely, shall we say. Is that a flashing yellow light going into Paddock Hill? That'll be a shame, because that's one of the overtaking opportunities. I can sort of understand it with that BMW being stranded there, but that would be a big shame if they just chose to leave it there and couldn't get any overtakes done. Maybe that's why David May didn't. Oh, we have a big puff of smoke around Paddock Hill. Somewhere behind that are some cars coming through. Do we have another driver off? That is the BMW, which we've had already. We've already had a safety car for that. I don't think there's anybody else off. I think it's just someone who went wide and kicked up a lot of dirt. I can't see anybody else from the angle that the camera couldn't catch. So, is that Daniel? That is Daniel, who's losing out to second place on Villamoria. They come across the line. I've absolutely no idea why Julian Daniel is losing so much pace, but at some point under that safety car, it's not going well as David May gets through as well. Having said that, yeah, that's very strange. I thought maybe there was he was a lap up or something like that, but I don't think that's the case. No, there is a big problem with Julian Daniel's car there. The Golfer looks so fast in the beginning, has now dropped down to third, and he has a risk for potentially James Alford catching up, which I don't reckon Alford would have been expecting at all. 10 seconds back, 11 seconds back nearly from the race lead. Would have been closer to 15, just 2 laps to go. Does Daniel come in for the pits here? Does he stay out? I think he's going to have to. Wow, I thought he was going to come into the pits. A couple of drivers making their way through. There is one of the Audi TTs in the 34. That's Lindsay in the Audi TFSI 2-litre. Nice looking car as well. Can't wait to see a full grid. 59 cars, not on the same grid, but they're split. I mean, that is absolutely sensational. Still can't get over that. But right now in the club spot, the BMW Z4 Coupe of Crilly has moved up. Remember, Crilly was in second place, dropped back massively. I'm guessing in the pit lane, or whether he just got caught in the wrong bit of track coming out of the pits. But Crilly moving her way up into 6th place from 8th. That sounds like a positive. It's not really. Oh, very, very close indeed. Keep it all tight. Number 88 of Adcock and Jones. I imagine it's Jones and Edge because they're the second name on my sheet. Is this for position? I think it may well be. Yeah, the 2 E category cars. Cogsweld is S. Cogsweld, number 20, alongside. Very, very close indeed. Going through Surtees into Clark Curve. McLaren, who's on the inside, is going to be Jones. I keep wanting to say Adcock, but it's Jones, isn't it, in the car now, we assume. They look so much slower than the A category cars, but my goodness, they're getting nice and close to each other. The Nissan Almera GTI trying to out-drag the BMW Compact E36. And it's the Compact who's going to have the inside, the bright yellow BMW. They don't have to move out of the way because everybody's on the same lap, I think, in this sort of area of the track. So overall, they don't actually have to move, even though there might be 2 E-Class cars fighting ahead of a whole host of others. The likes of Glover in the Mazda just coming, in fact, that's not Glover, is it? The BMW E30 that's behind them, Walton. They're going to get past now, surely. The Golf is trying to pull up. I'm actually trying to find who the Golf is. It's a 777, actually. So they were lapping. Andrade was lapping. So there's an argument to say they potentially should have got past them a little bit earlier. The 54 is Harrison in the Honda S2000. Again, sort of separating this. That's a bit of a shame because that's probably the most exciting battle that we had on circuit, actually. Julian Daniel is dropping like a stone. Crilly, who's moved up from 8th position to 4th in the space of 2 laps, has only got 6 seconds roughly to the likes of Julian Daniel with 10 minutes to go. That's going to be a fairly easy one, unless Julian Daniel is just playing with everyone. I'd be amazed if he doesn't come into the pits again, to be honest. There is the 34, the Audi TT of Lindsay versus, is that Watling and Wheeler? That is, and that's position. That's 2nd place in the B category. I mentioned many a times, but 2 cars that we're going to see plenty of this afternoon fighting between themselves. Apparently, we have an interview with Richard John Neal down in the pit lane. Let's have a word.
So yeah, down in pit lane we've got Ian Jones, the class winning again, class leading again, BMW. You did a good first stint, you were at pains to tell me.
Yeah, I mean, we managed to pull half a lap on our next rival, which was good. And unfortunately, the safety cars kind of scarpered our hard work. I mean, I've got to thank Matthew and Phil Adcock for the use of the car for the weekend. It's a good way of getting the cobwebs out.
How long is it since you've been out?
We've done a bit of driver tuition with them, so it's only a sort of few weeks in fairness, but yeah.
It's different to actual competitive driving, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, my heart is in sprint racing. You've got to be a bit more polite with endurance racing, and you've got to try and rein it in a little bit on the first lap, but yeah, it's good. Everyone in the paddock's great. You can't ask for any more.
Yeah, these are great little events, aren't they? Good fun.
Yeah, it's true club motorsport.
I'll let you enjoy the rest of the race and hopefully watch your teammate come home to class win, and we'll catch up with you in Parc Ferme, mate.
You better do.
Thanks,
very
Ian.
much.
Thanks. As Ian, their Class E leader was, then while we were waiting to talk to him, lost the lead and gained it back, so all close out there on track. As you know from the great work being done by Jack up in the comms box, we'll throw back to you now.
Thank you very much there, Richard. And yeah, Adcock then in the car. I thought it was Jones, that's just because it was the second name on the list. So nice to find out that Adcock is actually the one in. And he said that he lost the lead, gained it back. Well, he's still in the lead. And there is the Lotus coming in, the 59. That's a bit of a shame. Why is he coming into bits? Because it's not to be. That's Benson, the Lotus Elise. He was leading the B category. I assume he had come into the pits earlier on, but so that means that's an unscheduled pit stop. Yeah, that's his second time visiting, unfortunately. So we'll see if he comes back out. There he is. Nobody's really swarming to get around the car. Nobody's trying to fix it. Is that going to be a retirement on one of the cars that potentially would have been one of the highlights for people? He's waving. He's trying to get someone's attention, isn't he? Is he thinking there's an opportunity to get back out? So hard, isn't it, when a lot of these cars are run by privateers and you don't have pit crews, really. He's going straight back out, and I don't know what that was. Nobody touched the car in terms of a mechanical perspective. That's a shame, but he's come back. He is out now, the 59. Ooh, pretty much level with the number 12 of Crilly, who is going to try, and he's in third place. He's overtaken Julian Daniel. There's Julian Daniel. Crilly with the fastest lap of the race as well, a 53.29. That's a bit faster than Moria, I think, was the next fastest. About a tenth of a second quicker is Crilly, but he's having this little duel with the 59 of Benson. Oh no, please don't tell me. Is that the number 20? Oh, I thought so. I didn't want to say it too soon, but that's Cogswell, isn't it? The Nissan Almera GTI. I was sort of hoping there was another Almera somewhere out there. That's the fight for the E category, pretty much over and done with, unfortunately, as he pulls off to the side of the road. I couldn't quite see it, because I was looking at TSL for most of that. I couldn't quite see where he was on track. Hopefully he's pulled over to a safe enough position that we don't have to finish this race under safety car. A little bit of a squeal of tyres as blue flags shining in the sort of direction of Walden and the BMW B30 there. Another E category car that's going to have a bit of a promotion up due to the fact that obviously we've had the Almera stricken, which is really hard, mate. So I'm sure the Almera is probably a fan favourite out there for a lot of people. And instead of personal favourite of mine, just because it was giving us one of the best races. That means Adcock in 17th place overall, pretty much has the run of the field. The next E category is 21st overall. That's the Mazda MX-5 of Mitchell and Cochrane. A long way back from Jones, from Adcock and Jones. In fact, about 2 laps back, or maybe a lap back actually, only a lap back. There is Adcock going through your picture now. Static camera here at Paddock Hill gives a great indication of the elevation change that's here at Paddock Hill. It doesn't just look like that. That's not a trick of the camera. If anything, the trick of the camera is making it look shallower than it actually is. If you hit the curve there and you lose the weight on the inside wheels going through Paddock Hill, it's a long time until you get it back, because that corner just keeps falling away from you constantly. And all of a sudden you get a big jerk. You can really understeer through there, carry a lot of speed, knowing that eventually you'll grip up and you'll be able to get the power down and push through up into Druids. But it's a bit of a brave corner to go through full pelt first time round, especially if you're getting used to some of the cars out there. With 4 minutes to go then, the front three seem pretty happy with the way that they are. Moria, 4.3 seconds ahead of David May in that 370Z. Crilly in the Z4 Coupe, a little bit further back, but with that fastest lap to their name. As I said, no championship points, because this is technically not a championship, I've been told. Yep, absolutely. But in BRSCC's own words, it's one of the biggest success stories that they've had, first launching in 2019. And it's apparently one of the most popular grids they have on its portfolio consistently. Julian Daniel, the next sort of interesting storyline for him is, just seeing him go through your picture, will he be caught by Alfred? Just have a look. Alfred is 7 seconds back, so it is quite a distance in the Civic EP3. but something has gone horrendously wrong with Daniel. He's about, well, in fact, actually on that last lap, he was only 2 seconds slower than Crilly, but he is faster than everybody else at the moment. He was only about half a second slower than May in that 370Z. A little bit more of a back run, obviously multi-class, mini endurance with the pit stop. And I think we heard from an interview there with Richard John Neal, it's that clubman atmosphere that you sort of want to try and promote. Yes, we have very competitive series, the TCRs, the Civic Cups, the Fiestas, the TTs, all of these are obviously gunning for championship positions and very competitive, some money being thrown at it and stuff like that. But sometimes there is the market, of course, for drivers who just, they have the car available, they want to get down, they want to get out for a good sort of weekend's racing. That's the fight for the B category lead, and it's the ST150 that's got to lead Watling and Wheeler versus Lindsay, who looks on the inside of Graham Hill Bend. They're giving us what to shout about here the last 2 minutes. And is that actually at the 777? Yeah, this is a three-way fight for the B class lead. No, it's not, sorry, Andre. Thought I was getting a bit too excited. Then I was like, that snuck up on me. Andre in that GTI is actually an A-class runner. So the fight's still on for the top 5. Obviously, Andre will want to get past the B category cars. The B category cars won't want to give up any time because they are fighting so closely with one another. And I think the TT, although it looks like it's going defensive, is going to have to concede this if it's got any chance of trying to catch up in the next 90 seconds to the Fiesta ST150 or Watling Wheeler. You see another car in the pit lane. I'm trying to figure out who that is. Is that a Civic? Is that the shape of a Civic in the background? It's hard to see on my screen. It makes sense because Goodall in the B category, the number 96 car, that will be its 3rd trip to the pits. And I saw it sort of pull in, half pull in. It's coming back out now, nearly on the racing line. So we've had a few cars that have had too many pits. Goodall, actually, with 3 is one of the highest. The highest car positioned with having more than 1 pit stop is Benson in 11th place. That Lotus Elise that we saw, very, very quick it seems. I don't know where Benson actually started in that Elise. Can't quite see it as quickly as I would like, so I'll keep having a glance. Oh, that's why I was expecting him to be inside the top 10 at some point in qualifying, but actually no, he started in 36th place. So although with 2 pit stops, he's still managed to climb his way nearly into the top 10. The fight for the B category somewhat slightly dampened with Andre having to get past Lindsay, and that really, really held up Lindsay quite heavily. There's the 370Z of David May. Julian Daniels still hasn't been called by Watling and Wheeler. That's not really surprising given the fact that Watling and Wheeler are obviously in that B category. There is Daniel though. Bit of a shame for him. Obviously hasn't gone his way at all. Holding, getting out there. Sorry, Goodall. Yeah, it was Goodall. Sorry, moving out of the way there as well. But it should flash the light. There's that B category lead. You can see it between the. Oh, they've thrown the checkered flag. That was a lap or 2 early. My apologies. As coming across the line, David May, but it's Billamore who's going to actually take the race win, even though he hasn't registered and taken the checkered. They've thrown it at time, of course, rather than at the leader, I'm guessing. So Billamore, although hasn't registered across the line, he is the race winner. David May in 2nd place. Liam Crilly with that fastest lap ends up in 3rd. Daniel, even though his car seemed miss after the pit stop and after that safety car, was in 4th place. Andrade managed to get up into 5th. He overtook Watling and Wheeler, who won the B category, just coming across the line there in front of you, with Lindsay coming in 2nd in the B category, in 7th place overall. In 8th was Kelly in the 8 category. 9th was Harrison, B. 10th was Ellick and Jones, also in B. 11th was Benson in B. 12th was Price in the McGann Cup car, actually. Didn't see that much of that one, I don't think. It wasn't really featured that much. And there is the confirmation of the results. I was reading them out on TSL before realising they're probably going to come on our screen in a second. You can see all the way down there to 14th position. I've already ran off the top 10, haven't I? Further back, you see the winner of the C category. That's Murphy in the BMW Compact in the number 45. D category winner was only just behind him in Harrison in the Renault Clio in 14th place. The E category winner was in 18th. You can see him on your screen there. Was Adcock and Jones. We heard from Jones, I believe, a bit earlier. And they run all the way down. Unfortunately, a couple of those cars, maybe the ones that say, well, Gary Hobbs probably 38.3. Sorry, James Alford. 116, 5 laps and back, ended up retiring for one reason or another, whether they're in the pits. That's preferable to being in the gravel trap, like so many cars ended up stricken. Steve Watson, the Stone Street, Taylor and Jones round out the 31 car grid. In fact, it's supposedly 34, but I think 3 drivers didn't even make it out the pit lane. O'Farrell, Schaefer and Murphy/Bates maybe would have had a problem in qualifying. Bit of a shame, but congratulations to Bill Amoria, May and Crilly. I'm sure, I don't know, I can't see if the cars have come into the pits or if Richard John Neal can have a chat with them. I believe he's supposed to be trying to get getting the podium sitters, but obviously they're in a different place to the TCRs and everything like that. So before we get going to Richard, and when I get the note that he's actually got the drivers, we'll shoot straight over to him. Trust me, if you want to hear from those top 3. But after this one, with the Fiesta Junior Championship. After that, it's the main event, the TCR UK Championship, with Andy McEwen doing a bit of a grid walk, and then he'll be joining me in the commentary booth. That'll be at 10 to 3. We'll kick off the proceedings for that. The Hickford Construction MG Metro Cup Championship will be at 25 to 4. The Demon Tweaks Audi TT Cup Racing Championship Group A and B. If you're waiting to see a C category TT Cup car, you'll have to wait until tomorrow. They're at 10 past 4. AirTech Motorsport Fiesta ST150 Championship is at 20 to 5. The Miltech Sports Civic Cup Championship, trust me, that looked mega as well. Max Edmondson, current champion, I should say, actually, on pole position, but a whole host of drivers who were probably a little bit further away than they would like to. Josh Files, Lewis Kent, both drivers who you may well recognise from TCR heritage, trying to fight forward. Then in the last race of the day, the final detail, Fiesta ST150 Challenge, will be at 5:45. Right, don't worry, we can have a chat to our top 3 for the SW Motorsports Club Sport Trophy there with Richard John Neal.
Thanks very much, Jack, and very well called, mate. It was a thrilling race to listen to. And we're not going to do top 3, we're going to do the 5 class winners. Starting with our overall winner, Feroz Bilamoria. Well done, Feroz. We've spoken a couple of times this year already. The smile says it all for me.
Well, yeah, considering about an hour ago, I wasn't sure I was going to make the start. We had a problem with the brakes, and the boys from CMS very kindly helped out. So, yeah, it was a good result, considering an hour ago we were looking to pack up and go home.
How much does that get into your head when you have those sorts of problems and then you do get onto the track? You know, does it hold you back at all?
No, you just kind of, you take it in your stride. That was in the past. You got to look forward.
I tell a lot of the youngsters, that come up in the junior formula or F4, but it's very difficult to tell youngsters. It's easier for people my age. You're a lot younger than me, I hasten to add. But that life experience does help, doesn't it?
Yeah, you've just got to look forward at the end of the day and just hope for the best and try and put a good race in and keep it clean. And we managed to work it out today. And I think the pit stops helped with the safety car. So all in all, it was a good result.
That's an early weekend for you, isn't it? You're all done now?
I know, absolutely. It could be nice and enjoy the rest of the racing.
You're going to stay and enjoy the rest of the day. What about tomorrow?
No, tomorrow is family day with the kids. So no, we're heading back this afternoon.
I think that's fair enough, isn't it, on a one-day weekend? That's one of the nice things, isn't it, about club sport racing?
Yeah, it's such a good package. It's such good racing. The camaraderie in the paddock is fantastic. Everyone's ready to lend a hand, which is why I really, really enjoy it so much.
A pleasure to see you in your immaculate car once again. Congratulations on the win.
Thanks, Richard.
Well done, Feroz. Many congratulations. We'll do Class B next, so let's get our winners, Nick Watling and Jack Wheeler. Nick Watling and Jack Wheeler, if we can get you over here. It's easier for me to do it in Class Order, A, B, C, D, E, which is much better. Well done, guys. Congratulations. We had a chat and introduced ourselves beforehand. So a 2-driver pairing and a different strategy. No prizes for guessing who's just got out of the car.
Yeah, it's a hot one. No, it's some great racing. So our first time in this championship. So yeah, very happy with the result of this. Very happy with the result.
Well, very warm welcome to you both. And you're looking the calmer of the two. Obviously a good setup and great bit of teamwork between the pair of you.
Yeah, we had a good strategy. We had a good start. Managed to sort of hold off some of the other Group B class cars, and just sort of held it together until the safety car period, and then Jack took over at that point, and he carried on through. Got some good laps in, battling hard with the TT in front of us. Yeah, very good.
What's the spec of the car?
It's 2.3, 200 odd horsepower. It's an engine we build. That's what we do for a living. So yeah, we set the car up.
You can plug your business.
Absolutely, yeah. Automotive machine service. Come and get your engine built. Yeah, just a great day. Yeah, thoroughly enjoyed it.
Well, very, very warm welcome to Club Sport. Hope to see you again a little bit later on in the season. I'll be around for some of those. Congratulations. Sorry, it's a quick interview, but we've got 5 classes to get through. Many congratulations, guys. Nick Watling and Jack Wheeler. Class C, Brendan Murphy takes Class C. The BMW Compact. Many congratulations, Brendan, and thank you very much for being patient and waiting for us to do the interviews. Straightforward. I write down the class leaders as the race progresses. Not quite a lap chart, but you were there at the front pretty much all the way in your class.
I didn't even realise that. I thought I was about 3rd in class off the grid, and didn't know where I was through the race. So you've just got to keep consistent laps, and then through the safety car period, just making sure I didn't, overtake before the line on the safety car period, because it was a slower class car in front of me just there. But yeah, obviously I did it, and yeah, great congratulations to the BRSCC. Thanks to the marshals for coming out, and supporting us. Some great blue flagging, and obviously lots of incidents for them to deal with today. So yeah, really proud to have the BMMC and the BRSCC marshals team helping us out.
That's a great shout, Brendan. Thanks ever so much. Thank you. Well, we've got cars on the grid. Very quickly, Stephen Harrison. Let's go a quick word with Stephen. I'll be really quick as I can. Sorry, it's going to be quick, Stephen, because we've got cars on the grid. But a quick summary of your race.
Yeah, I mean, challenging one for us today, because when we after qualifying, we sort of stripped the car down to just give it a once-over, and we've been managing some bearing issues. They're not really in a favourable position, but the team did an amazing job getting the car as we want it, and just managed the race really today after the safety car.
It was a cracking race. Well done on the class win, and hopefully we'll have a better chat next time. Many congratulations in the clear. And then Matthew Adcock and Ian Jones. We spoke to Ian earlier on, but Matthew, okay, we'll get you in. Again, we've got cars on the grid, so very quick one. Good race, well done.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, Ian did really well. I made a small mistake and Dan came on my back, and we had a bit of a fight before he retired, which is a bit of a shame. But yeah, good fun overall, and I'm very happy to come away with a result.
Super job. And Ian, we spoke to you in the pit lane. I didn't put the mockers on it for you.
No, you didn't, so thank you very much.
You're very welcome. Well done, guys. Many congratulations. That is our 5 class winners in the BRSCC Club Sport Trophy. Let's hand you back to Jack Oliphant to give you the grid for the next race.
Thank you very much, Richard. Yep. Thank you very much, Richard. Yes, thank you. It's a very exciting race to kick us off, but we had the Fiesta Juniors, and we're going to have to do this quite quickly. O'Neill going was row 1 on pole position with Hodgkiss alongside Leslie on row 2 with Merritt in 4th place. Row 3 is Harfield and Blockley. Row 4, Foxlow and Foote. Row 5, Mason and Davis. Row 6, Doherty and Clifford. Row 7, Watts and Beattie. Row 8, Burgess and Lindley. Row 9, Gray and Webster. Row 10, Wheeler and Sutton. And row 11, Breton and Garford. Don't worry, that was not the green light to go racing. That was the green flag lap. But the fact that this Brands Hatch Indy circuit is so small, we have to get through things a little bit quickly. So, the Fiesta Juniors, if you thought the Club Sport was hectic, if you think TCR was hectic or any kind of touring cars or anything like that, just you wait for the next 15 minutes. I've been reliably ensured that this is probably going to be one of the most hectic races that we're going to have all weekend. So it's going to be very interesting indeed. Most of them have had a one weekend of experience at Silverstone a couple of weeks ago, which doesn't count towards this championship, i.e. the Fiesta Junior Championship. But the fact that we have now visited, well, we will be visiting Silverstone 3 times in a calendar year, because of course the point scoring rounds at the last round of the season and the 5th round of the season as well, when we visit Silverstone National, then we do Silverstone International in the 7th round, means that they've sort of set up a little, I think, unofficial Silverstone Championship the 3 times that they visit. So a couple of cars that went there were actually out racing and had a little bit of an opportunity to get some experience under their belt. Jacob Hodgkiss looks apparently to be one of the initial favourites to score big points at the weekend, with Alfie Garford and Jason Menson, Tommy Harfield, Finn Leslie and Jensen O'Neill Going, who's of course on pole position. There is loads of drivers here though. You can see that it's going to take a while to actually get them into any kind of order. A couple of drivers that I didn't even mention there, that hasn't been mentioned in the preview or anything like that that's been put online. Le Breton as well in second place. Daniela Sutton starting all the way at the back end of the field. But it's Jensen O'Neill Going, Jacob Hodgkiss, Finn Leslie and Thomas Merritt that make up the front two rows. Jensen O'Neill Going on the left-hand side of your screen, pointing up towards what he hopes to be the racing line in the Mark 6. We'll get into the Mark 6, Mark 7s in a little later on if there's a safety car, which let's hope there's not. With the 5 seconds board going up, the lights will go on, the engine notes will rise, and we will be racing here at Brands Hatch for the first round of the season of the Fiesta Junior Championship. We have a staller in the background for the number, well, we'll have a look at that in a second actually, because I can tell you that the 272, Jensen O'Neill Going, has an absolutely electric start off the grid. Sometimes to be on the inside is not preferable. You have to do more of the legwork up the hill, but he's managed to get it absolutely nailed on perfectly. I'll tell you who that stall driver was in a minute as they go past and through the first lap. But O'Neill Going holds on to it for the time being. Jacob Hodgkiss in second place. Finn Leslie, I think, is still in third. Nice little move at the inside there by the 85 of Jensen Mason on foot. And I think Foot is going to lose. Oh, it's the first bit of contact of the season as a wing mirror goes flying. Number 29 was involved with that one. Was Joshua Watts up from 13th position, making a name for himself as we have a safety car here on the first lap. I think it's because of that car there. That was the number 87. I was right, it was Archie Davis. Starting in 10th place. Inside the top 10 in your first qualifying. First qualifying of the season anyway. Not the way you want to do it. These drivers, by the way, are aged between 14 and 17 years old. So if you sat there rudely thinking, oh, how can you stall a car? That's easy. I don't stall a car anymore. This is a race car. The clutches are a lot harder. And they're only 14. They don't drive normal road cars. Even the oldest drivers on this grid will only just be legal to drive a normal car. So cut them some slack. Apparently, it's been running since 2012 and has been a lot of development since 2019 with its one of the best supported junior series in the country. It's the second season of supporting TCR UK, and I have to say, quite a lot of the time you hear it's a highlight of people who come down to watch race trackside. It's a highlight of the streams as well, and I can tell you from the conversation around the dinner table last night, it's a highlight of the media team as well. They love it, even if the race organisers sometimes get frustrated at the safety cars and the red flags that may happen. It's all for the entertainment, and it's all a learning curve for these drivers. 15-minute qualifying, 15-minute races. They're all double or triple headers. I can tell you that this weekend, I believe, if I can click my mouse properly, is a triple header for the Fiesta Juniors. Yeah, they actually feature on the final race of the weekend, race 21 at 25 past 5 tomorrow, as well as the final race in the morning at 25 to 1. Now that car has been pushed out of the way, we should hopefully be going full racing with O'Neill Going, having to deal with a bit of a cold rear tyre. It looked like he was drifting slightly wide. Jacob Hodgkiss trying to latch onto the back, and in fact, look at those top four, very close to each other indeed. With 12 minutes to go, we are racing here at Brands Hatch. It's O'Neill Going, Hodgkiss, Leslie, Harfield across the line, then a big gap before Merritt, Blockley, Mason, and a battle going down Paddock Hill. Ben, big moment with the rear end. The 315, I think that was of Blockley. Oh, yeah, that is Blockley, isn't it? With Mason and the 85 just behind. Green flags shining. There's an opportunity to try and get a move down into Graham Hill. Ben, it's brave. It's very uncommon. It's not as easy as it looks. And luckily, the Fiesta drivers decide that that one's not worth going for just yet. But Mason looks like he's got a decent run off, and he might have the run into Surtees going into McLaren. That's really what you want to try and lunge one at the inside, going into Clark Curve. The gap is just about open, Mason finds a way through. He takes the position. Nice clip of the curve going through Clark. And very nicely done there by Mason, who's making moves forward. Just having a look, Finn Leslie there with the fastest lap of the race. I was trying to look to see where Mason had started, actually, as there's sort of moving and shaking just behind him as well. He seems to be getting a little bit of a gap, which is quite nice for him, his perspective. He started in 9th place, he's up to 6th. Maybe he felt like he didn't qualify in quite a representative place that he was hoping for. In terms of qualifying, how close was it? Less than 0.2 of a second between O'Neill Going and Hodgkiss. And less than a tenth of a second between Hodgkiss and Leslie. And then it's basic, tell you what, 14 thousandths of a second between Thomas Merritt and Finn Leslie, 4th to 3rd place. That's the sort of thing we're used to seeing as we focus on the 29 of Joshua Watts. Very distinguishable car there, isn't it, with Watts in 8th place. You might think there's a couple of different types of Fiestas out there. It's the only junior championship, apparently, that has different makes, not different makes of cars, sorry, different models of cars. But they're both, all of them being Fiestas, but it's the Mark 7s and the Mark 6s are slightly different out there. So apparently the Mark 6s, obviously the old classic, but they're sort of getting phased out. This is the final year where you'll be allowed to use the Mark 6. So the Mark 7 is what you're going to have to end up in, which is why most people have ended up doing it. There is what's going through on Blockley, Billy Blockley. 315 just dropping a little bit. Tell you what, Watts is getting some great time for those sponsors, isn't he? It's another thing that the Fiesta, the junior championships in any category, to be honest, whether it's juniors or other categories, they have to be so good at, obviously, the activation of the sponsorship. That's a lot to learn as they're throwing the indicator. I'm going this way, mate. Please move out of the way. Thank you very much. That's the 144 Foxlow, indicating literally where he was going to put the car. It's not even telegraphing it. Straight up the inside. Doing a move that we've seen plenty of times before here at Brands Hatch. It's one of the best overtaking opportunities, going on the inside of Clark Curve. The other one is going on the inside of Paddock Hill. Did we see that? Yeah, that's a lunge from a long way back. I think that was a Doughty or Doherty. Apologies if I got that one right. Number 28. Mark 7 going from 10th up to 9th place, and the 315 of Blockley is really struggling, falling backwards here, starting so well. In fact, where did he start, actually, thinking about it? Yeah, he started in 6th place, dropped almost outside the top 10 now. The Weir liveried car, the 88 of Garford, in 14th place, has a bit of a... Well, he's just overtaken Burgess on that previous lap, moving their way forwards. 33 that he did overtake was BT. Sorry, that was Clifford, then BT, now Garford, then Burgess even. With 8 minutes to go, we haven't seen as much chaos as potentially we were expecting. We do have the 87 Davis stricken off the circuit. Unfortunately, that is a shame, due to the fact that he couldn't get the car started. Whether or not there was a mechanical issue that meant that there was nothing he could do. The clutch went or something like that, but he stalled on the grid. Luckily, he didn't get ran into, because that is a scary place to be, as we see O'Neill Going, our pole position driver, pulling away from Hodgkiss. The front three are as they were. The front three were as they qualified. Tommy Harford has gone up from 5th into 4th, which means Thomas Merritt has dropped down into 5th position. And look at that, the top 4 pulled away, which means Thomas Merritt really has not had the race that he was hoping for here. A reminder that the TCR UK is following this race. We'll have Andy McEwen down on the grid walk. Myself up here in the commentary booth before Andy hotfoots it all the way up here, and then hotfoots all the way back down after the race as well. I get the easy job. I just get to sit here in the sun, loving life and watching racing. Hopefully what you guys are doing at home as well. Loving the stream, loving the action. Give support to the drivers, give them a shout out in the YouTube comments. I guarantee you the drivers will watch this afterwards. It's one of the highlights, especially the younger drivers in the Fiestas, in any of the series, in the Civics. We even have some 16-year-olds straight up from karting. They always go back, watch their races, so if you give a comment in the chat, I'm sure they'll see it. Also, don't forget to do that whole thing of liking and subscribing. Share the stream if you really fancy it. Again, hitting that indicator. I feel like they should take that up. The 144 Foxlow, literally telling people the track goes this way. Follow me. Come along. Little battle here, though. As in fact, no, let's the right thing. Focus on this one. The 144 right in the middle of that one. That means Doherty and Blockley. Foxlow and Watts ahead. Oh, we've had it off. And that is the number 43. Is it Sutton? It does say it's Sutton, yeah, from 17th position. Not in 17th anymore. Big off. That was Foxlow. Foxlow in the 144. And who was the other driver who ended up making contact? That's the top of Druid. And it's sort of 3/4 of the way round. So they would have had that contact as they'd done all the turning at the apex almost. They would have gone straight on. And I can see it in the. I don't want to guess who the other driver is because obviously that's not. But I can see the drivers out of my commentary window. One of them's opened the door. That's Foxlow opening the door, getting out of the car. So they are getting out. I know it was a big hit. Obviously that's a worry. I'm amazed that we haven't got a safety car yet. That's going to be quite a lot too. I don't think the tyre barrier is too damaged. I can see both drivers have got out and are walking to the side. Yeah, there we go. That's why we don't tend to show it on stream, obviously, until we know that both drivers are safe. I'll try and give you updated as much as I can if I can see them out of the car, which I could. So there we go. Safety car has been announced. You can fully understand why that was a big hit. First round of the season. That's not what you want. And commentators' curse may have come out there a little bit. The BMW safety car, though, has also come out. I'm still trying to find out. The other driver was. I feel like Sutton was the driver who pulled off on the side of the road just before we saw that crash. So we've had Davies is off as well. So I think it was Watts in the 29. Watts in the 29 has dropped 11 positions, which is the same as Foxlow, down into 19th place. So I can only assume it's him, which is a great shame. That is awful. They were having such a good battle as well. They were the highlight of this race, really. And with 4 minutes to go, you can only assume no one is getting into those cars very quickly. Though we may well finish under a safety car condition here. I wouldn't be surprised if they throw the checkered out slightly early, seeing as we got the TCR next. Quite often race organisers will do that. So they have a clear track so they can send as many cars out there as we want, to then recover those drivers, to recover the cars as quickly as possible, rather than doing it one at a time, which you potentially would have to do if you were still under safety car. Well, for Jensen O'Neill going, it's been the fairly perfect start. Pole position and race 1 victory if it stays like this, which, as I said, there's no one actually going to clear the cars up, so I imagine it will be. Considering the age of the drivers, I think it's a very good initiative. I was just looking at some of the literature that I've been given. I think it's a very good idea to give them the 3 dropped scores as well, so they can potentially drop an entire weekend if they need to go and study for exams and other things like that. Now the flatbed, truck has just gotten over there, and so has the tow truck as well. So they're trying to do some manoeuvring of the cars while the race is still going on. It means that in first place, O'Neill going, and will have 50 points to his name coming out of this one. Just having a look and see if they get the qualify. Yeah, 1 point for pole. So O'Neill going will have 51 points and will have the best lap. The checkered flag has been flown. So yeah, perfect start to the championship for O'Neill going. A race win, 50 points. A pole position, 1 point. Fastest lap, 2 points. 53 in total. Could not have gone better for him. It could have gone a lot better for a few of the drivers, unfortunately. We wish them the best. They won't be featuring until tomorrow, just before the lunch break. So there is opportunity to get those cars fixed and ready to go. The drivers looked okay. So, you know, hopefully we'll see them again. There is another support truck as well going out there, obviously, to help potentially clear up any gravel. The medical car, that's going out as a precaution it may well be needed, but they always send the precautionary medical car out when there has been a big hit, just to make sure that no one needs to get to the medical centre. So, confirmation then of the race results. I remember that these are all provisional in case there's any incidents I need to take care of, but it looked like a fairly clean race. So, Jenson O'Neill going on pole, fastest lap, race win. Thank you very much. Off he goes to have his dinner. Second place, Jacob Hodgkiss. Third place, Finn Leslie. Tommy Harfield getting up to fourth place from fifth. Thomas Merritt dropping from fourth to fifth. Jensen Mason was in sixth with Benjamin Doherty in seventh. Billy Blockley in eighth. A race that he sort of seemed to go backwards more than forward, which is never the way you really want to go. Henry Foote ended up in ninth place with Callie Clifford in 10th. Alfie Garford in 11th place and Jack Burgess in 12th. Aaron Beattie in 13th with Harry Lindley in 14th. 15th was Michael Wheeler. 16th, Hayden Gray. 17th, Maggie Webster. 18th, Atlanta Breton. 19th, Joshua Watts. One of the retirements, unfortunately. And George Foxlow, Daniela Sutton were two of the other retirements as well in 20th and 21st position. Andy McEwen has just walked into the commentary box, fallen off his chair with an ice cream in his hand. But he's given me a Lucozade Sport. The man is a god. Right, so that is a bit of a shame for a few of the other drivers. There's a whole support series and trucks and everything going on over at Druids. We'll get that up as soon as possible. I'm just going to see if what the plan of action with Alpha Live is. So apparently we have the drivers who are nearly ready to have a chat to Richard John Neal. In fact, we can go to him now. Listen to the top three with Richard.
So, Jenson O'Neill going and gets out of the car. Jenson, he's doing handshakes with the other drivers, the absolute sporting thing to do. Mum and Dad here as well, and we'll give him congratulations. Jenson, come on, let's get you over. You've got to do the important bit. There's Dad as well, fist bump with Dad. Well done, congratulations. Perfect stuff for you. Pole position, race win, fastest lap. So you must be very happy. The burger and chips worked, didn't it, this morning?
Yeah, so obviously I'm in my Mark 6, so really happy. But yeah, clearly, well, can't really say much, pole and the overall win. So let's hopefully we can win all of them like we did at Silverstone.
Yeah, bringing that form forward with you. But the championship's well and truly underway now, isn't it? And that's a good thing to get points in the bag. Anything you'd have changed on the car? You don't have to give us the trade secrets, but are you happy with it? Are there little things that you carry forward even at a young age?
Yeah, obviously I change all my setup, tell my engineer, but car was spot on. Good thanks to the team, really.
Nice one. We'll let you get ready for more racing tomorrow. Jenson, congratulations. Got his name right this time. Second position, Jacob Hodgkiss. Let's get Jacob over. Always like having a chat with Jacob. Congratulations. We'll try and do a quick one because we've got TCR build up. P2, that's not a bad way, point scoring wise, to start off.
Yeah, it's not bad. You know, we were going at the end. You know, we did all we could do. He's really quick, but see what we can do next race and race 2 and 3 tomorrow. So.
Junior championships are never easy, and you know to come back, you've got lots of options that you can do, and you know doing well and getting on a podium. I take my hat off to any driver that can do it. It was, I think, from your point of view, a good drive, but it's a long campaign, isn't it?
It is a long campaign this year, especially, but I'm excited for it. You know, we'll see what we can do throughout the season and just try and build on this early position.
We look forward to seeing you many more times on the podium, Jacob. Many congratulations.
Much.
Well done. Congratulations, Jacob Hodgkiss, and in third position for our overall podium, Finn Leslie. Well done, Finn. Of course, we've spoken to Finn as a race winner before, so you're still a rookie, you're a top rookie winner today, but had outright wins in the championship before. Championship proper now, does that give you a different mindset?
Yeah, we need to think more about the championship. You know, it's the very first race of the year. We just, you know, I'm happy with good points to start the year off, and you know, we've still got 2 more races this weekend to try and finish first. You know, I feel like we definitely have a chance this weekend.
I think you will too. Talk us through what you've been up to since we saw you winning last year, coming in and putting a little bit of a marker down. What have your preparations been over the winter?
Well, I went off and raced in the IAME World Finals in Portugal over at Portimao in the seniors. So we did all right. It was a very good experience, but it's done a lot of testing in karts, sort of going different places. I mean, tested in Spain the other week. Yeah, it was sort of keeps you fit for this sort of thing.
Do you carry on with the karting campaign, or do you draw a line under that now you're into cars?
No, I'm still trying to do a bit. You know, with the karting, you sort of out every single weekend, whereas this is maybe once a month. So it's always good to be back in it, I think. So
it keeps you sharp, sort of looking ahead.
Yeah.
Qualifying for race 2, how does that compare with where we saw you on this one?
I think we still start third, don't we? Because it's like where you finish. So I mean, just try and do the same again, get a good start, and try to pick them off one by one.
And what are your thoughts on? I can't remember. Is this your first time at Brands, or were you with us at the festival?
No, this is my first time at Brands, so also learning how to race at Brands is definitely a different thing to sort of factor into it all.
It's a good place, isn't it?
Yeah, very good.
It'd be nice to get you out on the GP circuit one day. It's what a lot of people look forward to. Finn Leslie, congratulations. Good to see you on the podium. Enjoy the rest of the weekend. Probably see you tomorrow.
Yeah, thank you.
So that's our overall podium complete. I'm not sure whether we are in the right frame of mind now to hand over to Andy and a little bit of build-up for our TCR race. We are going to carry on with podium celebrations down here. But before we go TCR, I think a word from a few of our very valued backers.
Got so much weight on my shoulders, enough to knock me out, but I'm still holding the throne. You never know till it's over. You want an honest man, but you don't understand. I won't be here when you wake up again. You want an honest man, but you don't understand. I won't be here when you wake up again. You want an honest man.
We are Big Motoring World, one of the largest car supermarkets in the UK. We have over 5,000 cars in stock. We are big on choice. We are big on value. We are big on quality. We are big on service. We are big on trust. All of our cars come with a 200-point mechanical inspection. We know what is important to our customers, and we have built the business around this because we are big on what matters to you.
Is your business ready to switch over to cloud telephony before the BT analog switch off? If you're not sure, you can get a telecoms and IT health check from Maximum Networks for free, covering broadband, phone systems, IT support and more. Arrange your free audit today at maximumnetworks.co.uk.
Next year, BT switch off their old analogue network for good. Make sure your business is ready to switch over to cloud telephony. Get a telecoms and IT health check from Maximum Networks today, for free. Future-proof your business now. Arrange your free audit today at maximumnetworks.co.uk.
He's all the way around the outside. Miles for the lead. Side by side, who's going to be the bigger man? Welcome back to Brands Hatch, everybody, where we are almost good to go with the opening round of the TCR UK Championship for 2024 in bright sunshine. It really does feel like the first day of summer here today, and it's the first day back at school for our drivers in the TCR UK Championship. Lots of drivers you will recognise, lots of drivers who perhaps you might not recognise making their debuts in the series, and all on the short bull ring of a circuit that is the Brands Hatch Indy layout. Always guarantees drama and excitement. It hosted our final rounds of the 2023 campaign about 6 months ago, but today it is race number 1, and cars will be heading out to the grid very shortly. It's Andy McEwen here in the commentary box to talk you through the race, joined for today by Jack Oliphant. And Jack, you were with me for qualifying earlier on today, and qualifying honestly delivered on the excitement, didn't it? We never quite knew which way that was going to go. We ended up with a debut pole position for Callum Newsham, but neither of the drivers on the front row of the grid have ever won a race in this championship before. And in fact, the man starting alongside Callum, this is his TCR UK debut.
I was going to say, you make a good sort of argument to make them sound like amateurs, which they're absolutely not, obviously. But you're right, I mean, it will be a first if either of those two drivers. We've already had a first, obviously, in qualifying. And not only forget to mention that Callum Newsham obviously set that qualifying lap record as well by beating the previous one by about 0.3 of a second, which is massive around Brands Hatch Indy. We are excited, of course, to see Victor Anderson versus Callum Newsham, but you can't write off the likes of Carl Boardley, Joe Marshall as well. Brad Hutchinson's confident that he basically used qualifying as a test session. He thinks that he might be a bit stronger here in the race. He also thinks his car might break. So, one of those two things might happen.
Do you know, it's funny, I rarely get the opportunity to go up and down the pit lane these days and talk to drivers after qualifying, but I've had the chance to do so today whilst you've been up here manning the fort so ably, and it reminded me that you should never listen to what a racing driver says. Every single one of them, including Callum Newsham, told me that they could have gone quicker in qualifying and that there was more time on the table. The setup wasn't right. They got stuck in traffic. They, blah, 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 whatever the issue was. There's always something that they say prevented them from really achieving their maximum performance. But the trouble is around here, Jack, you don't have to be far off the mark in qualifying to find yourself not 1 or 2 places off the pace, but perhaps 2 or 3 rows back from where you need to be. And I think we have sort of seen that. Adam Shepherd obviously had that troubled qualifying session. He's all the way down in 8th position. Will Powell on his return only 7th. There are quick drivers with work to do.
I think there's probably about 5 or 6 of those drivers out on the grid right now. You wouldn't be surprised if they won a race. So you're right, 1 or 2 little incidents, and obviously with the TCRs and most front-wheel drive championships that take it sort of this seriously, they obviously come in, they swap the tyres front and back to make sure that everything's warmed up as they can. That wastes about 5 minutes, and when you've only got 20 minutes instead of half an hour for qualifying, that's really high pressure then, isn't it? And I think we even gave the commentators curse in the Civics once where we said you have to perform, you do 2 laps and then you have to turn it on. And as soon as we said that, a driver who had warmed up for 2 laps then chucked it off a paddock hill. So it's that sort of pressure that you expect TCR, that those sort of things don't go wrong and that the drivers can perform. But everybody's human, and that's what we saw, isn't it? So it does mean that we might have some exciting moves going forward through the grid and everything like that. And in fact, there is Joe Marshall on your screen in the a newer Audi, isn't it? And it's looking, I mean, that is it's a beast, isn't it?
It's a great looking car, isn't it? The Audi. I know you're partial to an Audi or two.
You're not.
This one I'll make an exception for. This is a very good looking car and a quick car. Joe Marshall will be starting 4th on the grid. Joe last year made his debut in the championship, and I'm desperately trying to remind myself whether he made it onto the podium. I'm sure he did. Yes, had 2 podium finishes last year, both of them 3rd places, one at Knock Hill and one at Silverstone towards the second half of the season. So he got quicker as the year went on, but actually right from the very first round at Snetterton was a podium contender, ended up off the road down at Brundle and Nelson. So Joe is, I think, going to have half a chance of netting some good results this season, maybe going for the championship. Of course, our reigning champion Carl Boardley didn't even make it onto the front row of the grid, and whilst 3rd isn't really a disappointing result necessarily, we do expect the very best from Carl. Spoke to him though earlier on today, and I asked him, I said, it seemed to take you a while to get going in that qualifying session. Was there a problem? He said no. I said, was that the plan then? He said, yeah. So, okay, no dramas then for Carl Boardley. He clearly feels that he's going to have slightly better pace in the race, but he's going to have a tough time dealing with Victor Anderson and Callum Newsham ahead of him.
I was going to say that he's a man of few words, isn't he, Mr. Boardley? Yes. But then you did drag him away from the Leeds game, so maybe he just wanted rid of you. No, he's going to have a headache. He's going to have a challenge. He said, though, in that interview, didn't he, that he sort of fell out of love with racing and he took a season off. And he said last year, if anything, I know he won the championship, which does help, but he said he loves it again. And I think it's the challenge of new drivers and that sort of those people around you to try and push you all the way, and Borley having to use all the tricks that he's obviously learned over the years to try and get the advantage. It's just something that it's nice to see. I was going to say smile back in his face, as I said, you dragged him away from the Leeds game, so I'm not entirely sure there was much of a smile, but a bit of a glint in his eye and a little bit of hunger in the old man's eyes.
There's always a glint in his eye. I mean, Carl Bordley, I saw him developed so much last year, not as a driver, we always knew he was a talented driver, but just his enjoyment that he was taking out of his racing. Obviously he was winning races, that helps. He went on to win the championship, I'm sure he very much enjoyed that, but yeah, to see him really genuinely living for racing again was really, really special. This is a pretty special prospect though. This is the car that will start from the outside of the front row. Victor Anderson, the Swede, making his TCR UK debut in a Lincoln Co, which makes its TCR UK debut. It's a one-off appearance, we believe, this for Victor Anderson. This is the car that will be handed over to former Civic Cup front-runner Ryan Bensley, in fact double race winner now in Civic Cup, Ryan Bensley, for the rest of the season. Ryan is here, in fact, I think that's him just to the left of shot. He's been getting some tips and coaching from Victor, and looking forward to seeing that car out on track. Also, looks like we're going to see this car out on track, Jack, and even as recently as 20 minutes ago, I wasn't sure that was going to be the case.
Well, we saw it out on track 3 times in qualifying, didn't we? And we saw it pull off the track 3 times as well, unfortunately. So he's hoping and praying, he has everything crossed, I'm sure, that he's going to be able to actually stay out. And he actually got a penalty, didn't he, in qualifying? I think you were talking to Phil Kinch earlier on. Obviously, Phil, the guru of everything TCR Civic Cup and anything that goes on this weekend. If you have a question, Phil is the man who will answer it. And
that's an open invitation, by the way. If any of you watching at home have a question, tweet Phil. He will be delighted. He's got all the time in the world.
Absolutely, yeah. And he's on the other side of the TCR social media as well. So if you don't know his own handle, tweet TCR. You'll be fine. He's going to hate us now. But yes, he was saying that there's a few penalties that have been given out, but Adam Shepherd is the big one, isn't he? Who unfortunately didn't have a good qualifying, and then it was rubbed salt in the wounds.
And that was because, if you remember, he pulled off at the side of the road at the back of the pit lane, got assisted back into the pit lane, and then went back out on track. You're not allowed to receive outside assistance and then continue in the session. So that is why he received a penalty. I'm refusing to turn around because I know who has just appeared at our commentary box door, and it's a man who is very excited, I'm sure, to get the new season of racing underway, Phil Kitch, who, all jokes aside, does a huge amount of hard work. We would be simply lost without him. So big thank you to Phil and to everyone who's worked hard over the winter to put this championship together. It's a bit of a different feel to this season. I know that this is your first full season with us, Jack, but I know you've been following the championship in the background, and you know, those of you watching at home, you'll notice there are fewer cars on the grid for this opening round of the championship. There are more on the way, we're reliably informed later on this season, but it does feel to me a bit like a transition year. You know, we had lots of the youngsters came in a couple of years ago, the likes of Alex Lee and Jensen Brickley and the rest of them. They came, they did a few seasons, they've moved on to other things. Naturally, that's the ebb and flow of a championship like this. It is a stepping stone on the touring car racing ladder, and I've every confidence that the team behind the scenes will be working hard, and you know, the grid we've got is a very competitive one.
Yeah, and I think it's supposed to grow by about 3 or 4 drivers right now. Like they just couldn't get down to Brands Hatch, but there will be at Snetterton. And as you said, the likes of Stuart Lyons and Nicky Lyons, I'm sure, will be hitting up people and making sure that they get some drivers who we didn't even know were in the picture coming down to Snetterton as well, or even later down the line and going into the Silverstone rounds and stuff like that. I mean, for instance, there was one story of a car that was supposed to be here, and it spent a week on a shipment container, isn't it, from Germany or something, and they just haven't been able to get it to the grid, otherwise it would be here racing. So it's things like that when logistics sometimes just, they take over, real world happens, doesn't it? So there's Darren Lewis, who sort of was, again, 20 minutes ago thinking about not really sure whether he'd be out as well,
really?
But he's here and he's doing well. So fingers crossed for him that he can get out and maybe improve a little bit, because I don't think it was particularly, it wasn't bad. He's qualified inside the top 10 in 9th place, but his overall pace wasn't the best, was it? So he'll be hoping to maybe latch onto the back of a few of the other drivers and try and go forward.
Bradley Thurston here in another one of the Audis. We have the Gen 1 and the Gen 2 Audi out on the grid. They all compete for overall TCR UK honours, but of course all of the Gen 1 cars, the older spec cars, they compete within that Gen 1 Cup, which is new for 2024, and that is an exciting challenge for those in the slightly older machinery, an opportunity for them perhaps to still have something to fight for, even if they can't quite keep up with the Gen 2s, although we've got a Gen 1 car on the front on pole position in the old spec i30N, and that is the beauty, Jack, of the balance of performance. You know, drivers love to complain about balance of performance, but we love it because it does mean that in theory you can have a car of any age really, as long as it fits the regulations, and if you're capable of setting it up correctly and driving it correctly, you should be more or less on the pace.
And I can't stress enough how TCR's balance of performance is probably one of the fairest in the world, because they don't just take data from this championship. It's not just TCR UK who take the data and then put that balance performance out. It's touring cars, TCR championships from all over the world, Australia, Asia, World Touring Cars, European Touring Cars, Swedish. They take all of the data because all the cars are pretty much identical. You can pick any of these cars and stick it in Australia, and it's perfectly legal to win the TCR Australia. And or Europe or anything like that. Hence why Victor Anderson's here, and he can get on with it so quickly because the car is identical to what he's been doing in Sweden.
That's a very good point, actually, yes, and that was always the idea, that you could jump across from one national championship to another, or onto some of the bigger European championships, and in theory just sort of pick up where you left off, really. You know the car, they might be running on different tyres, they'll be running on different circuits, but in theory should be able to pick up the pace quite quickly. I am massively impressed with young Victor, though, and seeing the rate at which even over that qualifying session he improved and found time. I do think he's going to be a threat in this race. As far as I am aware, and Phil Kinch will appear angrily behind me if I'm wrong again, I'm sure, I do think he scores points. I don't think he's down as a guest driver, Victor. I think he is still eligible for points. So he is still going to be a driver that the others have to contend with if they're going to score points. And points at this early stage of the season, Jack, are so important. That being said, the man on your screen, actually, Carl Bordney, won the championship last year, had a pretty abysmal opening round, really, at Snetterton, then moved to a different team, his current team, for the rest of the season, and things picked up quite nicely. But he didn't get off to the best of start last year and still went on to win the championship.
Yeah, it just goes to show that consistency is key, isn't it, really? It's I think I said it before, and every commentator ever has said it, hasn't it? You can't win the championship on the first round, you can lose it though, and that's what Carl Bordley managed to avoid doing. Even though he didn't have a great race, he didn't have a great opening round, it wasn't bad enough to take him out of championship contention, and that's what you really got to avoid here. It's again something that experience probably tells more than anything else, but yeah, I imagine Victor Anderson will be picking up points from this, mainly because I reckon Nicky and Stuart probably want him to come back at some point as well. I think, yeah, I'll come back, you're in the running for the championship, you'll be fine. So, yeah, it's always a nice thing. But look, I mean, that's a great looking grid, isn't it? Yeah. Let's face it. Okay, there's not as many cars as maybe there will be later in the season, but it does look proper, doesn't it? And hopefully all the cars look that nice coming out the other end of 20 minutes of racing.
Don't know what you're suggesting, Jack. I'm sure they will be immaculate. There is Callum Newsham then, first career pole position in TCR UK for Callum Newsham after a very, very tight qualifying session earlier on today. But Callum Newsham, who has had podium finishes in the championship, I'm fairly sure, in the past, but yet to get onto the top step of the podium. And will he be able to do that today? Yes, he's had 3 podium finishes across his couple of seasons now racing in TCR, but has made a big step forward heading into the 2024 season, Jack.
Yeah, he has, and he's put a marker down, hasn't he? Amazingly, when we were chatting to him in the interviews, both in the pit walk for social media and when we did the qualifying pole position interview, he didn't seem all that animated about it, considering the amount of time that he's been driving and the fact that this is his first pole position. I would have expected him to be a bit more enthused, to be honest. But I mean, I know we do score points. He scored 6 points for pole, but really, the majority of the points obviously come from the racing, which can be a completely different kettle of fish.
Excitable has never been a word I'd use to describe Callum Newsham, to be honest. Even in the car, actually, he's got a very smooth driving style. You know, he is quick, he can be aggressive if he has to be, but certainly not the most aggressive driver on the grid. And yeah, I think, you know, Callum is an interesting character, a bit like his dad, really. Dave Newsham, again, always fairly subdued, fairly calm, cool, collected, but you know, those sort of drivers who can keep their cool even in moments of extreme tension are often the ones who turn out to have the most success. I think you'd throw Carl Boardley very much into that category as well. There he is, looking very relaxed in the car. Relaxed, but perhaps cool is not the best word to use, because it is getting warm out there, Jack, and again, you'll be able to speak from personal experience. In an enclosed car like this, even over just a 20-minute race, it gets rather toasty in there.
Yeah, I think I remember racing at Alton Park once, and it was an absolute heat wave, one of the hottest weekends of the year that year, 30 degrees. And on average, I think in the Genettas it was about 20 degrees hotter in the car, putting the end of the race. So obviously you come out and you are dripping with sweat. It's the reason why a lot of drivers actually have multiple fireproofs, because it is awful in that car, to be honest. And hopefully it won't be that bad. I know it's 20 degrees today, it's a bit muggy and everything like that. That's why a lot of the drivers will have the windows down. To be in a car that can roll the window down is a bit of a luxury. I'm quite amazed, but obviously these are based off road-going cars, aren't they? So it's yeah, a little bit different really, but they'll be warm. They'll need to keep themselves cool. They'll be well hydrated, hopefully, and well fueled over lunch, because of course this is quite quickly after lunch. It should be a peak performance.
Well, you would imagine so.
As racing drivers go.
Exactly, yes. They were all very relaxed when I was down in the pit lane earlier on. They all did seem to be just sort of composing themselves, making sure they were in the right mindset for this opening race of the season, which, as you can tell, is only a minute or two away now. We've got cars on the grid. We have got very few people on the grid because the track has been cleared and the green flag lap now does get underway, and Callum Newsham leads them away then ahead of a 20-minute race. So the race is shortened slightly this year from 25 to 20 minutes, but that's because we have an extra race now at all rounds bar one, Alton Park being a single-day format, just the two races, but it's triple headers for the entire rest of the season. So cars then heading out, as I said, in beautiful sunshine, a big crowd on hand as well. Bear in mind, this is only the Saturday. The Paddock Hill Bend grandstand is fairly full. The spectator area down at Paddock Hill Bend is looking pretty busy as well. The South Bank has a good collection of cars. Lots of people coming out to support TCR UK, and that is exactly what we like to see. So who is going to be the winner of the first round of the 2024 Championship? That is the question, really. Well, Callum Newsham has positioned himself perfectly to add his name to the winners list. He starts from pole position for the first time, with Victor Anderson alongside him in the brand new to TCR UK Victor Anderson, Lincoln Co, I should say. Round number 2 then is where we will find our reigning champion, Carl Boardley, with Joe Marshall-Burks in the Audi, the Gen 2 Audi, lining up alongside him. It's a new car this season for Brad Hutchison, moving from Audi to Cupra, with Luke Sargent likewise moving to a Cupra, starting alongside him. Bill Powell's Honda and Adam Shepherd's struggling Cupra are next. Hopefully Adam's car will make it to the flag in one piece. Then on row number 5, Darren Lewis and Will Beach completing the top 10. Row number 6 then, just in behind them, we have Rick Kerry and Bradley Thurston on the 6th row of the grid. Row number 7 for Mark Smith and Jeff Oldham. And then towards the back of the field, we will have, hopefully, on row number 15, Darryl Wilson, but I'm not actually convinced that he has made it out there. Darryl actually was due to start at the back with a 10-second penalty anyway, but yeah, looking out of the window, I don't see Darryl's car on the grid, which is a bit of a shame. But at the front of the grid, we've got all of the big players present and correct. Newsham versus Anderson, and Jack, we know the first few moments of these races, particularly here at Brands Hatch, can be pivotal.
I think one of the reasons why Callum Newsham wasn't all that buoyant was because he was nervous about the start. He knew Victor Anderson, obviously raced this car many a times. He's very good off the line. Callum knows that's a bit of a weakness of his. So can he sort that out, and can he get his head down and make his way forward and hold off the attack of the rest of the field? We'll wait and see.
Yeah, almost time to find out then. Jeff Oldham's in position at the back of the grid. It is time for another season of racing in TCR UK then. Who is going to come out on top in Season 7? The red lights are on. When they go out, we're away and racing here at Brands Hatch. Can Callum Newsham get off the line? Well, it looks as though he will, but look at Carl Boardley come steaming up the middle of both of them as a hip check immediately, but Anderson will get the lead. The Lincoln Co leads into Paddock Hill Bend for the first time, whilst Carl Boardley tries to sail around the outside of Callum Newsham, which I think he will do. Look at Luke Sargent further back, banging doors with Will Powell. Anderson leads the way. Newsham coming back at Boardley and steams back through into second position, but he was right to be nervous about the start. Out wide now goes Luke Sargent. That's Joe Marshall in 4th, Adam Shepherd in 5th position. A very feisty opening few corners, Jack.
Yeah, it's proper touring cars, isn't it? All of a sudden they're back when we've been waiting for it, but Victor Anderson going to probably complete the first lap in the lead of this race, with Joe Marshall just holding off Adam Shepherd there. Callum Newsom's managed to just shake off Carl Baldwin for the time being, trying to get that nice cutback on Victor Anderson. Our new race leader is going to lead the way over the line, though, isn't he? The Swede, who's come across just for one-off racing, is showing the TCR UK how it's done.
Well, can he lead from the front, though? This is going to be interesting. Newsham will be determined to try and get back past him. Oh, no, that's Luke Sargent around contact, I think, with Brad Hutchison. And Sargent's brand new Cupra gets dumped into the gravel trap. He will do well to dig his way out of there, but I think he's managed to. So Luke Sargent continues, but that's a real shame because he'd had a really, really promising start to the race. But he and Brad Hutchison tangling at Paddock Hill Bend. We see that time and time again, don't we?
You can see it coming from a mile away, to be honest. Even as our camera panned, you can sort of see in the background a blue car just looking up the inside of Paddock Hill. You need to be all the way up the inside to try and make that move stick. And clearly it didn't work. Don't know whether maybe there was a turning across, a closing of the door, but either way it resulted in Sargent obviously going off the road, and I'm sure there will be conversations about that. Far too complicated for us to understand that deal to get involved in, but that is for the judicials afterwards, I imagine. The top three pulling away quite nicely as Marshall tries to hold off. Sorry, that's not Marshall, is it? It's
Yes, it is.
Yes, it is Marshall, sorry. Yeah, and Marshall holds off Adam Shepherd.
Yes, he does. There goes Will Beach through. Looking back for Luke Sargent. There is Luke Sargent, just in behind Rick Kerry. So he dropped down to 10th position from 6th, which was by far the best we've ever seen, really, from Luke Sargent. But unfortunately, his race has been derailed, but it's not over completely. Here he is. Look up the inside of Rick Kerry into Graham Hill Bend. Rick leaves the door open sensibly because I don't think there are many things that would keep Luke Sargent behind right now. He is a fired-up Luke Sargent. He knows he's got the pace, but now has it all to do again.
Yeah, the red mist can be a great thing, it can be the worst thing, can't it, as well? When you're making decisive, assertive manoeuvres, unlike that. Oh, Sargent's gone off again. Sargent's gone wide as we're distracted on the inside by the Audi. Again, still hit checking. Was that the Cupra? I can't actually see who that was. Victor Anderson gets the fastest lap of the race, as there's still people, body parts flapping, people going side by side across the line. This is, well, the TCR's back in it.
What was that you were saying about cars looking immaculate? That didn't take long, did it? That, I think, is Brad Thurston's car with bits of bodywork hanging off it. He's got Darren Lewis and Rick Kerry still trying to battle away with him. This is a nice little gaggle of cars heading through Druids. They've got Jeff Olden not far behind in the Vauxhall as well. But it is the Audi of Brad Thurston that muscled his way through there. That is Adam Shepherd, meanwhile, at the inside of Joe Marshall. So Adam Shepherd's car, touch wood, still going, and is about to go into 4th place, is it? He's got the overlap, he's got the inside line for the timing line, and that will become the inside line for Paddock Hill Bend. But Joe Marshall is going to stand his ground if he can. Is he brave enough to go around the outside, or does he instead try and get the switch back? It looks like he goes for the latter of those options, but it's not going to be successful. Adam Shepherd slips through into the top 4.
Yeah, I think Marshall did the best he could there in just trying to hold on to the back of Shepherd. He knew that the move was just going to hold him up, and really, you've got to look backwards as well. You've got to think about what Brad Hutchison is thinking about doing just behind. He's obviously trying to catch up. He's trying to make moves, a bit of a debris on the track there, but the front three sort of pulled away, and then the battle for 4th place almost looks just as heated, doesn't it? It'll be interesting now to see what if Adam Shepherd's car continues to work, and 2, how quick he is now he's in that free air, because the fastest lap of the race currently is held by Callum Newsham at 48.57. That was on the previous lap. They're just about to cross the line now. Doesn't look like anybody's going to beat it this time round. What can Adam Shepherd do now he's got that free space?
Newsham hops over the curb through Paddock Hill Bend. Well, on that previous lap, Shepherd did a 48.7. That was only a tenth, half a tenth maybe slower than the race leader. But of course, there was an overtake involved there. So this next lap is going to be really interesting. I would say to the eye, he's already starting to bridge what was a 1.6 second gap between himself and the reigning champ, Carl Baldwin. Along the Cooper Straight we go, already a quarter of the way through this opening round of the championship. And what must be going through Callum Newsham's mind now? He did everything right in qualifying. He managed to pip the pole position, but just could not beat the Lincoln Co driver into Paddock Hill Bend. And now overtaking around here, Jack, is not going to be the work of the moment.
No, and Victor Anderson, he'd never driven Brands Hatch up until this weekend. So every lap he does, you could only assume that he's learning an extra little bit. He's learning a little bit harder. There we go. What did we say? Adam Shepherd, fastest lap of the race, a 48.5, a tenth quicker than, no, not quite a tenth, half a tenth quicker than Callum Newsham as he looks all the way around the outside of Victor Anderson. He's making him defend, isn't he?
Oh, Anderson suddenly seems to be off the pace. He's really slowed down the hill into Graham Hill Bend, and Callum Newsham looks to try and get the better run out of the left-hander, but can't quite get the overlap. Now, this is playing beautifully into the hands of Adam Shepherd. You can see him in the background. If the race leader starts to defend, then that gap between the top three and the rest is going to vanish in a heartbeat. Newsham tries to look up the inside at Clearways, but it looks to me all of a sudden, Jack, as though that Lincoln Co is starting to develop a little bit of understeer, and we are only a quarter of the way into the race. This is concerning for the race leader.
Well, Victor Anderson, he's maybe learning the track. He might know how to do it quick as you like in a qualifying lap. As Callum Newsham looks up the inside into Paddock Hill Bend, lights up. Going on the back end of Victor Anderson's car, Newsham hops over the curb. He couldn't quite get all the way up at Paddock Hill, but as he dives towards Druitt, it looks like he's going to have the position. Carl Baldley's there to pop up any scraps, but Andy, I don't think he's going to make it.
No, he's not, because the next corner's a left-hander. That favours Victor Anderson. What does Baldley do? He's going to try and slot in as well. Newsham goes for the switchback, but doesn't have the traction off Graham Hill Bend. This is a sensational opening race of the championship, and it's about to get more exciting because they really are holding each other up now, and Adam Shepherd is almost there with them. Into Clearways corner they go. This the 8th time of asking. Anderson again, not making friends with the apex. Newsham over the curb on the inside, but he just cannot find a gap, Jack.
No, he can't. As I was about to say, there's one thing hot lapping Brands Hatch, there's another thing racing around it and knowing where to defend. Baldley as a headache. Baldley trying to go around the outside of Paddock Hill Bend. It's a completely different idea to what Newsham had. Trying to get that cutback experience from Baldley here, going into Druitt. Victor Anderson might get away here as Baldley up the inside into Druitt. Callum Newsham, and then Adam Shepherd just behind as well. Joe Marshall's probably looking at this and thanking the Lord because he has an opportunity to jump on a podium here. Shepherd's right with them.
All those years of tin top and short oval experience got Carl Baldley that second place, because did you see what he did on the Exeter Druid? He leant on Newsham, forced him wide, and didn't allow Callum the inside line into Graham Hill Bend. That's probably what Callum should have done to Victor Anderson a lap ago. So the reigning champion is into second position. Now what can he do about the race leader? Out of Clearways we come then. We have 12.5 minutes still to go, and it's a four-way fight at the front. Victor Anderson somehow still leads the way. Carl Baldley in second place is only half a second back, and then this is the battle for third. The charging Adam Shepherd at his local track, genuinely seeing half a chance of winning this race. He's on the tail of the leading three, but Callum Newsham is going to be getting more and more frustrated with each lap that goes by.
Yeah, it's stunning, isn't it? It's exactly what we wanted with 12 minutes to go. With this sort of setup, Victor Anderson in on the mix, having to learn how to defend and how to attack, where the overtaking opportunities are, on the fly against very experienced drivers who've driven Brands Hatch Indy 1,000 times, as we see a big puff of dirt coming out of Clark Corner, but I can't quite see who it was.
I think it was Jeff Olden, given the fact a very dirty Astra has just gone past our commentary position, but that's good news. It means he's not stuck in the gravel trap, and no need, therefore, for a race interruption. Out of the final corner we go, and is it me, or is that lead gap starting to grow now? Well, no, it's pretty static, actually. Came down, in fact, by about half a tenth, so never mind. Through Paddock they go. 1, 2, 3, 4, almost 5 of them, with Joe Marshall just struggling to bridge that gap, and Brad Hutchison still sat in 6th position, but they've all concertina together at Druid. It does look to me, Jack, as though Victor is struggling with understeer. The front of the car just not really hooking up with the apex, and Carl Baldley will be seeing that. He'll be sensing an opportunity, and he'll be almost sizing him up, won't he? Just waiting now, trying to figure out where his opportunity will come.
It's very difficult to break into Clark Curve, it has to be said. I've never done it in a front-wheel drive, obviously, but from a rear-wheel drive perspective, I know it's very difficult, and maybe that's why Victor Anderson is struggling to get that tighter line into the apex. I mean, he is still making the apex, just a later one. He's straight lining the exit a little bit more, which is why he's gaining that gap from what we could see, but then it sort of loses it as he goes into Paddock Hill because he's not quite as hot on the brakes. Callum Newsham's the only driver who loves to jump up on that curve, isn't he, really? It's a bit of a different line, and I'm not entirely sure if it's working as well for him, to be honest, because I imagine it's sort of unsettling the car a little bit, and he's sort of struggling to keep it back, but he knows a lot more than me. He got pole here, didn't he? So let's face it, but nobody else seems to be doing it. I wonder if that's anything to do with why Carl Baldley was able to make the move and why Callum Newsham wasn't, or whether I'm just reading too much into it.
Well, that's sort of our job, I suppose, but that Hyundai does look a little bit softer than some of the cars around it, as if it's set up specifically to do that, and you know, that could well affect the way the car's going to handle in the second half of the race, because we are only now approaching half race distance. It's hard to imagine, really. We've had a whole race worth action and still 10 minutes to go. having said that Anderson's struggling with understeer, he gets off Clearways and Clark Kerr really well, doesn't he? He was telling me earlier on today that the Lincoln Co.'s big advantage is really on corner entry, braking into the corners, but it seems to have decent traction off the turns. It's just the mid-corner space where he's lacking speed, where he's lacking, but as long as he parks the car on the apex and doesn't let it drift out too wide, Carl Boardley, with his championship hat on very much, will not necessarily want to take a big risk.
No, it's all about knowing your car, isn't it, really? I mean, I know we were talking about the balance of performance earlier on, but that doesn't mean that each car doesn't have its own individual characteristics. Some people, some drivers might say that, let's say the Hyundai is soft, so it likes to ride the curve. The Audi might have a top end that's a little bit stronger to go into the corners. Each car will have that individual sort of makeup, but it's about knowing those cars, and that's what we were saying in qualifying about the drivers having to learn the cars that they've had to jump into. Adam Shepherd being one of them. Callum Newsham's obviously within that car last year. So was Carl Boardley. So it's no real surprise to see that they've started just as strong as they finished.
Now they've got traffic on the horizon. This is Jeff Alden's Astra. Where does he go? Pulls out of the way. Nice driving, Jeff, to allow the leading group through. Carl Boardley really closes up through Paddock Hill Bend and Druids, but then the second half of the lap just seems to drop away slightly back into the clutches of Callum Newsham, who hasn't given up on his hopes of winning this race either and grabbing a first career victory in TCR UK. He's very, very close to the back of Carl Boardley's car. Tries to take the wide line into Clearways to cut back to the inside at Clark Kerr, but Carl Boardley sees off that particular challenge. It does have a bit of a pressure cooker feeling to this to me though, Jack, because Victor Anderson cannot get away, that is fairly obvious. Carl Boardley can't really settle for second because he's under so much pressure from Newsham. Snap for Newsham, really. He's got Adam Shepherd right behind him. At some point, you feel something has to give.
Well, Shepherd and Newsham are not sitting there out of choice. They are flashing the lights. They are giving everything to try and get past. Not that anybody's going to take any notice of flashing lights, but they're there to try and put them off. They probably can't even see them with the sun shining. But it's not like they're trying to say, OK, I'll just happily sit here for the last 5 minutes. No, Callum Newsham wants to be the driver to go and take the fight to Anderson. He saw one opportunity, he didn't take it, he failed at that. That lost him the position in second place, and he's lost the responsibility to face forwards. Carl Boardley, I don't think, really has the overall pace of what we've seen this weekend to challenge Anderson for the race win, whereas we know Newsham does. The problem is Newsham doesn't have the track space, so it's a bit of a cat and mouse situation now, and I think Victor Anderson will probably be quite happy seeing Boardley in his rearview mirrors compared to Newsham. Just a thing.
Yes, I suspect you may well be right. Callum Newsham's race, they're not quite going to plan for the time being. Unfortunately, he's also lost the lap record in this race. He set that here at the back end of last season, but Adam Shepherd has managed to beat it by about half a tenth. So that fastest lap of the race for Adam Shepherd is a new lap record around the Brands Hatch Indy circuit. So really just sort of illustrates that point, doesn't it? That the level of competition on this grid has definitely taken a step forward. Drivers have found an extra bit of performance, be that in themselves or a new car, and Adam Shepherd now looks to try and use that to break into the podium places. We are 16 laps in already to this opening round of the TCR UK Championship. Victor Anderson continues to lead, and I think technically has led the entirety of the race. He's led at the line at the end of every lap, but never, Jack, by more than a car length or two.
No, I don't think it's as easy as he was probably hoping, was he? This TCR UK malarkey, and I think everybody else, that might be, said in the sort of preview, it might just up the bar a little bit to make everybody else sort of push that little bit harder as a couple of other drivers jump out of the way with blue flags and stuff like that. Well done to them. A couple more actually. And Carl Boardley, I don't know whether Victor Anderson got a little bit caught up there with was that the 28th of Thurston, the RS3, yeah, so the Gen 1 RS3. That's all of a sudden allowed Boardley to have a little bit of a think about it and give Anderson something to think about. He's going defensive into Paddock Hill Bend.
Yes, and we know that car's been prone to a bit of understeer. Does that mean he washes wide on the exit? No, it's Boardley who goes wide, and Callum Newsham sees an opportunity, goes to the inside line for second place, but Boardley sends it round the outside instead, almost challenges for the race lead. Out of Druids they go. It is somehow still the Lincoln Co that leads, but Carl Boardley has now got Callum Newsham all over him. Down through Graham Hill, then perfect switchback from Newsham. 10 out of 10. He's up the inside line, and surely through the left-hander at Surtees, Jack, second place will be his.
Yeah, it deserves a round of applause. It doesn't deserve second place. Carl Boardley keeps hold of it. Adam Shepherd's up the inside, going into Clark Curve. Adam Shepherd may well take third place. Callum Newsham Nation goes from hero to zero and is all the way back down into 4th position for him. It's not going his way at all.
Oh, poor old Callum Newsham really hasn't done anything wrong in this race. Every time he tries to go forwards, it doesn't work, and he ends up losing a place. Adam Shepherd then is on the podium with 5 minutes left to try and do something about the two in front, but that was all caused by Victor Anderson getting a slow run off the final corner, slower than normal. He defended at paddock, and it bottled the whole group together.
That's stunning, isn't it? Really, and there goes Callum Newsham again, trying to just nibble or crowbar a little gap open from Adam Shepherd, but he wasn't having any of it. Slammed it right shut. This is my position. I will go forward. If you want to get forward, you'll have to follow me, son. And well, Carl Boardley, again, looking in his rearview mirror, he'll have a little bit of a gap. 4.5 minutes is a long time to hold on to a position in TCR UK. I'm learning that quite quickly, Emma. You probably know that already. But I mean, just a reminder for Adam Shepherd fans out there, he started in 8th.
Yes.
After a penalty and his car breaking down twice in qualifying. So he's not out of the woods just yet, but it's an impressive performance so far.
Started 8th after only one test session yesterday, half a qualifying session this morning with a car that kept breaking down, and that he genuinely, about half an hour before the race, told me he didn't think he'd be out on track. And here he is in 3rd position. He's done this before here at Brands Hatch, though. The first year he came to Brands Hatch, there was a race, I think it was maybe race 3 of the weekend, where, again, half an hour before the race started, he told me, no, I'm going home. I've sent all of my guests home because I'm not going to get out for the last race. They fixed the car, they got him on track, and guess where he finished? On the podium. That was his first ever podium in TCR UK, and he might be about to add another to that tally.
Always the way, isn't it? Sometimes it's just the pressure being lifted that can help that sometimes, isn't it? And you never know when your good luck is actually going to strike, and if you're Callum Newsham, you're probably thinking it's never going to strike. To be fair, if you're Adam Shepherd, you probably think it was never going to strike either. But Carl Boardley holding on to that 2nd position very well. He'll be satisfied in the knowledge that if he comes 2nd place behind Victor Anderson, not the end of the world, because he fully well knows that Victor is probably not going to be here for the rest of the season. That means that it's as good a point scoring as anybody can ask for, really, for Carl Boardley. There is a long way to go, though, for the time being. So I can tell you what I'm jealous of. I'm jealous of you and Paul getting to cover this tomorrow in the commentary box. I'll be watching from the sideline, trust me, but it's going to be sensational stuff tomorrow with the top 10 reverse grid as well. Oh, my days.
Exactly. We haven't even got to the reverse grid race yet. That's normally the best race of the weekend, but it will take quite some doing to top this one. Brad Hutchison, by the way, has just been in and out of the pit lane. I'm not sure whether that was to serve a drive-through penalty. We did hear that his collision with Luke Sargent was under investigation, but haven't actually heard any official word as to a penalty, so maybe it was damage, maybe it was an issue. Interestingly, he's rejoined the circuit, and guess who the car behind him is? Luke Sargent. So the two who tangled at Paddock Hill Bend earlier on have found each other once more, but that is not where the attention needs to be directed. We have 2 minutes and 20 seconds to go, and Carl Boardley has not given up on a race win. It seems to me, Jack, that ever since Adam Shepherd broke through into 3rd position, he might have the new lap record, but he doesn't seem to have the pace to go after the leading two. That's actually, ironically, relieved a bit of the pressure from Carl Boardley. Will that be what he needs to go and unlock the door for the race lead?
I think the first 2 corners, Boardley is very strong on the brakes, isn't he? But it does seem that Victor Anderson has the flow of the back half of the circuit quite nicely, which is helping him just to not have to worry too much about behind. Obviously, Druids, we know, is such a powerful overtaking manoeuvre, but really Boardley needs to be right on the back bumper of Anderson's car now to then force him into a different line going in. But you'll probably see going into Druids, look at how much they close in. That Cooper's really strong. I mean, he outbroke himself there, but he's really strong on the brakes, even if he doesn't outbreak himself. But as soon as they go towards Surtees and Clark Kerr, it just seems that Anderson has a flow through Surtees that is sort of meaning that he's just got something, he's got an extra 10th or so in this sector of the track that the others don't, which means he's just sort of invulnerable to a move potentially.
Yeah, which is interesting because this is the part of the circuit I identified that he seemed to be struggling at, but it goes to show what I know, because actually he's getting off this corner better than anyone, and that means that he's free from attack into really the best overtaking opportunity on the circuit up at Paddock Hill Bend. That is where they head now, with time for 2 more laps. So this is the penultimate lap of what has been a very, very entertaining opening round of the championship. Carl Boardley heading through the part of the circuit at which he seems to excel, and there is more traffic up the road. I think that might be Mark Smith's Cupra, and just ahead of it Will Beach's Golf. So Anderson not out of the woods. One little mistake here, and Boardley is more than within striking range.
On the last lap, it was 0.2 of a second to the advantage of Carl Boardley. So there is still pace in him. Victor Anderson is not impervious to losing this one, but as you said, he is in the driving seat. He could end up, if he just gets past this traffic on the straight, how well behaved is the traffic going to be? It's, as I see, a 22 of Kerry in the Cooper TCR. Not as well behaved as Victor Anderson would like, having to make him lunge up the inside, going into paddock kill. That's going to put him right offline. Kerry needs to move out of the way. And here comes Carl Bordley. He'll see that opportunity, and so will Shepherd into Druids. There's lockups, there's contact. Shepherd wants to get on the inside of Carl Bordley, and I think he might manage it.
Oh, here we go through Druids for the final time. There was definitely contact from Shepherd to Bordley. They're all still there. They're all still in the same position, but there is damage to the back of Bordley's car, to the front of Shepherd's car, and that might have just let Victor Anderson off the hook. Towards Surtees they go for the final time. This is one of those races that you wish hadn't been shortened by 5 minutes, but this is the final lap of the race. Into clearways they go. Victor Anderson, I think, is going to do it. He didn't quite get pole position, but it is going to be a victory on debut for both Victor and for the Lincoln Co. What a sensational drive. Victor Anderson wins round number 1 of TCR UK here at Brands Hatch, with Carl Bordley second and Adam Shepherd on the podium in third and Callum Newsham in fourth. What a race that was, Jack. TCR UK is back in style.
Absolutely was, yeah. And Victor Anderson providing the entertainment, providing the options for entertainment, shall we say, but really all the action actually came from behind, with Carl Bordley, Adam Shepherd, Callum Newsham, Joe Marshall, Brad Hutchinson earlier on as well, and Sargent. So, I mean, there's so much to talk about there, and there's so much to go through. Andy McEwen has already put on his running trainers, and he's going down to try and catch an interview with the top 3, and wow, what an interview. I'm sure they'll have stories to tell. Confirmation of the full rundown of the order before we reveal the big motoring world moment of the race as well. There's a fair few. Me and Andy were just sort of debating silently in sort of sign language about which one to give it to there. I had my vote for one, Andy had a vote for another, so we'll give a shout out to both of them. But as the confirmation of the race results will come in, I'm sure the drivers will probably need a little bit of a break from that. There they are. Victor Anderson wins the race by 2.5 tenths of a second to reigning champion, the number 1, Carl Bordley, who, as I said earlier, really that's the most amount of points he could hope to score, because Victor Anderson is not going to be here for the rest of the season, although he does score points for this round. Adam Shepherd will get the fastest lap point. He will also get 3rd place in the Coupe de Leon competition. Callum Newsham entering 4th place, as Andy said, didn't really do anything wrong, but he was never really in the right place. He sort of couldn't really be as decisive as he wanted to, couldn't make the moves going forward. He drops down into 4th position after starting on pole. Joe Marshall, never really in the fight to go forward. He was in 5th position. He was more of a spectator, but he had one hell of a seat. 6th place was Will Powell, making up good positions, to be fair, after starting a little bit further back. I actually can't find Will Powell. He started in 7th place, actually, so my apologies. He moved up 1 position. Darren Lewis was in 7th. Luke Sargent was in 8th after being hit off earlier by Brad Hutchison. 9th was William Beach. Rick Kerry was in 10th. Mark Smith in 11th. Jeffrey Alden in 12th. 13th in the end, 2 laps down. I'm guessing retirement was Brad Hutchison. We sort of lost where his car went. And Bradley Thurston was in 14th position. And that was pretty much all the drivers that we had out there, because unfortunately Darrell Wilson didn't get out. The big motoring world moment, we decided to give it to that Carl Bordley overtake. The opportunistic move into 2nd place. Again, Callum Newsham not really doing anything wrong, but couldn't make the move into 1st. Meant that Bordley saw the opportunity and went for it. My vote, to be fair, also was given to Adam Shepherd getting into 3rd as well. Again, both the victim was Callum Newsham, but it was again sensational opportunistic driving. Before we were going to have a look at the Civic Cup a little bit later on, but before that, we've got plenty more action here to fill your Saturday stream with. We just had the TCR, we've already had the Fiesta Juniors, we've had the SW Motorsport Club Sport Trophy. The next BRSCC support package race will be the Hickford Construction MG Metro Cup. Before we have the Demon Tweaked Audi TT Racing Championship, that's Group A and B. We've got split grids here in car racing. I bet you didn't think we'd be seeing that anytime soon in British Motorsport. The Audi TT doing an absolutely sterling job of pricing themselves absolutely perfectly and providing a great championship to go and race in. After that, at 20 to 5, will be the AirTech Motorsport Fiesta ST150 Championship, before we finally get the Miltech Sports Civic Cup Championship at 5:15. The final detailed Fiesta ST150 Challenge rounds out the day. If you want to hear from our top 3, well, you're in luck, because Andy McEwen has all the stories and all the drivers down there in the pits.
Well, what a phenomenal opening round of the TCR UK Championship that was, in blazing sunshine here at Brands Hatch, and the TCR drivers have warmed us up nicely for what is to come in the rest of the season. Let's dive in, shall we, and chat with our race winner, Victor Anderson, who is just down here. Victor, let's get you in front of the backdrop and have a chat after what was an incredible race. We've got your winner's cap there as well. Victor, try and sum up for us, if you can, just how difficult it was to keep the lead.
It was difficult. I was unsure how the start would go. Made a quite good launch, or Callum didn't make it perfect, so I managed to get P2 first in the first corner. And then, yeah, it was calm a few laps, but most of the laps it was not calm. It was a lot of side view mirror looking. But yeah, it paid off in the end. Some bumps on the rear bumper I see from another driver, but it's worth it. It's so good. It's my first win in touring car racing, actually. So nice, so happy.
And what a great way to do it as well, fending off the reigning champion, a local expert in Adam Shepherd as well. And you never could relax, could you? Because they were so close to you the whole time.
Yeah, so true. I mean, it was a real exhausting race, a good exercise, very hot in the car. But yeah, big thank you to the team, to Link & Co, Pro Alloys Racing. The car was mega.
Excellent, congratulations, Victor Anderson then. Victor in the opening race of the season. Let's have a wander over this way, shall we, and have a chat with Carl Boardley. A big crowd of people down here wanting to get a little piece of the action, but let's see if we can just dive in and have a word with Carl. It's not in showroom condition anymore, is it? What was that all about?
I don't know, you'll have to ask Adam.
It was an exciting race to watch, obviously. I mean, this is touring cars after all, and it did seem that you were all kind of getting a bit bottled up behind Victor. Were you trying to be patient there and just not take any risks?
Trying to be patient, not take too many risks. There was no need to. It was a fairly easy second place, really, wasn't it? So it was one of those. I just kept putting the pressure on when I see some back markers coming towards us. And obviously he was really, really tentative with the back markers. So that was the ideal opportunity. But then obviously, I don't know whether Adam realised that there was a car in front of me or what, but I've checked up, he hasn't. And yeah, we've got a load of rear damage that's ended up being a load of front damage on the car in front as well. So it's unnecessary. It's just a bit silly to start the season with. But like you say, it's touring car racing. We'll get on with it, we'll mend it, and we'll go again.
And good points in the bag as well. Congratulations, Carl Boardley. Second place for him. Now, where is Adam Shepherd? He's just down here. This is the very same Adam Shepherd who told me not long before that race that he probably wasn't going to be on the grid. You were on the grid, 8th place to 3rd. Not bad going.
No, very difficult start to the weekend. We had some issues that we inherited when we bought the car. So the most laps I've done before that race is about 4 in this car. So all learning. I think we got the fastest lap, which was good.
Lap record?
Was it a lap record? Oh, okay. So no, it's good. I enjoyed that.
All got a bit physical at the end there, but I think everyone was getting stacked up in the back markers, weren't they?
Yeah, we come up into Druids, and they all checked up a lot harder than every other lap. And I hit the brakes as hard as I could and locked up, which then I sped up and then caught Carl. And obviously unintentional. When he went wide, I lifted and let him come back in front. So not ideal. I don't like any contact, but it happens sometimes, unfortunately.
Absolutely. Solid start to the season. Well done, Adam Shepherd. 3rd place for him. Now, let's very quickly try and have a chat with Will Beach, who is over this way. Sorry, mate. Because Will Beach comes home as the winner, first ever winner of the Gen 1 Cup. Not a bad start to the season, Will.
No, a great start. I've got to thank the lads for preparing the car for me. I forgot them earlier, so there they are.
Yeah, we got that in this time. That was needed. And your car doesn't seem to have a scratch on it. I think about the only car out there that stayed out of trouble.
Well, I had a bit of a rub-in with Rick Kerry and the hairpin, and then I got my head down and tried to keep on with the Gen 2 lads, but there's just no way chance of keeping up with them. But very, very chuffed, very pleased.
Well, congratulations on the Gen 1 Cup victory. Very quickly, let's have a word with our Goodyear Diamond Trophy victor, Darren Lewis, who is over here. Darren, that was a pretty intense race, I think, for everyone. We were focused, quite understandably, on the lead battle, but you were in the thick of the action as well.
Yeah, I first time in the car, so messed the start up. Proper messed the start up. I think I ended up 15th going into turn 1. So I was on the back foot. And then it was a case of just trying to get back past people and damage limitation really, but we've had a bit of a problem with the car all weekend, but things should have turned the corner, so hopefully, but compared to the Audi I had last year, it is much night and day different, so yeah.
What's the biggest difference?
It goes around the corners. It's just better everywhere, mate. It turns. You know, the Audi was really heavy and sluggish. I think with this we have to put like 45 kilos in with me, and I'm not the slimmest of racing drivers. But no, it's really good, mate. Not the result I wanted. I wanted to try and go forward, but we've got another 2 races tomorrow, so see how we go.
Not a bad start. Well done, Darren, then on the victory in the Goodyear Diamond Trophy. Right, that is it from TCR UK for the time being. We've got Civic Cup action up a bit later on, but as you can probably hear, we've already got the Metros heading out for their next race.
Thank you very much there, Andy. Yes, we have, and I can tell you that Robbie Kenning was on pole position with Mike Williams alongside him, and as I have a quick look at TSL, Williams is still in the race. Mike Williams has moved up from 2nd into 1st, with Moore moving up from 4th into 2nd. Trevitt has appeared to have stayed in 3rd place. Kenning has dropped 3 positions to 4th. So that's currently how the top 5 sort of stands. Williams, Moore, Trevitt, Kenning and Simpson. The top 10 you can see on the left-hand side of your screen now, actually, which is a little bit of an easier way of looking at it. The MG Cup. I was just trying to find my notes on it, really. There we go. MG Metro Cup, I should say, actually. Championship with history. Began in 1992. Dedicated to Spec Rover and MG Metros. And as you can tell, technology hasn't exactly moved on since then. A bit of a classic car and a classic race series, it seems. With Mike Williams, as I said, who is currently pushing on strong. What was the qualifying times? Yeah, there was less than a 1/10 of a second between the 1st and 2nd place drivers, with John Moore and Dick Trevitt behind, with Dal Willers qualified in 5th place, but Willers at the moment is not in 5th place. I'm just going to be able to bring that up. Sorry, all the notes after that TCR UK have sort of race have gone all over the place a little bit, but Willers is down in 7th, not had the start that they were hoping for. Fastest lap has gone the way of Mike Williams as well with 58.47, has just managed to achieve that. 15-minute qualifying, 1 20-minute race and 1 15-minute race, which will be on later tomorrow. Big dive looking at the inside there on the 96 by the 89. That was Kenning and Trevitt. That fight for sort of 3rd place. Trevitt obviously trying his best to hold on to it. The fight for the race lead, though, is nice and close. Sorry, that's 2nd place, actually. Moore and Trevitt. The race leader, Williams, is pulling away somewhat. The fastest lap of the race actually gone to Simpson in the number 16, down in 5th position. As around the inside, sorry, as I was looking at my notes, the 89 is going for it on Trevitt. This is Kenning trying to get onto the podium, but didn't manage to get it. I think Trevitt had a better run out of the corner, even though he was on the wider line. He was able to get the full throttle a lot earlier than the rest of them going into Paddock Hill then. Oh, big hit in the curve. That'll hurt in one of these cars. I wouldn't be surprised if there's suspension damage on one of these, actually. That looks like a really big hit in comparison to, say, Callum Newsom's Hyundai that we were just watching in the TCR. I think what that's done is actually sort of brought Kenning into the clutches of Simpson. There are 2 types of cars here. In 3rd place, for instance, Trevitt is the MG Metro Turbo, whereas the everybody else pretty much on the grid is running, well, everybody else in the top 12 anyway, is running in the is the Rover Metro 100. And then finally, the only outlier is Deacon in 14th place for the MG Metro 1380. I'm guessing that's a 1.4 litre engine. Mike Williams was a runner-up in 2023 and the 2021 champion. So there's no real surprise to see him right at the front end of the order and pulling away from the competition as well. Having said that, is that for the race leader? It looks like it's coming down ever so slightly, I would say. No, that's towards the back. That's the 8th place fight, isn't it? I was going to say, that's definitely not the cars I was expecting to see. Tim Davies in the bright red with Tim Shooter shooting a shot around the outside here at Druids. And I tell you what, that's one hell of a move. He doesn't get hung out to dry, he gets the grip. Skinny little tyres that these cars are on, and he gets into Graham Hill Bend. Very nice work there by Tim Shooter. He'll be very glad to watch that one back. Now this is the fight for the race. 2nd place, not the race lead, it's Mike Williams. I keep making the mistake, but Mike Williams is actually so far ahead. He's sort of dropping the rest of them. The tune was 1.5 seconds he was leading. It's going to be further than that, I think. Yep, 2 seconds. As 2nd place, John Moore has to think about fighting with Dick Trevitt. No launch over the curb this time from any of the top 5 drivers. Mark Eels, 2022 champion, not running in this particular race, which is a bit of a shame really, but he was the 2022 champion, obviously won it after Mike Williams won the 2021. And of course the 2023 runner-up was Mike Williams, but the 3rd place was Matthew Simpson. Matthew Simpson running in 5th place in this race as Williams makes sure he gets past the back marker. Nice and easy. There are race winners up and down this order though. John Moore, race winner at Snetterton, as again there is more traffic parked on the inside of the circuit there. Luckily, I think the likes of Dick Trevitt, Robbie Kenning, Matthew Simpson get away with that one, but I think John Moore may well have been held up a little bit. Heading down towards Paddock Hill Bend then. No look for the move. I can hear squeals of tyres as they complain about being tortured under braking and getting into the apex. Some of the, again, the back markers staying on the inside of the circuit, which to be fair, the faster cars do have to be the ones responsible for getting past. If you tuned in for wondering what on earth is coming up on your screens in the next couple of hours over the rest of this afternoon, well, we do have Richard John Neal, who's down in the pit lane reporting. He'll be doing the race, post-race interviews and everything like that. We're in a couple of, well, in about 12 minutes time as we get a missed apex there by Trevitt. But again, he gets that exit lovely, doesn't he? He gets the ability to sort of get his foot down a lot closer, probably in between Trevitt and Kenning's lines. It's probably an optimal one where it's not too tight out and you can get the corner, you can get the power down early, but you're also not scrimping too much speed to try and get all the way to the apex. Big slide by Trevitt there. The 96, really, I said that you can hear torturing tyres, and I think it's every time you go through Paddock Hill Bend to try and keep up any kind of minimum speed, which is absolutely essential in these cars. It's all about those skinny little tyres and just trying to make sure that you get you don't scrub it as much as possible. They look great fun to drive, it has to be said. Naturally aspirated 1380cc maximum, that is, of course, for the A series engines. You can be 3 or 5 door apparently. In the turbo A series is a maximum of 1.3 litre engine at 1293cc. And you can have the 3 or 5 door Metro 100s, which you allowed 1.4 engines actually. But they all look very, very well balanced actually, because you're looking at a fair few cars that are all of a sudden on the same bit of tarmac, running very, very closely to each other, especially with Trevitt's MG Metro Turbo. The current champion, Reese Clayton, I don't think is with us this weekend. I was trying to find out earlier on a little bit about where he's racing these days, but couldn't quite locate anybody actually to let me know. I think too busy recording stuff for other championships, and meant that I couldn't quite sort of get over to the paddock. But tomorrow I'm looking forward to doing that. I'll pass the information on to Andy McEwen, who'll be in the box tomorrow with Paul O'Neill for the Civics and TCRs. I'll be doing the socials, and Andy will be covering all of the BRSCC support series like this MG Metro, like the Fiesta, the ST240s, the ST250s, 240s, 150s as well, Audi TTs. The Club Sport Trophy gets a pack up and go home, so they won't be featuring tomorrow, but there'll again be 2 more races from the Civics and the TCRs. I'm just having a look what's going on with Phil Goodwin here. Number 3 looks very interested in trying to crack. Well, he's already in the top 10. He wants to get past Davies into 9th position. all over the back of him, going for that wider line. Can he get that cutback? Is that what he's aiming for? Last of the late breakers. Davis trying to just about hold on in the red Metro. Lovely little cutbacks on here for Phil Goodwin. He's all over the white line. This could be very touch and go. Nicely late on the brakes there by the 29 Tim Davies, just getting his car right where he needs it to be. Late on the brakes, going down into Graham Hill Brent though. It's Phil Goodwin. He's not going to take this one lying down. Why would he? 9th place is up for grabs with 9 minutes to go. This is, of course, the championship as well. First of the season yet again. I don't think it's going to be a regular TCR UK support series, but it is going to be featuring on the BRSCC packages all over the country. So if you fancy it, you like the look of it, by all means, get in touch. I imagine you can pick these cars up fairly cheap and get them all specced out for this this championship. That's what these club sort of championships are really all about. I imagine a lot of these will be privateers. In fact, I think all of them will be privateers. And there'll be a lot of sort of camaraderie in amongst the ranks as well, and probably everybody sharing the parts as well, to be honest, and making sure that everybody can get out there on circuit. Because what's the point in getting out there on circuit if you've got no one to race against? So Mike Williams still leading. The gap's come down just a touch to John Moore, but John Moore to Dick Trevitt has come down a touch more because Dick has just gone and put the fastest lap of the race in a 58.32. And again, there could be problems here for John Moore because he's having to defend as Dick Trevitt looks up the inside. They look pretty sharp in the, well, I'd say sharp in the brakes. They don't look particularly like they hit the brakes hard and absolutely fly to the floor, but you can see how well they ride all the different sort of sections of the track, the curbs and everything like that. They just look really fun to drive, these things. There's no wonder that it's quite a well-stocked grid. Oh, move at the inside there for second place, and it's John Moore having to lose out to Dick Trevitt. That's been coming for a while, you get the impression. Robbie Kenning, who's in fourth, will probably be interested in maybe a little move into Paddock Hill Bend if John Moore hasn't quite got the run, but it looks like John's actually going to go for the high, wide and handsome route on Dick Trevitt, or is he throwing the fake, trying to get at the inside? All of them just about avoid the curb. And Dick Trevitt, who, as we said last lap, got the fastest lap, then made the overtake, and here comes Robbie Kenning around the outside of John Moore. He's a little bit too far away from the car, he's a little bit too far away from the inside. Admittedly, to be fair, on these sort of classic cars, you don't really want to be hitting them. I can't imagine there's too many spare parts flying about, or brand new spare parts. Anyway, there's probably plenty on eBay that you can get. But Robbie Kenning looking to the inside into Surtees, wants to fake it out. Maybe he wants John Moore to make the move on Dick Trevitt and then take advantage of both of them being slow going through Clark Curve. They all keep calm for the time being. They almost look like they're taking that the Victor Anderson line, which Andy was thinking maybe it was a little bit of touch of understeer. I think he was just more straight lining the exit actually to try and get the best run into Paddock Hill Bend, which is what meant that he couldn't actually get overtaken into it. It's a good sort of defensive tactic. You do leave yourself slightly open going through Clark. Dick Trevitt's leaving himself wide open though. How does he carry that much speed, missing the apex? He throws everything at the car. Those tyres must be tortured as Robbie Kenning looks. Thinks better of it, almost a little bit too late. It's absolutely sensational stuff, isn't it? These three drivers fighting for second place, having the time of their lives out there. Brands Hatch really designed, in my opinion, for cars like this. Kenning missing Graham Hill. The apex is somewhere in that postcode, Kenning. Trevitt manhandling the car. You can see how much he's having to turn that wheel. Turn it in. Oh, there's another back marker. Having to move out of the way. That's not going to help him at all. It didn't really hurt him actually either, did it though? He's carried so much speed, does Trevitt. He does a really good job. I imagine keeping that turbo within range so he doesn't have any turbo lag is a skill in itself. Maybe that's why he throws so much speed going through Paddock Hill Bend. My goodness. It is scary to watch him go through there, but he's hanging on to it well, to be fair. Much better than I could possibly hope to imagine. Well, there's a slide even going in, there's a slide coming out, he's understeering, he's oversteering, and he's somehow still in second place. Such good car control in a way, while equally not being the smoothest car out there. Again, these skinny little tyres on front-wheel drive cars going to show that they are a lively bunch. And anybody who thought, looking at the schedule and thought, ooh, MG Metro Cup, not sure how that one's going to look. Just jump into one of these cars. It looks sensational. Again, they all seem to be missing the apex, but just happy to carry that momentum. Robbie Kenning, the only driver that's really aiming to get every single apex, but he's the driver who's in 4th place at the moment out of these 3. 4 minutes to go as they cross the line with Mike Williams pulling away. Trevor, that's the closest he's got to an apex for about 5 laps. So fair play to him. If you're talking about last lap compared to their best times, oh, we've had a bit of an off. We have 88 off the road. That's Zach Gardner. Jumps over the road. And where is that? Is that going up towards Druids? I see a yellow flashing light. Yeah, Druids, that one, unfortunately. So 3 minutes and 30 seconds to go. We've seen safety cars been pulled out from a Clio in the club sport race. Earlier on, as Moore looks Kenning looks up the inside of Moore, but again, I think Moore's just more than happy to have missed that apex, and although it leaves the gap open a little bit, he can get his foot down. It looks like we're just keeping, yeah, we're still green. It's just a yellow flag going into Druids. Bit of a shame, because that's a great overtaking opportunity. There's a big puff of smoke. That's going to be a problem. Who's going to end up in the gravel, or is it a blown engine? It may well be a blown engine as we have a spin. There's going to be oil on the track. That's all I can assume. As John Moore goes round, that much smoke and a car still going normally means the engine's gone, which normally means there's oil. Somebody has gone off. Yep, I believe it was whoever was dropping that oil, and that engine has gone off on the outside of Druid. Just on the entry, but on the outside. So we actually have 2 cars sort of parked up there. One of them actually literally parked into the gravel. Starting to look like a bit of a queue almost. The driver's out the car, but that's going to be a big problem going through Paddock Hill Bend if there is oil on the circuit. Not only for these Metros. I'm looking at the rest of them. Everybody else seems to be taking the normal line through it, so maybe there wasn't, or maybe he just got unlucky and that spin. Was it a 20, is that 20, 28, 29? Is that Davis in the 29? They've thrown the checkered flag early. Is that Williams? It was Williams, it's the 28, it's the race leader. It was Williams. I was so preoccupied thinking it must have been the 29 who was in 10th place in Davis, but no, it was the race leader. That means Dick Trevitt ends up taking the victory. What on earth happened to our race leader? Well, hopefully Richard John Neal will be able to find out, maybe from the perspective of a few of the other drivers who were doing podium interviews, of course. There's Dick Trevitt, who has more, well, he has more race wins and hit apexes than that one, but you know what, if you win the race, who cares? He drove it superbly. He was throwing all the minimum speed through drifting it. He was having a great time, giving us some great entertainment. So fair play to him. Kenning in 2nd place, Moore in 3rd, Simpson in 4th, and Williams rounds out the top 5. But the big news at the end of that one was definitely the fact that Williams in 14th place now ends up off, and Gardner, of course, on the outside of that entry into Druids as well. So there's going to have to be a little bit of time to mop up any spillages or mop up the cars off the circuit, which is why we're going into an early break, or an early checkered flag, I should say. One of the highlights of the race weekend for me coming up, though, straight after this, so please don't go anywhere, is the Demon Tweaks Audi TT Cup Racing Championship Group A and B. That'll be fairly sensational, I imagine. There is the confirmation of the provisional race results. I know that is a bit of a contradiction. Confirmation of a provisional result, but anyway. Dick Trevitt, who takes the race win, and 1.2 seconds back was Robbie Kenning after John Moore had that spin a little, well, after the breakdown of Williams going through Paddock Hill. 4th was Matthew Simpson in 8 seconds back from the race leader. Dan Willars was in 5th with 6th being Mark Eels. 7th was Tim Shooter. Phil Goodwin in 8th. 9th, Tim Davis. 10th, Richard Garrard. 11th, Richard Cowley. 12th, Melanie Garrard. 13th, Paul Deacon. And 14th, Mike Williams. 15th, Carl Wheaton. And 16th was Zach Gardner. And I believe, I'm hoping that the Metros have managed to get their way through down into the pits and wherever else they need to be, so that Richard John Neal can eventually have a chat to our podium sitters, although I'm not entirely sure where they're going to stop. So I think they go all the way into the paddock, don't they? So as we wait, let's have a look at what we've got coming up for you. As I said already, the TT Cup Racing Championship is directly after this. Then it's the Fiesta ST150, the Biltech Sports Civic Cup, and the Fiesta ST150 Challenge. Right, I've been told that Richard John Neals has a very happy podium sitters. Let's go and have a chat.
Thanks very much, Jack. And here is Dick. Congratulations, Dick. We'll get you up to the BRSCC backdrop. Very well done. Should we do walk and talk?
Yeah, of course. Yeah, just about.
Congratulations on a fine win, a great drive.
Thank you very much. Yeah, good race.
We'll keep walking.
Yeah, keep walking. Okay. I'm not out of breath, honest, I'm not. Yeah, good race. Third. Nearly dropped to fourth, but Robbie was pushing me quite hard. But experience sort of played in, and I managed to block him quite a bit. Managed to get past John, and yeah, into second. Started to attack Mike, but I don't think he was on to get him. But then all of a sudden, this big blue cloud of smoke. And I thought, this is going to be interesting, as the car went really sideways, but managed to hold it onto the black stuff. I imagine John went a bit wider than I did. And yeah, that was it. We had to win, so I was very pleased.
It was a cracking battle between you three. Mike was a little bit further ahead and maybe went a bit too far, but superb battle as you got into, as you say, what was second and then to the win. And that's the key thing, isn't it? You've got to get to the finish.
I think we were pulling Mike in a little bit, but then you never know whether he's taking it easy, he's backed off a bit.
Yeah.
But yeah, no, I'm happy, very happy.
Dick, many congratulations. Let's have a word with the other guys. So Robbie Kenning in second position, started on pole. Robbie, congratulations. Talk us through your start, first of all.
Well, it's the first start I've done with that car. I've changed machinery this year, so gone from an A series to a K series. Bit of a different setup and just got swamped at the beginning. Stayed with Dick and John and Mike probably for 3/4 of the race. Just couldn't get past him. You know, probably one of the fastest guys on the grid, and he's pushing 80 in 2 months. So if I could do that at 80, I'm laughing.
If I could do it now, I'd be laughing. Yeah, exactly. Do you know what I mean? But yeah, it's interesting, isn't it? With starts, not something you can practice a huge amount, is it?
No, I mean, generally speaking, obviously, like track days, you can come and, but you can't have that practice launch, and after you've had the tyres go, you can do it in a car park, but really you want to have a go at the rubber that's laid down at the track. So yeah, a bit different.
Good race though with you guys, wasn't it?
Probably best I've raced, well, in the last year. So yeah, I've enjoyed it.
That's good. Looking forward to race 2 tomorrow. What's the plan for tonight? Is it a good social atmosphere with the Hickford Construction? Oh really? So where's home?
About 20 miles away. So
not too bad then. So you're not allowed to stay with the barbecue. When's the baby due?
June, Donington.
I love it. Everyone equates it to rounds, don't they?
We're due on the 25th. We're racing on the 22nd, so I've told to push it 2 weeks before. then we're all right.
And wife's name?
Emma. So Emma, Harry, Alfie. Hello.
Superb. Good luck with that. All the very best and well done. Great race. Well done on pole. We'll see you again tomorrow. And in third position, John Moore. John. Good to see you. Well done. These are thrilling cars. I was watching down at the Surtees and McLaren, and it's one of the best places to watch you guys. The cars look absolutely fantastic. From a driver's perspective, tell us about it.
Well, they're just fantastic to race. They're like quite easy to control once you get it out of shape. But yeah, you've got to be on it, or you're down the paddock. It's that close, you know. It's but that was mint. That was part from last corner. I was backwards down Paddock Hill, so I managed to get third. Yeah, Robbie got past me. So yeah, Mike must have blew his engine, put oil everywhere. So yeah.
Are there spare motors and we'd like to see him out, or?
Mike, yeah, he'll get out. Yeah. There's enough bits and bobs in the paddock to sort him out with engine or whatever he needs. I don't know what's going on, but yeah, it looked like he blew an engine.
How long's your journey been with the Cup?
Today or so far?
So far.
2018 I started.
Okay.
Yeah, so what's this, 6 years, is it? Yeah, 6 seasons. Yeah, so it's taken me that long to get up here. I'm not naturally quick, so it's taken a lot of work, a lot of coaching and that. But yeah, the car's mint. I got a good start. I was in second for most of the race, and then Dick got past me. So yeah.
Much to change this evening?
No, I need to check my tracking, pull my wing out, because it didn't feel very good after spinning round and round. But yeah, I was glad to see the check, because I don't want to get around there again with all the oil everywhere.
No, it's a good thing it came out. Well done. Congratulations, John. Hopefully see you on the podium again real soon.
Yeah, hope so, yeah.
Thanks, John. John Moore. I tell you what we're going to do. We're going to do, and thank you very much, Dick. Well done. Congratulations, guys. Robbie as well, for our top 3 in the Hickford Construction MG Metro car. Big thanks to Hick for Construction for backing the championship for another season. We're going to have a look at the Audi TT Cup. Now, the cars aren't on the grid yet, obviously, because we're talking about oil being down, so it's the job of our wonderful marshals. Big shout out and thank you to all our marshals, rescue crews, everybody here, as ever, working so hard to get us out. So there will be a little bit of a clean-up. Obviously, we want to make sure that the racing surface is absolutely spot on, particularly for the formula we're about to see, which attains championship status this weekend. We had a sort of series, as it were, last year. I'm going to flick through. Oh, thank you very much, sir. That's very kind. See how lovely the people are here at Brands Hatch. Thank you very much, and we are through. And we're going to chat to some of the guys in the Audi. And I can't say just guys, because we've got Ruby Smith Racing as well. Who shall I pick on? I'll tell you what, I'm going to pick on Ross Macko, if we can get in, who I might surprise him here with my anorak stat. Let's go and have a word with Ross. Ross, how are you doing? Good to see you.
Very good, thanks.
I've got my anorak on, mate. I worked out the points from last year, had it been a championship, and I worked out that even with drop scores, you would have been the top scorer.
I think that's very generous because, you know, there's some couple heavy hitters like Carl and stuff like that didn't do all the rounds. And as we can see where I'm out on the grid today, it's going to be a tough season.
Well, this is a developing championship, and I was chatting to Greg Graham from the BRSEC just a few moments ago, and I think this championship is going to have an interesting narrative through the year.
Yeah, I think as people make more developments, it's only going to get tighter and tighter, and I think it's going to be super competitive.
So you've got a year under the belt, obviously coming back for championship proper. That obviously says a lot about the formula and the concept.
Yeah, it's been a great championship, or a great series last year, and obviously look at the interest that's in it. Everyone wants to be part of it. We did have a full grid here. A couple of pullouts mean that we all fit in one race, but so far so good.
That's excellent. Well, best of luck for the race, Ross, and thanks for having a chat with us. Hopefully we might even see Ross on the podium. This is Will Stacey, and we'll have a quick word with Will if we can. They're saying don't put the microphone in. How are you, Will?
Not bad, thank you. Not too bad.
Rob Boston prepared car, is that right?
Yeah. We had a lot of problems yesterday. Different things breaking on us. We had a lot of work overnight putting it back together. But yeah, it's back together in a good position for the grid, so we can certainly fight from here.
Previous racing experience, you were Janetta a while back, is that right?
Yeah, many years ago I had a mixed season in Janetta Juniors. Since then, a bit of karting, a bit of Lotus, and I had a go in MX-5 Super Cup as well.
Oh, of course, yeah.
But this is first front-wheel drive.
It's a good initiative, and we're just chatting to Ross Macko, and you know, looking the cars aren't overly complicated, but I'm guessing pretty tricky to drive, and particularly when you've got such a great field around you.
Yeah, it's a very close grid. They move around nicely, but as I say, they're fairly standard, so things can get a bit hot, and you have to manage that too.
Okay. Going to let you get on with the race, and good luck. It's one of our Rob. If you watched our live stream. Engines are being fired up, so I'm going to dip to the back of these cars so that we are in a safe place. That means the whistle blows means the cars are ready to go out of the holding area and onto the grid. So we did manage to get a couple of chats. The next one down, I was going to maybe see if we could talk to Sean Smith and his daughter Ruby, but I don't think we're going to get a chance to do that. Gates are open, car's about to come out on track, and we'll have a little bit of a sting for you, and then we'll go into the grid and hand you back to Jack Oliphant, who I know is as excited about this race as I am.
All right, Richard. Yes, the Audi TT. I've been told previous to this in all my preparation that we're going to have split grids. Now, I've been saying that through the entire stream. Apparently, they've had some dropouts, which means we can all fit onto one singular grid, which still means it's going to be an absolutely packed grid, though, because we're going from splits down to one. And that does still mean that you're going to be getting loads and loads of drivers out there, and if anything, the field will look even better. Here is the order. On pole position is Matt Love, previous Civic Cup winner. Second place is Swift. Row 2 is Yardley Rose and Burns. Row 3, number 11, Blair, and 51 of Handley. Row 4 is the 48 of Stacey and the 73 of McCarr. Row 5, 21 of Smith and 77 of Foden. Row 6, 25 Hobson and the 454 of Edgecombe. Row 7, 37 Rob. 15 Number 15, Dyer. Row 8, 44, Bud, and the 38 of Root. Row 9, 104 of Chapman, and 78 of Forber. Row 10, number 7, Dorr, and the 87 of Kayla. Row 11, 92, Chugalimbo, and 9, Williams. Row 12, 99, Boston, and 47, Bud. Row 13, the 100 of Laidlaw, and 40 of Weaver. Row 14, the 101 of Laidlaw, Sam Laidlaw this time, and the 33 of Booth. Row 15 is the 34 of Lindsay, and the 24 of Savage. Row 16, the 52 of Luty, and the 211 of Smith. Row 17, 55 Richardson, and in 34th at the back of the grid is the number 5 of Miga. So again, a stacked grid, and look at them out there. That is the quintessential Brands Hatch photo, isn't it? That's what every motorsport fan craves to see. A full grid in the sunshine, looking down the barrel from Paddock Hill Bend. If you're on the grandstand at all, on the outside of Paddock Hill, that is the view you'll probably be greeted with, or if you're on the banking even, on the outside as well, towards the rest of the paddock. So the Audi TT, I think Richard has just said, it gets its full championship status this season, and it's here to support the TCR UK for all of its 7 rounds, I believe. 15 minutes of qualifying, 15-minute races, double headers, triple headers, and apparently, yeah, Brands Hatch, as I said in my notes that I got given by the BRSCC, it was supposed to run the ABC race format. I think there is the oil. I did guess that there was oil from Williams' car, and I wasn't wrong in some of the Audis testing how oily the oil is on the Paddock Hill Bend there. I wouldn't be trying to walk. You've got a long time to walk, well, not a long time advantage, but you've got plenty of tarmac to warm your tyres up. I wouldn't say you need to do it on the oiliest part of the circuit. It also has a Masters class for drivers aged 45 and over, so there is plenty to be racing for out there. If anybody's wondering out there about some of the specs that these Audis are packing, in case you might have one at home and you fancy gearing up to go racing. 2-litre TFSI Mark II. It's got to be a right-hand drive, so between 2006 and 11. It's got to have the VW Audi engine, the 2-litre, of course, with the Championship ECU, and there's loads more. It could be a manual or DSG gearbox. I imagine a lot of these drivers, probably towards the front as well, they'll be using the DSG. Got to have the roll cage, obviously, and a minimum weight of 1,280 kilograms. That is with you and the full race kit, residual fuels and fluids and everything like that. So we will be weighed, obviously, at as they come in from Parc Ferme at the end. Race winners, as I said, it wasn't the championship last year. Andrew Dyer won 3, Ross Maker won 4, Harry Yardley rose, Carl Smith won 4 as well, Richard Forber won 4, so there's loads of drivers. It shares very, very equally. So the fact that Matt Luff is on pole position with Carl Swift alongside him does not mean it's going to be a runaway at all. In fact, Matt Luff did put it on pole by a 1/10.5. Everyone else is probably within about a second of that, back to what looks like 18th position. That is how close we're going to have, and Richard did well to try and catch up with a few of the drivers there to give us a little bit of build-up. Lots of, I was actually speaking to Andy McEwen earlier, and he said this is basically an amalgamation of past and present BRSCC racers from all the different formulas. Mazdas, Club Sports stuff, Civics, everything you can think of that you've probably seen at BRSCC is probably represented here on the Audi TT Championship. It's, yeah, looking stunning, and fingers crossed it'll be just as entertaining as what the billing hoped it to be. The green flag waves in the background, the engine notes are rising, the lights are on, and for the first time this season, for the first time as an official championship, the Demon Tweaks Audi TT Cup Racing is a go here at Brands Hatch, and it looks like it's a good start from our second place man, Carl Swift. I think Matt Luff got a little bit bullied out of it as they go through the smoke of the oil that they've cleaned up. A few drivers running a little bit wide. Carl Swift doing very well to hold on to that first place, and in fact he's the driver with the most amount of space compared to anybody else on the grid. It's almost impossible to see where else. Matt Love, recognisable from the fact that his TT looks exactly the same as his Area Motorsport Civic Cup did back in the day. Third place has changed positions with Adam Blair going from 5th up to 3rd in the first couple of corners. Great start by him. They go down towards Clark Curve, McLaren's in Clark Curve for the first time. There's plenty of recognisable cars out there, isn't there? Everybody trying to make sure that they are captured on the screen so the fans at home can watch this as well as the 73 goes past our shot. And if you are watching this at home, you're watching the live stream, make sure you give a shout out to your favourite drivers, because Lord knows they're going to be watching this one back to try and see if their best overtake happens on stream. The 73 and the number 5 having to do battle. That is a little bit further back. That's the battle for 10th position, I think. The number 5, actually. I can't actually see where he is. He's out in 27th. That's Meager. So I don't know if that was. I think it was the 15, actually, at Dyer. It's 5 for 8th position. But as we look further forward, the 11 car on the screen right now, Blair, Luff just in front, and Swift pulling away nicely. That 45 car, even though 3/10 down from Luff in qualifying, maybe got off the line. Now, I was speaking to Andy before. He was speaking to Matt Luff, so a third party. I've heard this from. That's contact. That's going to be hard work to keep on the track, and he's failed with it, unfortunately. That was the 15 of Dyer, gutting for him, and the 77 getting caught up with that. Absolutely no fault of his own. That's Foden. Dyer waiting to get back on the circuit. Can he? That looks a little bit... Is suspension damage? It looks a little bit dodgy, doesn't it? We might see our first retirement here, to be honest, with a stacked grid of 34 cars as equal as these guys. I thought we were going to have more trouble. Speaking of trouble, Blair being overtaken by Yardley Rose, I think that was, going down into Druids and now into Graham Hill Bend, the number 6 behind of Burns. Will Burns, is that? No, it's Bradley Burns, my apologies. Bradley Burns, Will Burns is an old Ginetta driver, I think. But Bradley Burns going through, not quite able to sort of take advantage of the moves up. In fact, I think Bradley Burns was TCR Germany, TCR Europe, I believe, off the top of my head. Trying to force a way through here and around Brands Hatch, and he may well have just done that. A great crowbar manoeuvre, not too much sort of physical contact, but just enough to move Adam Blair out of the way so he could get through into 4th position. Bradley Burns using that experience that he's clearly gained. Adam Blair getting a little bit of a check from the rear end, keeps his foot in it, but I tell you what, he's being bullied out of this somewhat. Luke Handley, I think, got through, and so did Sean Smith, though it's not been a good 2 laps for Adam Blair so far. Been a great couple of laps for Carl Swift. A 15-minute race. He'd probably quite like it to finish now, but he hasn't had any problems whatsoever. Sean Smith gets through on Luke Handley there. Fastest lap of the race does go to Matt Luff, though. Only by about 1/10 of a second is he the advantage. Swing his way from Carl Swift's fastest lap. A couple of attempts to go. The area motorsport, well, Bradley Burns in 4th place. What can he do now? He's got some clean air ahead of him. This is going to be where the cars are now up to temperature. The gaps have just about grown enough so you can probably get some momentum going. That's why Matt Love has attached himself onto the back of Carl Swift's car. There was 3/10 of a difference going into coming out of qualifying, I should actually say. Matt Love was on pole position. He's a driver that's driven these tracks many a time before. There's absolutely no reason why Carl Swift wouldn't be worried about him chasing you down. Oh, we've had a big spin, and that's 15. Now, we saw 15 off a little bit ago. It wasn't Foden, was it? It was Dyer, yes. That's the second time Dyer's been off. He's trying to get back on the circuit. It looks like the car needs to be retired, to be honest, because whatever is wrong with it, it's clearly not performing as well as you want, and we don't want yellow flags out there as much as possible. If it's healthy, then fair enough, stay out, but make sure you don't spin off again. So Love just dropped off by a couple of tenths there. Well, actually, yeah, he was worked off by about half a second, actually, on that previous lap. Stacey pulling away from it. Sorry, Carl Swift is... Sorry, yeah, Carl Stacey is 7th place, not 1st place, my apologies. Carl Swift pulling away by 2/10 of a second away from Matt Love. I did look at that gap and I think it was 7/10 of a second. I think those coloured in purple on the left-hand side of your screen are the drivers that are eligible for the Masters Trophy. So Smith in 8th is the driver who's currently winning the Masters. The over 45s, remember that one is. Other drivers I've been told to keep an eye out for. We mentioned a few of them already. Steve Foden, the number 77, was a 2023 Mazda MX-5 champion. Got caught up in that little soiree as number 15 Dyer ended up going off the circuit for the first time as Carl Swift sets the fastest lap to pull away from Matt Love. Will Stacey was, who's currently in 7th place. I believe he's still in 7th place actually. He may well have just been overtaken. No, he's just overtaken actually. Blair to go into 6th. Will Stacey was a very quick Lotus Elites and an RX5 Super Cup driver. I think we did actually hear from him with Richard John Neal a little earlier on. Danny Hobson, another driver who is in 10th place right now. He was a Civic Cup driver. So there's, as I said, plenty of people that were BRSCC related of some sort who have come out in the Audi TTs to have a bit of a play. Something is hanging off the back of that. I think it's Richardson in the 55. No, it's the 211, isn't it? Not 55 at all. That's Smith, 31st place. You got to think, is that worth the damage? Potentially worth the damage to the car? Doesn't seem to be doing anything wrong just right now, but it could fly off and hit someone. It's not rubbing or anything, is it? To be fair, and as long as he doesn't get any more contact, there's no real reason why that would fly off. I'm sure the clerk of course and everything like that would probably rather just come in and get rid of it, but he obviously doesn't want to at the moment, so neither does he need to. Up the inside against the number 38, which was Root, was Forber, I believe, making his way through. Really nice little move there going through Druid. 78 getting on ahead and into the 13th position. I thought maybe it's around that top 10, but it's actually only into 13th, so still plenty to argue over a little bit further down because there's action everywhere you look down here. Foden moved in his way up into 26th as well. Carl Swift, another fastest lap, 53.645. That's on the previous lap, 0.2 of a second quicker than Love again. So that's why that gap is sort of stuck in that sort of 0.6 of a second margin as we get about halfway through this race. Cars really do stand out as well. They're making a real effort, these drivers, to make sure that they are as memorable as can possibly be. Root having a bit of an argument with Dorr potentially behind him. That's probably going to ignite in a couple of laps' time. There's those sleeping policemen sort of yellow bumps on the curve. The bumps you really do not want to hit. That's when you know you've hit track limits basically, because they are far too harsh on a race car suspension. Unlike normal curves where you potentially, depending on the car, can ride them quite nicely, you can really hurt the suspension if you hit those yellow bumps. Even though they don't look that bad from the live stream, they don't look that bad from the side of the track. They look very bad as soon as you hit them when you're inside the car, trust me, they're not nice at all. Matt Love on that last lap, just pulling in a little bit, another 0.2. That sort of gap is continuously moving as the 55 gets out of the way. I think that was Richardson we mentioned before. 58, 48, 51 of Handley, and Stacey are just behind. Obviously Stacey that we mentioned already, the Rob Boston Racing driver trying to make his way through into 5th position. But Luke Handley, there's no reason why he'll be willing to let go of that top 5. Looks like he's got a good handle of Clark curve there as well as they go down towards the start and finish. Although to be fair, I think Stacey actually got a nicer exit. Could maybe see a bit of a dice, a bit of a duel as they go through Paddock Hill and into Druids. There was 0.2 of a second across the line between Handley and Stacey. There they are again as we pick them up, going through Paddock Hill. Oh, there was a battle there, and I think was it a bit of a dive bomb just ahead. We'll have a look in a second, but I think they may well have settled themselves down. Yeah, no contact or anything like that. Adam Blair not had a great race of it so far. Here is the race lead though. Carl Swift and Matt Love, and I would say that gap is less than 0.5 of a second, which is basically what it says on the left-hand side. As they go through Clark, let's see if that opens out. Where's stronger for Matt Love? Where's stronger for Carl Swift? I think Matt Love got out of that corner a little bit nicer. Stacey versus Handley, 2 battles that we really want to keep an eye on here. The battle for the race lead, the battle for 5th position. I don't envy Darren from Alpha Live having to be the director of this one. I don't envy the camera ops either to try and find out which best to look. Where's the best opportunity is, again, driver of the back market just trying to move out of the way as Handley goes defensive. Will Stacey maybe would have thought, oh, there's an opportunity, but he had to go up the inside of the back marker as well to try and get past. Good driving by the back marker, the 211 car, to try and find out the way. That's Smith, of course. less than 0.2 of a second if they came across the line between Carl Swift and Matt Luff. We could be seeing in the last 4 minutes of this race an opportunity for a race leading change, although we've already had one with Carl Swift overtaking Matt Luff, but that was directly on the line and Matt couldn't get off the start. That gap is not going to be a lunge in the paddock hill. He really needs to get a nice clean run going into Druids, doesn't he, as they both clip the apex. I don't know if it's a trick of the camera, but it does look like Matt Luff takes that very nicely and carries a lot of speed. I don't think it is a trick of the camera, because that is a lot less than 0.3 of a second that he's caught up to the back of him. Going down towards Graham Hill Bend, again, the braking as the car has always wanted to push on and understeer. You have to get the brakes a lot earlier than you expect. Well, in my opinion, you do anyway, because the car just forever is working against gravity to try and get the car to stop. And I think that's where Surtees is definitely where Carl Swift has a bit of a stronger opportunity. Matt Luff going for that tighter line through Clark Curve, and a wider exit to try and get the exit, to try and get the speed on the straight. They're taking different lines to try and work each other out, and now there's half a second between it. Matt Luff lost an opportunity there, and he's running out of opportunities as they get into the final 3 minutes, with Carl Swift missing the apex but carrying a lot of speed. Yardley Rose in third position is sort of in no man's land right now. He has won 4 races in the TTs, so there is a reason why he's in third and he's not dropping further back. It doesn't look like he's quite on pace here at Brands Hatch with these two. Adam Blair, who we actually spoke about quite a lot earlier on, he's in 6th now. We see him sort of flying through our camera lens every so often. Used to be a Porsche driver, a former Porsche Carrera Cup Deutschland driver. So, yeah, quite a lot of race experience out there in these TTs, up and down the field. There's a reason why this could quickly become a fan favourite in terms of the competitive nature, but it does look like right now these two drivers have the cutting edge that the others can't seem to find. Matt Luff, again, going for that sort of... Ooh, in fact, I think Carl Swift actually made a mistake there because he had to go very defensive very quickly. He missed the apex. It wasn't by choice. I was about to say maybe it was by choice, missing that, trying to carry momentum like he did a lap ago that worked to his advantage. But no, Matt Luff got a very nice run through Paddock Hill Bend, caught right into the back of him through Druid. And as they go towards Surtees now, we have often seen that Matt Luff likes to carry the curb on the left-hand side. In fact, both of them like to carry that one. I think maybe just the Audis are a fan of it. They can ride these curves, not overly stiff. Apparently very nice cars to drive, both taking exactly the same line now through the final corner. A little bit of slipstream, a target on the back of Carl Swift means that Matt Luff, would be one of the favourites to try and get through. We've had a spinner, a real mini 47 of Bud has had it off and luckily got back on. That's out of Graham Hill Bend, I believe. Matt Luff going for the race lead. A big snap of oversteer to get the brakes in from Carl Swift. I think that was completely intentional. Late on the brakes, rotate the rear end, try and get the car facing into the apex. It's a dangerous game to play because you could easily be spat out the other side if you don't control the drift in. But it was a great little bit of car control by Carl Swift as Matt Luff looked up the inside of him. That's in 0.3 of a second and less than a minute to go. This will be the penultimate lap that they'll finish up here. And I think that Matt Luff, to be fair, has probably just about run out of opportunities. Carl Swift, after fending him off going through Druids, may well have just done enough to secure the race victory in the opening round of not only this season, but the Audi TT Championship as a whole. Yardley Rose has pretty much had nothing to do, neither has had Bradley Burns. And Luke Handley was getting through on Adam Blair. In fact, the top 5. Oh, is that a missed? Big missed apex. Carl Swift running very wide. Matt Luff not close enough to take any kind of advantage though. I'll tell you what, that is a big let-off from Carl Swift. He did get the car rotated at the end, but there was a moment there. I thought maybe his brakes had even failed, to be honest, because he was going straight over. Andrew Dyer is the only driver that's actually retired out of this race, which is lovely to see, considering we've had 34 cars start. We have, I think, 33 of them finish. Nearly all of them on the lead lap as well. But Carl Swift will take the checkered flag. He'll take the race victory. We've only had a few races today that have actually finished under the checkered flag and not under safety car. Carl Swift takes the inaugural race win here in the Audi TT Cup Racing Championship, sponsored by Demon Tweaks. Matt Luff comes home in second place after starting on pole position. Yardley Rose comes through, Bradley Burns in fourth, and Luke Handley round out the top 5 as the rest of the field now have to sort themselves out getting across. There was a very close finish between Laidlaw and Dorr, less than 0.2 of a second between them. But as the rest of them come across the line, stories up and down, but I think really the major objective there was everybody wanted to finish as best as they could. Foden, who was brought to my attention due to the fact that he is a 2023 Mazda MX-5 champion, I would imagine he's one of the drivers that you probably have to look out for going forward. He qualified in 10th place, but he ended up getting a bit mixed up, didn't he, with Dyer on the opening couple of laps. There's Carl Swift enjoying his lap of honour, and why wouldn't he? Richard John Neal will have a chat with him in a couple of minutes' time, but we'll bring you through the full confirmation of all the provisional results, which I know is a contradiction, but it's the best that we can do leading into any traditionals and everything like that. Carl Swift then confirmed provisional race winner. Matt Luff is in second place after starting on pole, like I mentioned earlier. Third place was Harry Yardley Rose. Had a fairly quiet race in the end. Bradley Burns, again, quiet race. Quite a big distance between himself and anybody around him. He was in fourth. Luke Handley picked up good points and finished inside the top 5. Adam Blair moved backwards, unfortunately, from his perspective. To be fair, actually, he just had a flying start. He went from 5th to 3rd and then dropped down to 6th in the end. William Stacey was on the cameras quite a lot, giving us lots to talk about. 8th was Ross McCarr. 9th was Sean Smith. 10th was Ryan Edgecombe. 11th, David Robb. 12th, Danny Hobson. 13th, Richard Forber. 14th, Morgan Root. Further back, there's a long way to go. 15th, Tim Dorr. 16th, Stephen Laidlaw. 17th, Daniel Chapman. 18th, Charles Budd. 19th, Sam Laidlaw. 20th, Sam Meager. 21st, Joe Weaver. 22nd, Brad Kaler. 23rd, Jonathan Williams. 24th, Steve Foden. 25th, Daniel Budd. 26th was Alistair Lindsay, and Paul Savage was in 27th. 28th was Patrick Booth. Rashan Chigarimbo, apologies if I've got that wrong, in 29th. 30th was Paul Lutty, and the first of our lapped cars who was in 31st was Ruby Smith, and David Richardson also a lap down in 32nd. Andrew Dyer was the DNF from that race, ended up in the pits all the way down in 33rd position. Right, so let's just give Richard a quick 10 seconds to find his drivers that he needs to find, basically. I'll tell you that the next race up on your screens will be the Airtech Motorsport Fiesta ST150 Championship, and that'll come up in about 10 or 15 minutes. Richard John Neal has 3 drivers to chat to, so let's let him.
Jack, let's get race winner Carl. You can see the drivers all just having a chat and chewing it over, which is the right thing to do. Our winner was Carl Swift. Let's get Carl over. Many congratulations, Carl. Thank you. We'll get you with the nice BRSEC backdrop so we know where we are. Many congratulations. Obviously a little bit of experience with this from last year. 4 wins, I think, last season. Bringing another one. So many congratulations on winning the first championship race for the Demon Tweaks Audi TTs.
Thank you very much. Matt put some pressure on me there, to be fair. I mean, we had a bit of a game plan, part of the same team, and we had to agree when the person behind was going to go for it, so I got some flashes halfway through. And strangely enough, that took the pressure off, and I drove better afterwards. So, yeah, we'll maybe not do that game plan again.
How are you finding these cars, though? You obviously enjoyed last season and coming away with a win. You're not going to say anything negative, are you?
They're amazing cars. I don't know what you can choose to race at this price and this speed with this many cars on the grid. You find me something else in the UK.
It's in some ways a shame we haven't got the 2/3 split, but also it showed how great this is as a full grid of everybody on track, and I think only one retiree?
Yeah, only one retiree, and hopefully the rest of the season should be a single grid because there's more capacity at all the other rounds. Every driver out there wanted one big grid of 34 cars. They didn't want 2 split grids, so it's worked out perfect.
Absolutely great. It means you don't get the chance to watch some of your competitors in action, which is one of the blessings of a split. Anything you're changing on the car for tomorrow?
I don't think there is, actually. It felt all right. I might just try and lose a bit of understeer around paddock, but that's been a weekend-long problem.
Brilliant. Thank you very much. Congratulations, Carl. Our first winner, Carl Swift. Many congratulations. Second position, Matt Luff. Let's get Matt Luff. Well done, Matt. Potts the...
Thank you very much.
Well done. First of all, whereabouts are you from in the country?
Essex.
So they're calling you Luff. because we've got two northern commentators. It's Luff, isn't it?
That's Luff, definitely, yeah.
So hopefully we got that sorted out. Many congratulations. Obviously, pole position. Talk us through the start.
Well, I mean, it's always tricky starting on pole at Brands Hatch with that dip. Also, this is my first start in the car, so I was kind of just, I mean, this is my first round in the championship, so I try and get some tips off some other drivers. Hopefully they didn't send me the wrong way, but no, we just spun up the wheels a bit too much. I dropped back to, I think, almost third at one point coming into Druids. It's a bit sketchy. But yeah, I mean, I think I come out second, and I just tried to keep on the back of Carl for the rest of the race. About halfway through, I gave him the flash, said it's on. And yeah, because never really make a move stick, which is frustrating. I felt like every time he made a mistake, I just wasn't quite close enough to capitalise on it. But yeah, it was a good race. I'm happy for Carl. I mean, it's a long championship, so I'll take second place for now. But yeah, I think for the rest of the season, we want to be taking those wins.
Looking forward to that. Going back to the starting thing, starts aren't something you can practice with any regularity in the racing environment, are they? We was saying that to one of the Metro drivers earlier on.
Yeah, no, definitely. It's like the first time you do a practice start, realistically, is when you get on that grid for the first time of the season. So yeah, definitely a learning curve. But I think I've learnt my lesson now, and hopefully for the next round we'll do a lot better. We
look forward to that. Matt, congratulations on P2. We'll see you again a little bit later on tomorrow. And third position, Harry Yardley-Rose. We got Harry? There he is. Hi, Harry. Good to see you. Congratulations. And a driver, you were a winning driver last year as well, weren't you?
Yeah, I was in the DSG last year, so made the swap from DSG to manual, and that's helped us gratefully. So, but yeah, like the DSG is just slightly too heavy, so it wears the fronts off too quickly. So with this sort of weather, the DSG is not really the one to be in. But yeah, I'd like to say thanks to TSR Performance, my mum and dad for helping me, get to where I am today. So, but yeah, it was a really good race. Really thoroughly enjoyed it.
It's a super lineup, isn't it? You're up against some really good competition.
Yeah, so Carl Swift and Matt Luff, obviously all really, really quick drivers, and especially all the grid behind me as well. I was quite happy to qualify third in qualifying, but I didn't get the best of starts then, but managed to pull through at the start of the race to pick off some sleeping people.
And anything sortable for tomorrow? Any more you can get out of the car?
Sort the pressures out a little bit, maybe do some slight adjustments just because the tyres went off a little bit too soon than I'd like. So, but yeah, it was really good first opener for the year.
Nice one. Many congratulations, Harry. We'll see you again at podium for Harry Yardley-Rose. We're going to talk to our Masters winner, Sean Smith, very quickly. We've got cars on the grid, but let's say well done to our Masters winner, another debut driver. Sean, I haven't interviewed you since you took Masters wins in Legends, and now you're getting Masters wins in the Audi TT. How was your debut?
Yeah, it's been a good day. Practicing yesterday was the first real day in the car. So as Ruby done a lot more than me, so I concentrated on her. So qualifying went well, better than what I thought. I wanted to get in top 10, which we done. So that was good, and I think we finished in the top 10 then. I think we were 9th then. So I think that's a good start for a car we're not driven yet.
Yeah, for the viewers, Ruby's your daughter, who's moving up from karts, having a car racing debut this weekend.
Yeah, it was first race weekend in a car, first qualifying session this morning, and first race just then. So I saw she finished, which was good, so hopefully she's still smiling.
It's a nice thing, isn't it? We've talked about fathers and sons racing, but it's a nice thing for father and daughter to race in the same championship and share some special weekends.
Yeah, something I wanted to do for a long time. I don't know how much more I'll do. So I spent a lot of my time looking in the mirror to see where she was and making sure she was okay. So I'm coming up one hill and looking back at the other to see where she is. So
she'll be closing in on you.
Yeah, it won't be long, just more time in the car, that's all she needs, and staying out of trouble.
In the meantime, well done on the Masters win. Congratulations. Good to see you, Sean. And well done on joining the Demon Tweaks Audi TT Grid. Mega Grid. We've got another Mega Grid now because we are going AirTech Motorsport Fiesta Racing. And with the grid, here's Jack. Thank you.
Thank you very much there, Richard. And yes, we are going ST240 racing in a couple of minutes' time, which I think everybody can agree at BRSCC is one of the more exciting race packages we've got. In fact, pretty much every supporting category we've got here is very quick. Right, so the on pole positions, the 234 of Lucas and Lewis alongside him. Row 2 is Alistair Kellett and Miller. Row 3 is Hayden and Howarth. Row 4 is Horrobin and Cooper. Horrobin, one of the most experienced drivers we've got on this grid. Row 5 is May and Pope. Row 6, Blackburn and Knight. Row 7, Kidd and War. Row 8, Reynolds and Ellis. Row 9, Hayes and Johnson. Row 10, Ricky and Chambers. And row 11 is Blackburn. That's Christopher Blackburn on row 11. Connor Blackburn in 11th place. A nice little bit of symmetry for you there, for anybody out there who likes that sort of thing. Right, we can, as you can see, that was a little bit rushed because the cars were already rotating around on the circuit, and considering it's only about 1 minute and 10 seconds that they take to do this, we needed to get through it a little bit. The ST240s then, if you're a BRSCC fan, you'll know everything about this championship pretty much already. But it's very similar to the ST150, apart from they're a bit quicker. So it's 15-minute qualifying and 20-minute races, double headers or triple headers across the country and across all the rounds. They were the first full TCR UK support season is this season. I didn't make much sense there, but it's their first season supporting the TCR fully, is what I was meant to say. You can tell it's been a long day, can't you? Andy McEwen's actually sat next to me laughing along. One of the drivers that we like to always point out is Simon Horrobin. I remember that from commentating at Cadwell a couple of years ago when they were supporting the Fun Cup. Simon Horrobin, I've been reliably informed by Richard John Neal, it's his 150th race start to the dot, apparently. Richard did challenge Andy McEwen to try and prove him wrong on one of your very many stat sheets one day, because I know you both love a stat. But yeah, I think Alistair Kellett, we'll get back to Alistair Kellett in a second. The number 15, as Marco Ricci, is throwing his hands up in the car and doesn't really realise, or doesn't really know, why his Fiesta isn't going anywhere. And to be honest, we're perplexed as much as he is, unfortunately. I don't know whether it's stalled. We can see him right outside our commentary booth with a marshal telling the rest of the drivers to get over that way. Don't run into the big blue thing. You wouldn't think they need much enthusiasm for telling that, but you'd be surprised. So as the cars rotate around it, it looks like we may well have a slightly delayed start, which is a bit of a shame. I can also see the Miltech Sports Civic Cup cars coming through into the pit lane, which means only one thing, and that means we're going to be seeing them up straight after this. Max Edmondson on pole position, of course, and I will be joined by Andy McEwen back in the commentary booth for that one. He hasn't bought me an ice cream yet. He came in rubbing an ice cream in his face. He did give me a Lucas Sport, but yeah, well, I'll have to have 2 ice creams tomorrow instead. Ricci might be having an early ice cream as well, because it doesn't look like his car is very keen on going anywhere, and I'm actually getting the tow truck out from the inner pit. Although I think from this angle, it looks like the tow truck's accidentally just reversed into a gate. Which is, yeah, there we go, he's had to go forward and readjust it. There we go, he's gotten through. So we will have a bit of a delayed start, even though these ST240s actually had 2 laps around Brands Hatch to try and warm their tyres up. They're going to have to wait now and probably cool them down. Luckily, Marco has parked that car in, you couldn't be more ideally placed, apart from in the pit lane itself. He's going to be 30 seconds. They'll hook that thing up and they'll get it dragged off as soon as possible. Look at them, marshals and trackside recovery. It has to be said, I've mentioned it once already today. I think Richard John Neal's mentioned it potentially as well. The marshals, the heroes of the show. Without them, we wouldn't be going racing. They do it all voluntary as well, of course, and to be fair, I mentioned earlier about how much of a nice day it would be to get out there and get a picnic chair and watch the rest of the racing and everything like that. And to be fair for the marshals, this is probably what a dream weekend looks like. About high teens, sun's out, no rain, Brands Hatch, club sport racing everywhere you look. Fantastic stuff. As they drag Marco Ricci's car not into the pits where I was expecting them to. They're actually taking them into the official pit entrance, I think, which might take a little bit longer, but it's probably more sensible. It means he might be able to get the car fixed and back out on circuit, even if it is just to test it out a little bit. 1.6 EcoBoost engines then are powering all these cars with 240 brake horsepower, hence the name, the ST240. I'm going to pretend that I didn't just learn that this morning. The AirTech Motorsport induction kit, there's loads of different things that you need to be pumping onto your car, the Mark 7, to make sure that it's up to spec. Obviously, minimum weight though is 1,130 kilograms. Now I believe I hear a horn, which means someone's entered the pits, which means we should be getting racing in a couple of seconds' time. As I mentioned before, it is Zachary Lucas on pole position alongside Daniel Lewis in first and second place, Alistair Kellett in third, and Gary Miller. And in fact, they're going for another green flag, because just in case the ladies and gentlemen at home weren't already bored of my voice for most of today, you get it for another couple of minutes before we get racing. But to be fair, I do feel like that's fair enough in terms of being able to actually warm the tyres back up and everything like that. But I believe, as I was mentioning a few stats before, now this is going off the top of my head from what Richard was telling me. He's probably listening to me thinking, damn, he's stolen my statistics. But Simon Horrobin in 7th place, as I said, 150 race starts. John Cooper, I think, is second most amount of starts. Richard actually apparently went over to him and said, oh, you must be the most experienced driver on the grid. Apparently there's 4 race starts between themselves and Simon Horrobin. I'm hoping that John Cooper's who was talking about, now I say it, I think it was. And Alistair Kellett, I believe he's coming up to a potential landmark victory as well. Now, I'm not going to, he did tell me, but I can't remember if it was 15 victories or something like that off the top of my head, but he's been around for a long time as well. So I'll leave that one to Richard John Neal to regurgitate a little later on if he ever has to chat to him on the top step of the podium this season, which, knowing Alistair Kellett, he probably will. Other drivers to look out for, well, 2023 race winners. Albert Webster was a race winner who is not here though, so that's helpful that I've included that in the notes. I believe Zachary Lucas, who's on pole position, that's the driver I was looking for, has won twice in 2023. Just to mention Alistair Kellett, he was the Fiesta champion in 2016, but he was runner-up in 2021, 2022, and 2023. If he comes runner-up this season, I don't imagine we'll see Alistair Kellett again. Because that must be the most infuriating statistic that he'll probably hear 15 times this season. John Cooper as well, an experienced Fiesta racer and another race winner. Morgan Kidd, 2023 club class winner, as well as he's moving up to pro for 2024. That is another thing that I haven't mentioned. There is a pro and a pro-am category, and I believe a masters category as well. But the cars are lining up, and I think we'll finally be able to get the lights on. The green flag is waved in the background, which means only one thing. For the first time this season, the AirTech Motorsport Fiesta ST240 Championship is racing here at Brands Hatch, and it looks like a decent start from Zachary Lucas. Daniel Lewis, I think, just bogged down, which allowed Alistair Kellett to get through into second place. As we focus a little bit further back, there's a little bit of not too much bumping and barging, actually. I thought I heard something. There's a couple of cars on the grass there on the inside. Very dangerous as Alistair Kellett looks towards the outside of Zachary Lucas to try and go into the race lead. No one managed to outbreak themselves. And I think everybody comes out of Druids just about in one piece. I haven't seen Graham Hill bend yet, though, so let's just wait for that one. No, everybody's just about getting through. Gary Miller, there has been slow cars. Not any crashes just yet. I think there's a little bit of contact. The background looks very, very difficult to pick out who's actually. In fact, there's a red car going very slowly there indeed. Thank you very much to the camera officer picking up the number 88 of Cooper, who's pulled off to the side of the road. Big disappointment for him. John Cooper was starting in 8th place, and now will be the first DNF, unfortunately. Well, arguably the first DNF, Marco Ricci. They've actually made it, and on the outside of Clark Curve, a big puff of smoke and a driver who's facing the wrong direction. I can't see who it is. Wonder if, yeah, Cooper's come into the pit. Who's dropped down? It's Horrobin, Simon Horrobin, number 14, who's facing the wrong way up at Clark Curve. And just as we were giving the big one, the 7th place, the man who started in 7th place, 150 race starts, I believe, has ended up not wanting to remember it. He's facing the wrong way, and I don't know whether he's got damage to the car or not, unfortunately. We'll have to wait and see if he comes across the line. He is still out there. He is in 18th position now. Cooper reaching Horrobin, the bottom 3. Little bit of contact. Little bit of contact has meant that the license plate has sort of fallen off the front of that one, that car, as Kellett couldn't quite get close enough to Zachary Lucas. Gary Miller in 3rd place, Daniel Lewis in 4th. The top 5 rounded out by James Pope. The Pro Masters, actually, Alistair Kellett actually fits into that reckoning. So in terms of the Masters trophy, Alistair Kellett seems pretty untouchable, because the next Masters driver is the 777 of Reynolds, all the way down in 8th place. Knight was the driver we were focusing on there in 11th, trying to maybe try and crack away into the top 10. I believe there is a mixture of Mark 6s and Mark 7s out there as well, or I think actually for the ST240s, it It might only be Mark 7s, my apologies actually. It is only the Mark 7s, of course. Zachary Lucas with the flying lap, but James Pope takes that off him straight away in 5th position, trying to chase down Daniel Lewis. Hayden has fallen 7 positions, the AM driver. And he's continuing, and Ellis just dropped 3 positions as well, although I think actually it's transponders that are potentially not working as my TSL timing updates itself. Scares me half to death and then decides to throw the old Uno reverse card and actually reset itself to 30 seconds ago. So the gap at the front has somewhat sort of diluted the real the battle, shall we say, for the race lead. There is Zachary Lucas, who did get pole position by less than half a tenth of a second. There's 0.04 of a second between himself and Daniel Lewis, who's dropped down into 4th place after a horrendous start off the line. Zachary Lucas and Alistair Kellett was absolutely flying, experienced in the cars, I imagine. Daniel Lewis, unfortunately, nowhere near it as they started on from 2nd place. Nice little 4-way battle going into Paddock Hill Bend here. The 152 of May trying to force their way through on the 42 Howarth. 2 AM-class drivers not fighting for the top step on AM, as it looks like Howarth indicating go that side. Please go that side, but you're not getting on the inside. Not the AM-class victory here. That is currently held by Lewis, who's in 4th place. Daniel Lewis, of course. So Daniel Lewis, who qualified on 2nd place, is actually an AM-class driver. Very impressive indeed. So Howarth versus Caitlin May here. Giving a little bit of a nudge going into Clark Curve. No problems just yet, but maybe a little bit of a side. There's some intention. The Delphi car just behind him is Joseph Knight. Looking interested, trying to find a way past. Is it going to be a dive around the outside? It may well. No, it's a dive at the inside, actually. The Delphi car got a nice run up the inside and, well, got a good overtake, but it's not going to be enough. That's a really late move by Caitlin May, and it's so late that the, I don't know if that's the ABS coming on, actually, with those indicators. Basically, the ST250 hitting the panic button. This is a great little battle here. It's back up the inside and through Graham Hill Bend, and Caitlin May's been hung out to dry somewhat, with Archie Johnson getting through Graham Hill Bend on the exit. Lovely stuff there by the pink wheels in the rear. Does that help with the heat, I wonder? I don't know. 15 or less than 15 minutes to go. Lucas still holds that fastest lap of the race. And Cooper and Ricci are still the only 2 drivers that have retired. So Horrobin actually got back going. Just absolutely nowhere near anybody else, unfortunately. About 6 seconds, 5 seconds back from Chambers. One of the AM-class masters that we've got here. Albert Webster was the 2023 champion for the ST240s. In the pro category anyway. Morgan Kidd was the club champion, now known as the AM class. I don't think either of them are actually here anymore, so it's a bit of a shame that we don't get any returning champs coming to the floor to try and hold on to their medal. There's a flapping of the backside there by one of the cars just ahead. That's the 47, 2 ahead of 47. Is that Daniel Lewis? Flapping on the rear end. Is that maybe one of the reasons why Daniel is struggling? In 4th position. 46 of Hayden holding on to that, well, 5th place for the time being. This looks like it could sort of erupt into a little bit of a battle. Well, it's already a battle, to be fair, but it could erupt into a sort of a bit of a feisty affair going into the final 10 minutes. Clearly, James Pope has got the pace on Lucas Hayden. James Pope, who started where did he start? James Pope started in 10th place, up to 6th. Isaac Hayden started in 5th, currently in 5th. One of the few drivers out there that hasn't moved. The only other person I can really find that's like that is actually Zachary Lucas. Horrobin is going very, very quickly, to be fair. 54.782. As he comes across the line now, we'll be able to see what his kind of progress may well be. Just waiting, because the difference between where he is currently sat and everybody else is it's about 30 odd seconds so far. Well, more than that actually. Horrobin's overtaken Chambers. It's 32 seconds between himself and the race leader. A 55.4 with an overtake as well. It's a quicker than quite a few of the drivers ahead. I think we've seen Caitlin May drop down to 12th position actually. Through all that sort of drama and all that fighting, drop down into 12th is not where they wanted to be. Once upon a time, inside the top 10, tried to fight for 9th place. Caitlin May now dropped behind Johnson, who's in 11th, in the number 10. That's why I was getting slightly confused with that one then. As they go down through Paddock Hill Bend then, a little glance to the front. Oh, is this the 777 actually? Not quite the front, inside the top 10. Set battle for 7th place. With Blackburn just trying to clip that apex, misses it a little bit. Going to give some kind of advantage to Sean Reynolds. A couple of tenths between these two. On the previous lap, Reynolds was quicker by about 0.2 of a second. Delphi car looks very, very agitated to move forward, doesn't he? I think it's Knight or Johnson. Pope has got through on Hayden, 47 on 46. We were seeing that, there we go. 46 has got through. Ahead, Pope is not letting that one go without a fight though. He's looking to the inside. Sorry, he's looking to the outside there. I was getting mixed up between the two, 47 and 46. 46 is Hayden leading this one. 47 is Pope. Pope trying to crawl all over the back of him. Nice little clip of the apex there as they go through towards Surtees with 10 minutes to go. Just flash of the brake lights. In fact, I don't think we actually saw that from Hayden, did we? So Pope a little bit more aggressive with how he wants the car to act around him. Cocking the rear wheel. A nice run out of the corner there for both of them, to be fair, actually. But Alistair Kellett, wow, 0.2 of a second away from Zachary Lucas. Each and every lap he's been eking. In fact, on that lap, it was a second that Alistair Kellett has managed to get to Zachary Lucas. Something went wrong with him on the previous, so the race lead is under threat here. The fastest lap is still Zachary Lucas's, but Alistair Kellett is there. He's waiting in the wings to try and get this race victory. Through Graham Hill Bend they go. And Zachary Lucas just about held off on this one. No, he is still going defensive, isn't he, as they look towards Surtees, going for that narrower line. Could there be a lunge? No, look how defensive Lucas has to be to fend off Alistair Kellett going through Clark Curve. I think they both missed the apex. That might ruin Kellett's run down into Paddock Hill. Might be not where he's hoping to overtake him, though. It might be going into Druids. Going to try the long way round, throws the fake, looks on the inside, gives Lucas something to think about. Doesn't miss the apex though. Lucas wasn't going to be perturbed by that one. Less than 0.2 of a second. Alistair Kellett needs to do something. He doesn't have the overall pace. Hence why Lucas was pulling away from him. Hence why Lucas got the pole position. But to be fair, if you look at the times from qualifying, the gap between Zachary Lucas in pole and Alistair Kellett in third was less than 1/10 of a second. So there's no real reason why Kellett can't think that he can take a race victory here. Going through Clark Curves then again, Kellett looking at the backside, almost latched onto the rear end of the diffuser of Zachary Lucas. Looks left, he threw a fake into Paddock Hill last lap. Will he do the same thing? He's going for the inside. That's going to be a big lunge if he goes for it far too far back for Alistair Kellett to try and make a move on Zachary Lucas. Trying to force the pole sitter offline is, I think, what he was hoping for. He's not managed to blink just yet, though, is Lucas. Having a look at the rest of the field, Hayden's still ahead of Pope. That was a battle that we were keeping an eye out on. 0.2 of a second is the gap. Simon Horrobin is still down in 17th position, 10 seconds away from the next car. Realistically, he's not got any kind of chance of moving forward. Howard's still ahead of Knight. Johnson ahead in 9th place. Knight is in 10th, Johnson is in 11th, 12th is Caitlin May. War has just got past Ellis. for 13th. Kellett too far away to even think about a psychological race move there. He's better off getting onto the racing line probably and trying to catch back up, go for take 2. Yeah, it's definitely the ABS. There's no way my suspicion earlier of them indicating through Druids is in any way accurate. The ABS obviously working overtime going through there. Zachary Lucas has pulled out about 1/10 of a second, which is the margin that he was probably hoping for, so he didn't have to worry. So we'll focus back at the battle between Hayden and Pope, which hasn't changed positions since we last left it, but they are just as attached to each other. Oh, there's been an off for 53 of Kidd. Morgan Kidd from 15th position. Is that going to be a safety car? Is that going to be a yellow flag? In just that sector, I'm not entirely sure where it was. Was it coming out of Clark Curves? Oh no, it's at Druids. It's at the top end of the circuit. There's only 3 places it could be. I managed to figure out it wasn't 2 of them. It must be Druids, yeah. That is probably going to be a safety car, I imagine. There's no way that they're going to be able to, unless he can reverse it out, which I'd be amazed, because that gravel is deep there, considering the tyre barrier comes on at you fairly quickly, and if you lose your brakes going into Druids, that can be a massive problem. Yeah, the safety car has been pulled. So the race gets neutralised. Now for Alistair Kellett, that could be a brilliant thing, or could be a really annoying thing, depending on how enthusiastic Gary Miller is feeling from 3rd place. Gary, who hasn't really had, there is the stricken driver of Kidd. Out of the corner, out of the car, managing to run across, get back in the car, I imagine, to let it be towed away. This should hopefully be fairly quick. 5 minutes to go. I'm hoping for at least a 1-lap dash to the line. Are the marshals going to try and push him out? Again, you can see how deep that is. They're telling him to get harnessed up. And then I imagine we'll get the truck to come out and pull him out, to be fair. But the marshals might want to give it a go. They're going to get sprayed with stones if they do, with that car going into reverse. I imagine from Zachary Lucas's perspective, he'll just want this safety car to stay out for the next 4 minutes. And to be fair, for the amount of time that it normally takes a safety car to get out there, it could well do that. Let's have a look at what's coming up for the rest of the day. I believe we've already got 2 races to go after this one. Yeah, the Miltech Sports Civic Cup Championship. I'll be rejoined by Andy McEwen in the commentary box for that one. It should be coming up at 5:15. What time is it now? Might actually be a little ahead of schedule, which I can't quite believe. Okay, so this could be a bit dodgy. But the marshals, oh, look at that. Easy as you like. Just push him out. There we go. We may well get back racing for the last couple of laps. That'll be a delight. And away they go. So I'm not entirely sure what caused the problem. The driver's going to have to be slightly careful not to get any gravel in the cars there and clean that up. Well, one of the recovery vehicles is now chasing Kidd around, thinking, come back. As Morgan Kidd now drives around the circuit. It looks like, I don't know if they have to come into the pit lane or not now. Actually, to be fair, some championships have a rule where if you end up going off the circuit and you have gravel, you have to come in. I'm actually watching them through the final corner. We'll see on TSL whether they actually come into the pits, but no, there we go, they can carry on. So shake the gravel off, go to the back of the grid and carry on racing. To be fair, I'm a fan of it, really. Like, if your car's not broken and all they did was park it 3 feet into the gravel and couldn't move, well, why not? Sort of thing. There's no need to end the race early. Speaking of ending the race early, that's not what's happening, because the safety car lights have gone off the BMW, which means Zachary Lucas can now control the pace himself. Alistair Kellett can imagine what his move into Paddock Hill Bend will look like, or probably more likely into Druids. And Gary Miller doesn't look all that interested in trying for a race lead, so Alistair Kellett gets his wish, doesn't have any problems from behind. In fact, Gary Miller has half the straight to play with, basically, because it doesn't look like Daniel Lewis was really paying attention there too much either. Zachary Lucas doesn't have any problems going into the first corner, and everybody is pretty much as they were. The 89, the Delphi car that we've been focusing on, of Knight versus Johnson. Again, the battle for the top 10. Sort of I wouldn't say heating up any more than any of the other battles out there on circuit, but it's certainly been one to keep an eye out on. Gary Miller has caught up to the back of Alistair Kellett, actually, a little bit over the first 3 corners of this restart. With 2 minutes to go, this is the fight we've been focusing on most, to be honest. Lucas Hayden versus James Pope, the fight for 5th place. Not many moves have been thrown, but they have sort of been tailgating each other. It's almost like watching Audis on the motorway. Not me, of course. I'm a far better driver than that, but you know what I mean. I think everybody out there probably knows what I mean. 0.2 of a second, the gap between Lucas and Kellett. And Kellett again looking for that sort of fake left, go right, trying to put Lucas off. To be fair, it may well have worked. I think Lucas went very defensive and Kellett looks up the inside. No move there, but he's going around the outside of Druids. The hard route around is the cut back on. Can he get the car tucked in? No, he can't. Not just yet. But Lucas certainly knows he's in for a fight now for the last 2 or 3 laps here. Probably only 2, actually. This may well be the penultimate lap we've got going on. A lap time is roughly 55 seconds. So, yeah, this will be the penultimate lap. Zachary Lucas only has to hang on for approximately 6 more corners. Trust me, I make it sound a lot easier than it actually is. He actually misses the apex, but I think he gets a really good exit out. And that's, oh, his kid goes looking up straight on, exactly where they did before into Druids. Luckily, managed to stop it before they get into the gravel trap. And I can tell you that Morgan Kidd is now moving again, so there'll be no need for a yellow flag going into Druids, which means any moves onto the last lap should be legal. Yeah, the yellow flags have gone away. The yellow lights disappeared, going into Druids. Alistair Kellett looks to take some kind of advantage, almost rear-ending Zachary Lucas, going through Druids for what will be, I imagine, the final time. Gary Miller's looking at this thinking, go on, Alistair, another couple of miles an hour, give me a race win. Kellett on the outside, going into Surtees. Look at this, White lining it from Zachary Lucas. Kellett is all over the shop trying to find a way past, but Zachary Lucas is not blinking. Going into Clark Curve, all he needs to do is find the apex one final time, and I think he's managed to do it. Gary Miller had a loss to Kellett. It's not going to be a drag race to the line. It's going to be Zachary Lucas from pole position to take the race victory here at the ST250 Airtech Motorsport Fiesta Championship. Great race there by the front 2. Great race by James Pope as well, who has lost Lucas Hayden. No, there we go. Lucas Hayden now been put back in place. I was wondering where on earth he had disappeared to there. So Lucas Hayden ended up 5th place, James Pope in 6th. Simon Horrobin ended up making his way up to 15th place as well for a driver that we were keeping an eye on earlier in the race. Lewis is probably going to be a driver that's slightly disappointed with that one. The AM driver who qualified in 2nd place dropped down into 4th by the end of it. Not quite the race he was going for. And that battle for that sort of top 10s position, that 9th place really with Howarth, was the one that also caught our attention quite high. Howarth, Knight, War and Caitlin May ended up in 12th place. Good moves all round, good driving all round. Didn't quite see what happened at Clark Curve, but if we choose to ignore it and pretend it didn't exist, then I'm sure it didn't. The confirmation of the provisional results. Zachary Lucas takes home the top step of the podium, with Alistair Kellett in 2nd place. Gary Miller is in 3rd, and all 3 of them will be chatting to Richard John Neal very soon. Daniel Lewis was 4th after starting in 2nd place. 5th was Lucas Hayden. James Pope was 6th. Connor Blackburn was in 7th. Sean Reynolds in 8th. 9th was Henry Howarth. 10th, Joseph Knight. 11th, Luke Waugh. 12th, Caitlin May. 13th, Archie Johnson. 14th, Charlie Ellis. 15th, Simon Horrobin. 16th, Harry Hayes. 17th, Matt Chambers. 18th, Morgan Kidd, who outbroke themselves into the gravel trap, then outbroke themselves in Druids again, but managed to avoid the gravel trap this time. And then John Cooper, who unfortunately didn't make it more than a couple of laps. And of course, not forgetting Marco Ricci, who never made the start, unfortunately. So, yeah, the Airtech Motorsport Fiesta ST250 Championship comes to a close for the Saturday. But there will be more action from them tomorrow. Don't you worry about a thing. The live stream will kick off tomorrow, by the way, if you're wondering, with the MG Metro Cup, which looked like great fun out there earlier on. It'll be at 10 o'clock, so it's a bit of a lie-in for a few of the drivers here at Brands Hatch, as per usual on Sunday. And then the Miltech Sports Civic Cup will be at 10:30. And if you look at the TCRs will have their 2nd race of the day just after lunch at 10 to 2. We'll also have a grid walk with Paul O'Neill and myself with Andy McEwen taking the comms box for the majority of tomorrow. Well, in fact, all of tomorrow, actually. He doesn't leave this little greenhouse from 10 o'clock all the way until 6 o'clock. He's looking forward to it. TCR's also had their third race of the weekend at 20 to 5. And I've just spotted the Miltech Sports Civic Cup kick off their third and final race at 20 to 4 tomorrow. So that is sort of the rundown of what we've got to look forward to tomorrow. The next two races are up on your screen. I'm sure that I'll be told when Richard John Neal has all the drivers ready to the interview. But the last two races that are on your screen for you this afternoon are the Miltech Sports Civic Cup Championship. Kicks off in about 15 minutes, hopefully. And the final detail, Fiesta ST150, the little sibling, shall we say, of the ST240 Championship, ready to get going. Richard John Neal has the podium sitters.
So we've been ready actually for a little while, so much so that Zach Lucas is just wandering off. There we go, Zach, let's go a quick word. Sorry, you've got friends and family here. Many congratulations on the win. I was going to do a triple, but we'll have a moment with you and maybe get the other guys in shots. Congratulations, a great way to start the year.
Oh yeah, sure, it's just how we wanted to start. We had good testing before the year, and I mean, our aim was to be up here, and it is, so hopefully I can just maintain that through the season and keep it going.
Alistair was right with you when the safety car came out, so that normally we go as a big gap, but you know, you seem to command it from the restart pretty well, and all under control.
Yeah, I tried my best, obviously. I had a little moment just before the safety car which got Alistair right on the back of me, and then ever from then he was just reeling me in. He's such a good driver, I've got to give it to him, and I've done well just to keep it all on track under the pressure I was under, to be fair.
Couldn't help notice change of number this year. What's that about?
Just a new bit of luck, really. My old number weren't giving me much, so I thought I'd change. It's my daughter's birthday, 23rd of the 4th, so
excellent.
Hopefully it gives me a bit more luck this year. It's
worked for you off the start, hasn't it? Yeah, brilliant stuff. Much to change on the car for tomorrow?
No, everything feels good, so we'll just get it back and give it a quick check over and make sure everything's all right and get back out there.
Nice one, many congratulations. We'll let you talk to Lindsay and get the trophy and the winner's bubbly. Alistair Kellett takes second position, so well done, Alistair. Always great to catch up with the likes of Zach and yourself, and not a bad start, really.
Great start, yeah, delighted. Got into second behind Zach and followed him, and he kind of disappeared, and I thought, this could be interesting. So I just followed, and I thought, well, maybe he'll use his tyres up, and he did. And then he made a small mistake at Graham Hill Bend, and I caught him then, and he just defended for his life. And look, it's great to race with Zach. He's just great to race with. So good race, and I thought I was going to finish on his safety car, and it didn't. So I had another couple of goes with him, and still couldn't get past him. So we'll have a go tomorrow and see what happens.
I'll tell you what, if that's what we're going to get through the year, I think we're in for a little bit of a treat. And coming to that last corner, when you come into clearways, you went wide to get the extra momentum onto the straight. Gary was having a look on the inside, wasn't he?
I seen him coming, and I thought, hold on a minute. Yeah, no, it's all good, yeah, all clean, not a mark in any car. What you want. Great first race.
Absolutely right, brilliant stuff. Well done, great to see you again, and we'll catch you tomorrow. We've got two more races tomorrow from the AirTech Motorsport Fiesta Championship. Gary Miller in third place. Well done, Gary. Brilliant to see you. I'm very well, thank you for asking. And I was just saying to Alistair, you were looking to have a cheeky nip up the inside there in clearways.
I could see Zach was holding him a bit up in the last lap, and I said, Alistair's going to try and get a run on him and go wide. And I said, I'll stick a nose in here and see what happens. But I said he was wise to it, and he closed the door, and we got through with no contact, so that's the main thing. But it was a great race, to be fair. The two lads just had the pace on me a bit. I was busy keeping Lucas behind me for a while, and then the safety car is a bit of a gift to me. I caught back up on them. I was hoping for them maybe to come together and hold themselves up a bit more to get by them, but yeah, look, it was brilliant. 3 weeks ago I wasn't going to be here, so I need to thank a lot of people to be here. So there's Vicky, Mervyn, Alistair as well. Gary is with me here this weekend, and the panel will be there. 3 weeks ago there wasn't even a quarter panel on the car, so to Paul as well. So it's a real thanks. This is the right one to help me out.
So what was was it that you weren't ready, or you didn't fancy it, or?
It just wasn't going to happen, so it did in the end, so.
Now, does this commit you to the whole thing now?
Well, I don't know. He's looking at me. He was one of the main reasons pushing me out. So yes, I think at this stage we'll see how the weekend ends up. But yeah,
It's a lot of commitment for all of the drivers. You know, whether you're from England, Scotland, or wherever. But you guys have got to come across the water as well. And we really appreciate that. It's great to see you guys.
Myself and Alistair left at like 5 o'clock Thursday morning, and we get home at 6 o'clock Monday morning, straight back into work again. So it's a lot of travelling, but when you're bringing home these, it's worth it. So. Hopefully you can stay going now, and no 3 cars and a mark on them the way it should be. So it's a lot better racing than what it was last year, and hopefully that'll keep up.
Fingers crossed we do. Well done. And we'll see you on the podium again tomorrow.
Hopefully. Thank you very much.
Nice one. Gary Miller, well, many congratulations. So there we go. That's our overall podium. I thought we might get an amateur podium, but we're going to give a little shout out if we've got time. And by all means, Mr. Director, shout at me if we haven't. Daniel Lewis took the amateur class win, moving up from the junior category from last year. James Pope and Henry Howarth also. So the amateur class, we've got a lot of young talent coming through, and I'm sure they're going to be up for overall podiums over the course of the coming season. They weren't far away from it today. Who knows what tomorrow is going to bring. So that concludes our AirTech Motorsport Fiesta Championship first race of the weekend. 2 more for them tomorrow, and we're going to start now our look forward to the Civic Cup. And only 2 more races to go, as Jack told you earlier on, Civic Cup, and then the final details, one ST150 Fiestas a little bit later on. But in the absence of any other drivers to chat to down here at the moment, I'll have a quick scan round. And no, we don't have any amateurs. In fact, we've got cars, I think, just about coming out on track. So let's hand you back up to Jack Oliphant for a rundown of the Milltec Civic Cup runners.
Thank you very much there, Richard. Yes, the Milltec Sports Civic Cup coming up for your screens now. And I have to say, I'm delighted to be back with Andy McEwen, who is the voice of the Civic Cup at TCR. So I'm going to let you, Andy, take us away through the starting grid.
Thank you very much, Jack. Indeed, so it is the reigning champion, Max Edmondson, who snatched pole position in qualifying earlier on today, very much setting his stall out as the favourite once again in 2024, but it was close. Spencer Stevenson was only a 10th off him, and he will start alongside Row 2 TCR champions, both of them, Josh Files and Lewis Kent, double TCR UK champ, and multiple race winner here in TCR down the years. And then on row number 3, Liam McGill with Will Redford, another driver I think many are tipping to be a title contender in 24. Then it's Dave Marshall, winner in the FN2 last year. He's the highest placed of the FN2 shaped cars on the grid for this race, and he's got Harvey Caton for company on row 4. And you have to go all the way back to row 5 to find Alistair Camp, the returning Alistair Camp, in car 45, making his racing debut now in one of the FN2s, and he's alongside Alex Kite. Owen Hillman, another Pro Alloys driver, will start 11th alongside Sam Kirkpatrick together on row number 6. Row 7, meanwhile, is where you find Nicholas Cristoforo and Jordan Brennan. Jordan Brennan perhaps a bit further back than you'd expect. Josh Bromley and Macaulay Austin together on row 8, and the 9th row is shared by Charlotte Birch and former Fiesta Junior runner Harry England. Top 20 then completed by Jamie Petters, who's got Mark Hughes alongside him. Then it's Trevor McConnell and William Butt with Aidan Hassan and Simon Welch together on row 12. And at the back of the grid, not having qualified but allowed to join the grid anyway, is Wesley Swain, and that is under the familiarity rule, which I don't think I've ever actually heard called by what is obviously its official name, the familiarity rule. What that means is that he's raced here at the past at Brands Hatch. He raced here last year in Fiesta Juniors, therefore they'll allow him to race even though he didn't set a lap time in qualifying. Of course, the reason he didn't set a lap time in qualifying is because of that broken steering on, I think, his out lap, or his first flying lap maybe, heading along the Cooper Straight that brought about yellow flags, then a red flag, and a full session stoppage. So cars out onto the circuit then, and well, we've been bigging this up all day, Jack, really, the Milltec Sports Civic Cup. It is a grid stacked with talented drivers, stacked with potential race winners, which does rather beg the question, who's going to win this first race of the season? Max Edmondson obviously starts off as a favourite. He is the reigning champion. He's living up so far to that billing, but got a funny feeling he won't have this all his own way.
No, definitely not. No, it's we were giving it the big hype in qualifying. We've been giving it the big hype all throughout the day as well. You're right, it's absolutely stacked. So Max Edmondson will definitely have a headache going into turn 1. I mean, in theory, he's driven these cars before a lot more than the likes of Josh Files and Lewis Kent, even though they have featured and done guest rounds and stuff like that. Getting the car off the line should be advantage Edmondson. What happens after that, God only knows. Will Redford will also probably have a half decent shout of trying to get through as well. He started in 6th place, you mentioned him. And again, though, one of the sort of stories that I didn't quite catch that much in qualifying until I was reading out the results, Alistair Camp. I don't think he's ever been that far down in qualifying. He ended up in 9th place. But importantly, sort of second in class a little bit, sort of thing, with Dave Marshall.
He said something very interesting to me when I chatted to him earlier on today after qualifying. He said, if I'd have come back in the EP3 and qualified 5th, people start saying, well, what's wrong with the car? He's never that far down the order. He said in the FN2 there is no expectation, there is no benchmark for him to aim at because they're still learning the car. Everybody is still learning the FN2, even Dave Marshall, who's won a couple of races now in that car through the back end of last year. He's still finding things every weekend that are making the car quicker, and I know that he's been teasing Alistair Camp a little bit this weekend about some of the fun and games he might have in store for him as he tries to really perfect that car. But yeah, I think Camp is kind of enjoying actually not having that pressure of expectation on his shoulders and just being able to learn the car at his own pace. Of course, he's very competitive though, and will be expecting, no doubt, to be a factor at the front. We'll see what he can do in this opening round of the championship though very, very shortly, because the cars have arrived back on the grid, the red lights are on, and Max Edmondson looks to get his championship defence off to the perfect start. He's off the line well, and he will lead uncontested towards Paddock Hill Bend for the first time. It's a good start made from the outside of row 1 for Spencer Stevenson. In fact, grid order, I suspect, amongst the top 4 or 5 as they tip their way into paddock. Wide, though, goes Lewis Kent, I think that was, trying to drift round the outside of Josh Files. That didn't quite work. Well, maybe it still worked. Actually, he's hanging around the outside up at Druids, but no, Josh Files will hang on to third. And actually, Liam McGill now moves up to challenge his Area Motorsport teammate as they drop down the hill. There's contact further back. 2 or 3 cars pointing the wrong way. Jordan Brennan's involved in that. So too one of the area cars and a Pro Alloys car, but they've all carried on relatively undamaged. That's split the pack very much though. You've got a leading group and then everybody else trying to keep up behind.
Yeah, saw a car go in the background, and there it is, actually looking straight to the pit lane. That's number 22, isn't
Sam
it?
Kirkpatrick.
Sam Kirkpatrick. It's a shame, actually. It's another one of those drivers that I was sort of getting quite excited about, but sort of just under the radar of the top sort of 4 or 5. So I really wanted to see how they'd get on. But you know what? It's there's always race 2 and 3 tomorrow. A couple of lockups going into Paddock Hill Bend. A couple of people looking at the inside, trying that move, maybe trying to put people offline. But the top 3, 4, 5 really have sort of gapped themselves a little bit.
They have indeed. Through Druids Corner go the leaders then. They'll drop downhill shortly to be faced with a track full of grass where all of that kicked off heading down into Graham Hill. A lap ago, that's Alistair Camp going round the outside of Harvey Caton, and that will buy him a ticket to the inside line, which isn't really where you want to be at the moment, going into a very dirty Graham Hill Bend, but he does slide through. Caton, though, will try and fight back, gets back alongside him down the Cooper Straight. That's the inside line for Surtees. How's that one going to pan out? Who comes out on top? We'll have to wait and see. There go the leaders through the right-hander at Clearways. Camp is still trying to force the issue. He's got the inside line finally at Clearways, and he does now move ahead of the youngster, Alistair Camp, then, up to 9th.
Yeah, it's done well there, hasn't he? It's difficult for Caton to try and cut back and everything like that, but he's got another couple of laps in here. In fact, he's trying to go the hard way round. Alistair Camp going through Paddock Hill Bend. How's that one going to end up? I'm waiting to see them all. There they are. Caton again almost admitting defeat to try and then push forward a little bit later on. We're going into Druids. I think Alistair Camp's pretty much got that one sewn up, hasn't we? Alex Kite, who I think had a little bit of a problem in qualifying at some point. That sort of rings a bell, doesn't he? Had a bit of a spin, didn't he? Oh, Caton looking at the inside of Graham Hill Bend. You don't really want to be doing that. It looks like it would be an overtaking opportunity, but it very rarely is.
Yeah, Camp having got this 9th place back, because remember he started 9th actually. He's back into 9th now where he started, really struggling to keep hold of it, but he seems to be settling down a bit more now. Although, as I say that, misses the apex by a country mile at Clearways and is back under threat again, heading along the start-finish straight. Max Edmondson not under threat, though. He's just set the new fastest lap of the race, a 53.617, and is 3/4 of a second up the road now from Spencer Stevenson 2nd, Josh Files in 3rd, 4th Lewis Kent, and 5th is Dave Marshall. But for how much longer? He's got Will Redford right behind him, and Alex Kite, and Alistair Camp, and Harvey Caton. 5 of them nose to tail as they head towards Druids Corner. Around the outside goes Will Redford. New livery for Will this year. That's going to take a bit of getting used to, and Dave Marshall is going to squeeze him right over to the edge of the road. If there's one thing we know about Dave Marshall, Jack, is that his racecraft is second to none, and look, it actually could be Redford now under attack.
Yeah, Redford actually going all the way over the inside to try and stave off the attack, actually hitting the barriers, wasn't he, a little bit, but ran them over. They are designed to be hit, to be fair, of course, but Alex Kite goes through Surtees, and Redford has to wait to see if he can try and get a reply going into Paddock Hill Bend. He launches all the way over the curb, tries to get that nice tight line. I don't think he quite got the exit he was hoping for. Alex Kite may well have that position sewn up for the time being.
Down towards Paddock Hill Bend we go again. Camp under threat once more from Harvey Caton. He has to move to the inside to defend, and once more Harvey will look to try and get the switchback manoeuvre here. Camp does seem to be down in straight line speed. He was telling me that earlier on as well. That car suffering apparently a lot from heat soak, so it's starting to overheat after 5 or 6 laps, and it will be even worse in traffic, so maybe the best thing to do is get out of the traffic and try go around the outside of Will Redford. That didn't really work. Slows Camp down on corner exit. We know that Harvey Cane's not bashful about throwing it up the inside of Graham Hill Bend, although on this occasion he sensibly, I suspect, decides to settle back in line. But it's a good little scrap, this, 5 cars as one, and both of the FN2s in this group, Jack, seem to be struggling a little bit.
Yeah, a little bit. Oh, Caton going up the inside. Speaking of FN2 struggles, Caton managed to launch himself up onto the apex, and I think he's going to be there for Paddock Hill, isn't he? I think Alistair Camp may well have been mugged here.
Yeah, Camp's got no straight line speed, has he? Look at that, Caton just drives straight past him in the end. Yes, he did well to get to the inside line, but Alistair definitely losing a mile an hour or so as they head past the pits even. So he's back down to 10th position. And this is not really the opening round of the season that he would have been hoping for. I know I was saying he hadn't set himself too high an expectation, but he will be disappointed, I'm sure, to be at the back end of the top 10. We'll see whether or not he's able to pick his way back through before the checkered flag. With 5 minutes in, 1/3 race distance, I should say. Max Edmondson by 1 second now leads the way. So this is a sort of typical Max Edmondson performance, really, Jack. We saw this a few times through the second half of last year. Once he gets a sniff of the lead and gets into his rhythm, there aren't many drivers out there who can keep up.
I'm very impressed, actually, because there was a lot of talk about how the competition for Max Edmondson and how the pressure might get to him, and we were sort of bigging that up as a big storyline, weren't we, really? But he's not really had any effect on him, which is very impressive indeed. So, yeah, big shout out to Max Edmondson. He's also got the fastest lap of the race as well, which is a good 10th or so quicker than the likes of Stevenson behind him. So that's why we're focusing on this battle so much, because Edmondson has somewhat extinguished the fight right for the first place. But as we see Dave Marshall still holding this train up a little bit, you sort of get the impression that if the likes of Alex Kite or Will Redford got through, do you think they'd be able to pull away, or do you think they're not quite actually as quick as you maybe think they are, just because they're hunkered up behind the FN2?
I think the fact they're able to stay this close for lap after lap after lap suggests they probably have a bit more pace, but to overtake in a one-make series like this, you have to have a chunk of extra pace over the car ahead to be able to make an easy overtake, and I don't think they've got that. They've got maybe a 10th or so, but that isn't really enough. The lead gap, by the way, just crept down back under a second that time, about half a tenth quicker was Spencer Stevenson than Max Edmondson, who, interestingly, having set that fastest lap of a 53.3, is still about 3/10 off lap record pace. Lap record set by Dan Thackeray, his big championship rival here last year. And at the moment, Max not quite able to match that pace, perhaps just pacing himself, knowing that it is warm out there and you've got to try and look after the tyres a little bit. But this is the leading group, turning its way through Surtees, and this perhaps is the man that many people expected to dominate. In fact, there's no perhaps about it. I remember back at the awards evening at the back of last year for TCR UK and Civic Cup, it was a bit of an open secret even by that point that Josh Files was moving into the Civic Cup this year, and everybody was under the impression that he was going to dominate. This is not Josh Files dominating, this is Josh Files actually struggling to keep up with the leading two.
Yeah, and to be fair, we speak a lot about Max Edmondson, we've spoken a lot about Josh Files and Lewis Kent. We haven't really given much. I'll tell you what, we'll come back to that. That's McDonnell, one of the Masters drivers, shall we say, somewhat making his way through, because of course there are championships within championships that Phil Kinch has wanted us to remind everybody at home, and one of them is the fact that it's the the Goodyear Diamond Award. Eligible for only 3 drivers out there. Trevor McConnell is one of them. Another one, I believe, is Simon Welch. And the last one is Mark Hughes. I think Mark Hughes took the diamond pole, shall we say, the highest qualified driver. But I think at the moment we might be seeing McDonnell as the highest driver. I'll have to double check that though. Oh no, it might be Hughes actually in 15th place.
I think it is. That's quite a good run actually from Hughes to be up inside the top 15, so he's improved quite nicely. There is also the Paul Winfield Trophy, which is for any driver making their debut this year or who hasn't finished in the top 10 in the championship since 2021. The Paul Winfield Trophy named after the late father of Bruce Winfield, who was a former champion in Civic Cup and then nearly champion, he will say, in TCR UK a couple of seasons as well. So the Paul Winfield Trophy continuing to live on through 2024. So as the leading group heads through, I'm trying to figure out who, well, I suppose technically Josh Files is leading the Paul Winfield Trophy, or no, Spencer Stevenson, I suppose. Spencer Stevenson, who I don't believe has raced with us before in Civic Cup, running in second place, but now 1.2 seconds off the leading group. This really is still where the battle is, isn't it, Jack? The battle for 6th position. Dave Marshall still hanging on to the place and really causing a little bit of action behind him now.
Yeah, Henry Caton's going pretty well, and he's actually looking very interested in Will Redford, so that could be the next move, or attempted move, that we see out of this sort of gaggle of cars, these top 5. That would allow Alistair Camp an opportunity to maybe gain a free place, but I don't think Alistair has the pace. His car just doesn't look there, it doesn't look under him, doesn't have the straight line. He might have it under braking, he might still be able to have all the racecraft that he's used to, but doesn't seem to have that little extra oomph that he needs to try and get past. And the EP3s clearly have a little bit of a top-end advantage, shall we say. For the time being, anyway. It might change every so often. Spencer Stevenson is a driver that we haven't really mentioned. We've spoken about Max Edmondson, Josh Files, Lewis Kent, Alistair Camp, so many other people. But Spencer Stevenson, who qualified in second, is still second and doing a really good job of it. It's not like he's there out of luck or anything like that. And we haven't really spoken that much about him, to be fair, have we? Multiple karting champion back when TKM was all the rage, which is admittedly a fair few years ago, if my laptop could stop messing up. He's only 21, relatively young, a little bit older than Max Edmondson, of course, but still in racing terms, he's not like really old or anything like that. But he's still looking to strive towards getting becoming a full racing driver as his full career. And I think we might have a little bit of a movement between Harvey Caton and Will Redford.
I think we do, and that might just allow Alistair Camp to buy into it. Into the pit lane, meanwhile, comes Jordan Brennan, his race over, and the luckless Jordan Brennan, once again, fortune not shining on the Liquimolly man. Here's that battle that Jack spotted out of the window. Caton has got up the inside of Will Redford, but Redford's going to try and hang on around the outside. The danger is that this opens the door for Alistair Camp, but we know that Camp's car is not performing all that well in a straight line. He's got his nose at the inside line, though. Picks up a bit of a side draft, maybe, from Will Redford's car, and looks to get the inside line into Paddock Hill Bend. Is this going to work? I think it will. Good on the brakes is Camp, and he does slip back through into 9th position, makes the apex but drifts a little wide. Does that open the door for Redford towards Druids? No, Camp slams that door in his face and does now relieve him of that 9th position. So a couple of places lost there for Will Redford. He'll be disappointed with that as Camp understeers right out to the exit curve. And forget straight line speed, I don't think he's all that happy with the handling of the FN2 right now either.
It looks a little bit of a dog, doesn't it? As it stands, I'm sure they'll obviously tweak it. Even tomorrow that car will look a little bit better than it is today, but I can almost understand why he actually wanted to jump in the FN2, because he is having to work really hard, and he'll come out of this, and if he gets 8th place or 9th place even, he'll be absolutely buzzing with it. He'll probably feel like a race winning an EP3. So yeah, realistically he's very sort of competitive, but he's got to have those little tweaks. He's got to learn the car a lot quicker than he has done so far, which I'm sure he will, but not if he misses apexes like that. That won't help him in his race.
Oh, and that now allows Will Redford back up the inside. I think Redford's likely to slip through into Druid's corner. A bit of door mirror bashing maybe, and Alistair Camp, in typical Alistair Camp fashion, stands his ground and will try to get back to the inside line into Graham Hill. Ben commits to the move on the inside, climbs the curb, but the momentum and the traction I think will be with Redford on the outside line. Still they debate the position though as they head along the Cooper Straight and into the left-hander at Surtees. Redford continues to hang tough around the outside. That gives him the inside into Clearways, and I think that will allow him to reclaim that 9th position. And actually, as Camp made that mistake at Paddock Hill Bend only about 5 seconds earlier, it looked to me as though Liam McGill, had made exactly the same mistake and allowed Lewis Kent through. So Kent is now back into 4th position ahead of Liam McGill. There they go, look, that move was made at Paddock Hill Bend, or the run up towards Druids really, a lap ago. Liam, I think, just missed the apex at Paddock, and that allowed Lewis Kent through. Lewis is some way behind Josh Files, who has, I would say, Jack, closed back in on Spencer Stevenson of late.
Yeah, it looks like there's about it is a 3/10 gap, isn't it, across the line. It looked a little bit closer as they sort of panned across our cameras, so it's sort of starting to heat up, but it's a shame that there's only less than 2 minutes to go. That is a driver coming into the pits, and that is Hassan, isn't it, unfortunately? The 64 car coming in and having to pit, which is a bit of a shame, so at least it's not a retirement on the road. We have had a few people come into the pits, haven't we? Hassan, Jordan Brennan, Bromley, Petters, and Kirkpatrick, unfortunately, has had to retire as well. So not too many not really too many fatalities out actually on the circuit for the cars though, so no safety car so far, which is what we like to see.
Yeah, absolutely. We're that close to the end of the race now. I think if someone were to drop it, they would probably just deal with it under yellows, but Max Edmondson won't really care about any of this. Nothing has knocked him off his stride. He wasn't super confident after testing yesterday. He felt that he was losing a fair chunk of time to some of his area motorsport teammates, but he has shown them a clean pair of heels this afternoon. And he has pulled away from the rest of the field. 1.8 seconds his lead margin over this battle for second place. Josh Files, I believe, was fairly disappointed after qualifying, only managing third place, but looks as though he's on course for a podium. Question is, which step of that podium will he stand on? They move on to their final lap of the race now, and Josh Files, he can get close to Stevenson, but he hasn't yet shown his nose, and I think it might be a bit too little too late.
Yeah, it's the penultimate lap, isn't it, really? And that's...
Final lap, I
final
suspect.
lap, actually. Yeah, no, it's not the 15 minutes plus a lap or anything, is it? It's so yeah, it's too far back, unfortunately. Unless Stevenson makes some kind of big error, I think Josh Files will have to settle with a podium.
Alex Kite, by the way, has just nipped up the inside of Harvey Caden. Saw that out of the window, so Alex Kite up into 7th position now.
Yeah, so Caden's actually a very entertaining race, hasn't he, to be fair?
He usually does.
Yeah, it's been something to watch anyway, hasn't it, with Alistair Camp, Will Redford involved. Dave Marshall has absorbed all the pressure. He's driven quite well, but none quite as well as this man. Pole position, Max Edmondson.
Across the line he will come then. The reigning champion is a race winner once more in the Miltech Sports Civic Cup. Across the line he goes, and Max Edmondson wins here at Brands Hatch. Spencer Stevenson hangs on to second place, with Josh Files coming home on the podium in third. Lewis Kenter fighting fourth ahead of Liam McGill. Dave Marshall, the first of the FN2's home, and it was a drag race to the line there with Alex Kite just fending off Harvey Caton. The eventual margin between the two of them was 48 thousandths of a second. It might have only been for 7th place, but a pretty close run thing, as I think, Jack, is this battle going to be between a couple of the Pro Alloys rookies.
Yeah, no, it's good to see Swain back out there as Andy McEwen now hops on down to have a chat to our podium sitters. It's going to take him about 5 minutes to actually get down there, but the checkered flag flies for Wesley Swain, Harry England, Owen Hillman, and all the drivers towards the rear end of the field that unfortunately we didn't get to much of a chance to see because of how entertaining the front of the order was as well. But to echo what Andy was just saying, Max Edmondson was, frankly, superb. You can't really fault him for that one. He was untouchable. As soon as he got off the line, he looked like he got a good start, and after that, he warmed the tyres up. And I do think there's something about having to know the car as well as he does that gives you that advantage over some newer drivers. Spencer Stevenson comes home in second place after qualifying in second. Josh Files qualified in third and finished third, as did Lewis Kent, qualifying in fourth and finishing fourth. Liam McGill qualified in fifth, finished fifth. Dave Marshall was the first driver to actually make any kind of progress. He started in 7th place, he finished in 6th. Alex Kite, and the battle actually just behind Dave Marshall was really what we were watching all that time. Alex Kite was in 7th with Harvey Caton, who had a really good battle with Will Redford and Alistair Camp. He ended up beating both those drivers to finish in 8th. 9th was Will Redford. Alistair Camp came home in 10th, losing 1 position from where he started. Down the order then we see the likes of Wesley Swain in 15th, Mark Hughes in 16th, who I believe was the Diamond Award winner. Trevor McConnell just behind him, and Charlotte Birch in 18th. William Butt was in 19th, Simon Welch in 20th, Aidan Hussein ended up coming into the pit, with Jordan Brennan in 22nd. 23rd was Josh Bromley, and Jamie Petters was in 24th position. So yes, I believe Hughes was the top Diamond winner, which is always good to see. A Paul Winfield trophy went the way of Spencer Stevenson. So hopefully we'll have a chat to all of those drivers in a couple of minutes' time. Once I get the word that Andy is ready for us with some drivers to chat to, we will head on down to him. But finally, the last thing that will be coming up today for the BRSCC feature, sorry, not the BRSCC support series, that was what I was going for, is the Fiesta ST150 challenge. We saw the ST240s just before the Miltech Sports Civic Cup that we just watched, and now it's their little brother ready to take to the stage. If you liked what you've seen, please do like and share the stream. It really does help. Subscribe to the TCR UK official YouTube page. And if you want to see more action, then by all means, tune in tomorrow from 10 a.m. The MG Metro Cup Championship will kick us off before we get to the Miltech Sports Civic Cup, actually, which is straight after 10:30. And I believe, instead of boring you with the timetable, we're going to go down to Andy McEwen.
Well, a fascinating opening round of the Miltech Sports Civic Cup sees the reigning champion right back on top, where he will feel he belongs. Max Edmondson. Max, congratulations. I never like saying that it was an easy race win, because I'm sure it wasn't, but you did make it look quite easy.
Yeah, I mean, the plan was to just get a good start and try pull the gap, and I knew that Josh was going to be coming through. I'll try, obviously, launch an attack on Spencer if he didn't get past him at the start, and that's what happened, and obviously that led me to pull the gap. But I think I was pulling the gap anyway, but obviously that helped it a bit more, so yeah, I'm happy.
And obviously you must be pretty happy with your race pace there. The lap times just didn't seem to drop off.
It felt like it did, but probably just because I was boiling hot. But yeah, it felt pretty flawless throughout, so thanks to Harry Motorsport for the car. It's the best thing I've ever driven, to be honest.
Perfect start to the season, a better start arguably than last year really now. Have you got a feeling you're in for big things this year?
I don't want to say yes or no, because obviously I'd hope to be at the front, but obviously you can't really tell. It's such a long season, so yeah.
Excellent. Well, you're off to a dream start. Max Edmondson then victorious in the opening round of the championship. We've got one more race to come here, though, from Brands Hatch. So for now, back up to the box and Jack.
Thank you very much, Andy. It's a bit of a shame we didn't get a chance to chat with any of the other drivers, but as you can imagine, the organisers here, if they see a clear track, they want to fill it with some cars. So they've done just that. So looks like we're going to be getting on with the final race of the day, the ST140s, 150s. Sorry, my apologies. On pole position on the front row is Robinson with the number 24 Pillmont alongside. Row 2 with 55 of Blackburn with 21 of Davis. Row 3, 77 of Sprange and the 98 of Watkins. Row 4 is 26 of Wyke and 14 of Buxton. Row 5, 291 of Grimes and the 13 of Dobson. Row 6, the 119 of Vickers and the 91 of Browning. Row 7, the 43 of Nikita, the number 3 of Blunt. Row 8 is the 42 of Goodwin and the 66 of Saw. Row 9, the number 12 Morton and the 84 of Sullivan. Row 10 was number 4 Townley and the number 8 Marsh. Row 11 and at the back end of the grid was the 35 Lofstad and the 5 of Malum. So, as I said, the final race of the day, and I have to say, what time are we on? It's 5:30. We've done a pretty good job of that, I would say. Well done to all the organisers, well done to the drivers for making it nice and easy as well, of course. And the marshals, because we have had drivers go off into the pits and into the gravel traps and everything like that, and it's down to the amazing marshals that we have here to be able to pick up the slack and get us back racing as soon as we possibly can. It really makes everyone's job easier, and I know Alpha Live have done a brilliant broadcast. Will also be thankful for it as well, because their biggest nightmare is timetable changes. So as the ST150 challenge is about to get underway, we can look forward and also reflect a little bit on what has been an absolutely sensational day of racing. But on pole position, Daniel Robinson with Matthew Pillmont on alongside him. What can they provide for us here in the final race at Brands Hatch? Daniel Robinson on pole, and it doesn't look like they particularly got an absolutely electric start, although to be fair, bit of a trick of the camera, I think, from the second row and third row. Looked actually like they got a better start. There's contact, there's going to be a big off, and the 98 of Watkins goes straight into the wall at Paddock Hill. That, I imagine, is going to be some kind of safety car, because I don't think he's going to be able to move that car very efficiently away from that situation. That's a big shame. Samuel Watkins, who started in 6th position, ends up getting speared into the left-hand wall. I didn't actually quite catch who the other driver was, and we are in the safety car conditions. No surprise there, as the rest of the field now have to react. They have to see that they're under safety car, sort themselves out. There's always this age-old argument, I didn't see the safety car quick enough, as there's more contact, there's a crash. And frankly, there's no excuse for that. I mean, we were under safety car conditions. There were about 4 corners there before we ended up having that incident. I think it was the 43 or 42 potentially in the background. We're going to go with the 43. That was Nikita who ended up having that off. As I said, no real excuse for that, unfortunately, under safety car. Yellow flags were flashing all over the place. There's a reason why people are going slowly. And Nikita, I think, is the car that's having to limp home now. Big shame, really, for the driver that ended up obviously falling off in the first place. There is Nikita, who's having to now crab them their way into the pits. We haven't got footage of Paddock Hill yet, just to see where that car is. As we're zooming out, might be able to see it below us. Yeah, there we go. The driver out, and the marshals trying to get it out, but without suspension on. They're not sure if they're going to try and get him to reverse it out. I feel like they may well be trying that. Well, that was an unfortunate and eventful start to the Fiesta ST150s. I can tell you that on first place is Robinson, with second place being Blackburn, number 55. Third is number 26, White. Fourth is the 24, Pillmet. And the fifth being the 21 of Davis. Top 10, I might as well run you down, actually. You can see it on the left-hand side, but I might as well run it down for you as well. Sixth place is number 3 of Grimes. Seventh place is the 91 of Browning, who's apparently on his 3rd gearbox, I believe it was. Richard John Neal had texted me earlier. Yeah, 3rd gearbox of the weekend. This is the first weekend we've raced, and he's already on his 3rd gearbox of the season, which is obviously something that I'm sure he won't particularly enjoy. And apparently they've red flagged it, so that might be something to do with. I can't believe that will be anything to do with the amount of time we got left. I think actually they probably red flagged it because we have that much time left over. I'm going to have a look out my window now. I think that means potentially a major restart. I think they're going to regrid them. I think it's because we've got this extra time available to us that the regridding and the restart of the race is in order, potentially. So as the safety car sort of makes its way away, the marshals will take up the responsibility and will put everybody in order. I imagine back to where they started rather than where they are right now. So this could take some time. But we'll have to wait and see the ST150s. Yeah, there we go. I thought I was waiting for a instruction form that I directed Darren there. I think we're going to go take advantage of this and listen to a little bit of our sponsors. We haven't chatted to them. Well, we haven't heard much from them so far. So let's have a few adverts. Let it go.
Got so much weight on my shoulders, enough to knock me out, but I'm still holding the throne. You'll never know till it's over. You want an honest man, but you don't understand. I won't be here when you wake up again. You want an honest man, but you don't understand. I won't be here when you wake up again. You want an honest man.
We are Big Motoring World, one of the largest car supermarkets in the UK. We have over 5,000 cars in stock. We are big on choice. We are big on value. We are big on quality. We are big on service. We are big on trust. All of our cars come with a 200-point mechanical inspection. We know what is important to our customers, and we have built the business around this because we are big on what matters to you.
Is your business ready to switch over to cloud telephony before the BT analogue switch off? If you're not sure, you can get a telecoms and IT health check from Maximum Networks for free, covering broadband, phone systems, IT support and more. Arrange your free audit today at maximumnetworks.co.uk.
Next year, BT switch off their old analogue network for good. Make sure your business is ready to switch over to cloud telephony. Get a telecoms and IT health check from Maximum Networks today, for free. Future-proof your business now. Arrange your free audit today at maximumnetworks.co.uk.
He's all the way around the outside. Miles for the lead. Side by side, who's going to be the bigger man?
And I believe we're going to have a full race restart. There we go, nice little thumbs up there by the 291. And actually, as I'm just saying that, normally I get rid of the grid for as soon as the race pretty much starts, but there we go, I'm going to back up now. It's, so we will be missing a few drivers, but ultimately the grid will end up looking like Daniel Robson on pole position, 24 Matthew Pilmott on second place. I'm not sure if we'll do the full graphics of the rundown of the grid order again. So read them out. Third place Michael Blackburn, fourth will be Dylan Davis. That's how the front two rows have gone. There is the number 3, it's towards the back end of the field now, I believe. The Mark Blunt trying to get into 14th position. The rest of the field looks like it's behaved itself fairly well. It's a big shame that we lost a couple of those drivers earlier on. I think Nikita was the one who ended up having suspension damage. I can see on the back of the flatbed actually now the other driver who was started Samuel Watkins in the 98 car ended up causing this restart. Potential tyre barrier damage was the other reason why we might have had to just red flag it, because there was contact with the barrier. It's had to have a little bit of an inspection. Seems to be all okay. So the marshals and the clerk of the course is as happy as the drivers are left inside the car, as they give all their thumbs up and everything like that. I can actually see down at the bottom as well the Miltech Sports Civic Cup trophy getting underway, and I can see Watkins' car now on the back of the flatbed opposite me. As I hear a siren in the background, I think that's pretty much the signal for people to get off the grid. All the marshals, they've done a sterling job, they've done what they can. Put the cars back in the right order. Let's get racing for hopefully the final time this afternoon. I don't know whether we'll be going back to a full 15-minute restart. I most likely expect we will be. So let's pretend that the first 5 minutes of that just never happened. I'm sure Watkins would probably be hoping that. Another green flag lap means that we get an opportunity just to warm ourselves up. So I already mentioned on pole position will be Daniel Robinson. Second place, Matthew Pillmont. Michael Blackburn in third, with fourth being Dylan Davis. Fifth is Alex Sprange with 98 Samuel Watkins, unfortunately obviously not restarting with us, having gone back on the flatbed. In seventh place is 26 Dan Wyke, and the 14 of Max Burton is in eighth. Ninth is Chris Grimes, and 10th is Paul Dobson. 11th Aidan Vickers, and 12th Liam Browning on their third gearbox of the weekend. 13th Nikita, I don't think will be joining us either after crashing under safety car conditions. And 14th is Mark Blunt. 15th is Jade Goodwin, and 16th Stephanie Saw. 17th Matthew Morton, and 18th is Anthony Sullivan. 19th Alec Townley, and 20th Neil Marsh. And at the back end of the order, 21st Ron Lofstad, and 22nd Graham Mallam. So let's hope we can all keep this in order. It was again, to be fair, we've done a pretty good job of not having a red flag so far today. That was amazingly why we were probably 10 or 15 minutes ahead of schedule. That has now disappeared. So we are back, to be fair, on schedule, which even for motorsport actually is a pretty good standard, to be honest. If we don't run over, we tend to be fairly happy. So we should all be able to get back to the bar and have some food actually within fairly soon. Andy McHugh is nodding enthusiastically next to me, so I think that's on the order. And the Hunter's chicken last night was, well, it's a bit average. I might go for the burger this time. Yeah. Well, actually, he's saying the gammon. Actually, the gammon did look good. Even if it is only just posh ham. But we are down south, so we might as well make advantage of it. But before all that, before we can start thinking about how hungry we're going to get, it's time to focus once more on the racing on track at Brands Hatch. And why wouldn't we want to focus on it? A few people have left the circuit, unfortunately, from the South Bank, but to be fair, it is getting to that time where you're probably thinking about getting back, and maybe they've left early to try and catch the last action on the live stream. 5-second board, and the green flag gets waved at the rear end of the field, which means the lights go on, the engine notes will rise, and for the final time, hopefully, here this afternoon, we go racing for the Fiesta ST150 Challenge at the TCR UK first round at Brands Hatch. It looks like a decent start from the pole position, Daniel Robinson, yet again, as he managed to hold on to that first place. I think he has, yeah, the 69 car has gotten through with Matthew Pillmont, I think, in second place. There's a little bit of contact, there's more debris going off in the cars. I'm not sure whose car that is. What I can tell you is Daniel Robinson is running away with it. Who's that in the background? Off on the outside, it's number 80, I believe, or along those lines. It doesn't look like there's that would match up, unfortunately, so I'll have to wait and see whether they come back on and manage to stay on the circuit this time. But look at this, the number 13 going up the inside. That's Paul Dobson. Looking, not quite achieving, not quite close enough, unfortunately, to have any kind of impact. Speaking of impact, that's the 69 of Dan Robinson, who's not in the first place. Then it must be. I clearly can't see the screen very well. Dan Robinson having a little bit of pushing and shoving, and he's down in about 5th position. They'll come across the line. It's Blackburn in first, Davis in second, Pillmont in third, Dobson in fourth, Robinson all the way down in 5th position, and then Browning in 6th just behind him, who is... I think Robinson was having the argument with Dobson just a couple of corners ago. Big drifting moment for one of the cars further back there, as well as Dobson in the 13. Cocks the rear wheel, tries to get the turn to try and catch up to Pillmont. Blackburn is away with it a little bit. He's about 1 second up the road just on that first lap, and he's even gaining even more now as well. Actually, looking at the gap on the TSL timing. Dobson versus Blunt, trying to go into Clark Curve. Dobson on the inside, that's surely going to happen with him on the exit. Couldn't quite get the car straightened up. He was hopping even more. It was almost like he was watching the triple jump, unfortunately, but he managed to get the car turned in the right way, but I don't think he's going to have much of a leg to stand on as they go into the paddock hill bend. Here comes pole sitter Daniel Robinson trying to resurrect a result out of this. Oh, he's gone very sideways. He's collected it back up, though. My goodness me, the advantage of being in a front-wheel drive car. Put your foot in it and hope for the best. Dobson is living on a bit of a whim here, because I think he's got a very, very motivated Robinson behind him. I wouldn't be entirely surprised if the crowbar came out and the gap on the inside was sort of motivated out of Dobson. Dylan Davis, so in second place, about a second back on Blackburn. Blackburn can really just try and push forward as much as he possibly can as a couple of more drivers down in the midfield try and move their way through. Dobson doing a good job here of holding up Daniel Robinson. To be fair, having a look at Robinson's pole position time, it was only by about 0.02 of a second, just back of Dylan Davis and Michael Blackburn. In fact, top four separated by less than 1/10 of a second, which is really the margins we expect to see on every single race here at Brands Hatch Indy, but only the Fiestas have really shown us, to be honest. All over the curb goes Robinson, sorry. Trying to get some kind of advantage, and again going drifting is that sort of yellow car in the background. I can't quite see who it is, but every single time they go through Paddock Hill, constantly sideways. I think it's Alex Townley who is towards the rear end of the field, and as I said, will remain there until they can sort of smoothly get through Paddock Hill, I imagine, because they're losing a good weapon in diving into Druids to try and make any kind of move further forward. Speaking of moving further forward, Buxton versus Vickers. The fight for 11th position is sort of bubbling under the surface nicely in that sort of midfield. Robinson's still unable to get past Dobson, and actually, as I just mentioned before, Dobson started in, well actually I did mention this, wow, I didn't even notice it. Dobson started in 10th place. He's absolutely flying. He's gotten through really very quickly. Matthew Pillmott has just put the fastest lap of the race in with Robinson. Again, hitting that curb, going sideways. His tyres will surely cook at the end of this race. It's going to be able to cook an egg on it. Maybe even have a gap next to it as well. Alex Strange, who started in 5th position. I'm just trying to find where Strange is. I can't see him on the top 10, so he's dropped off. Actually, no, that's the number 77 car doesn't appear to be on my timing tower at all. So maybe we've had another retirement that I didn't quite notice, the number 77. To be fair, someone had to make contact with Samuel Watkins. Maybe that was Strange. Maybe they made it back to the pits and had to retire. Dan White's moving up. Stephanie Saw, it looks like, dropping down a little bit. Although, no, that's the timing tower. They're just having me off a little bit. Again, does happen every so often. Oh, Robinson up the inside. That's a massive lunge on Dobson. And look at that, Browning's trying to follow through as well. Going through Druids. I love the ambition there from Browning. It doesn't matter whether he's on 3 gearboxes. If he keeps going like that, he'll be going through 3 front bumpers by the end of tomorrow as well. He absolutely sent it. Managed to get the car stopped, to be fair, but didn't get the move done, which means that Dobson now is left holding up yet another driver who's very keen to get past him. And there was a gap on the inside there. In fact, there's Mark Blunt was sort of flirting with the inside of Clark Curves. 9 minutes to go. Robson finally getting through. He's in 5th position. He's in 4th place now. Matthew Pillmott with the fastest lap. I'm curious to see as to whether Robinson, my goodness me, he's making a corner out of a. I know, going up to Paddock Hill is not particularly straight, but that's a very aggressive way to get to the racing line. There's no need for that when you haven't got anybody behind you. It doesn't have to be defensive. What I was going to say is I'm curious to see whether he can get the fastest lap if he hasn't cooked his tyres completely. Dobson has lost out yet again to Browning, it looks like, going through Paddock Hill. The 21 of Davis there, isn't it, actually? I was going to say, I thought it was the top 3, but of course Blackburn's disappeared. He's not quite disappeared, but he's further forward than these two especially. Has Matthew Pillmott, who I've mentioned is very, very fast out there. Not setting fastest laps again, but that's mainly because he's hunkered up behind Davis. He was 0.2 of a second quicker on the previous lap than Davis, and they're probably fairly equal. Yeah, they're pretty much exactly equal now. As it looks like Robinson's learned his lesson, doesn't need to be throwing it around near Paddock Hill Bend quite that quickly. Having a look at the previous time, that was Robinson's best lap time. That's not surprising. What is surprising is that it was 0.8 of a second faster than Pillmott and Davis. Oh, big drift in the background there. Oh, we've actually had an off at Paddock Hill, Ben. That wasn't just a drift, it ended up going off, so from your perspective, on the left-hand side, onto the grass. So the driver has managed to keep going. I'll keep an eye out who that was, actually. On the left-hand side, even Andy McEwen struggling to spot the car, and that's very rare indeed, actually, because he knows what all the cars look like and all the drivers have ever been, apparently. So, but I'll see on the TSL timing who's dropped down the order, who gained a lot of places as well, because he did well to not have that snap. He's pointing at Anthony Sullivan is the driver we're having to think, and we'll play the guessing game. Who bets Andy McEwen is right, looking out the window? We'll see what TSL says. Pillmott and Davis are under real threat as Daniel Robinson now starts to crank up the volume a little bit, and it looks like it was a 58.59. Again, nearly a second quicker than the likes of Davis and Pillmott. It was Sullivan in the end, so he was right. My goodness. I hope to cover BRSCC more often so I can learn the cars that well as well. Blackburn leading by 2 seconds, with Dylan Davis having to have a think, probably more in his rearview mirrors, about Matthew Pillmott than it is about moving forward to try and challenge for the race lead. Pillmott looking like he's got a little bit of damage on the front end of that car. In fact, quite a lot of damage actually. So I'm not sure where he's gained that. I'm looking at Dylan Davis's back end, and it doesn't look like that's got that much damage. But as they come across the line again, they can't keep operating at this kind of pace and expect to stay on the podium, because Robinson is flying. At that time it was only 0.3 of a second, so Robinson a little bit slower, but even at 0.3 of a second, it's 2.5 seconds back. Let's say he averages half a second, somewhere meet him in the middle. Oh, is this going to be a move here for Pillmott on Davis? Actually, ignore the gap, ignore the mats, because Robinson will catch up to the back of them if they continue to hit 7 bells out of each other. Dylan Davis, oh, he's lost it on the entry into Graham Hill Bend. He's managed to collect it back up, but he has missed the apex, and here goes Pillmott. He's going to get through finally. The damaged Fiesta is still going to find a way to get into second place. Robinson has caught them both back up. A great save by Pillmott, but he lost it going in. I don't know if there's any contact going in. It just looked like he'd aimed for the racing line a little bit too hard, a little bit too aggressive. He asked the suspension to do a little bit too much, and he get out of all sorts of shape. And, well, that's going to be a problem now. With the next 5 minutes to go, Robinson smells blood in the water. He wants a podium position. After qualifying on pole, he's desperate to try and right any of the wrongs that may have happened at the beginning of this race and get further forward. It didn't look like he had a particularly brilliant start from memory, but he has been very entertaining to watch charge back through, that is for sure. Blackburn is absolutely loving this. He is 3.3 seconds up the road. He's not particularly lapping very well either. If you compare him to the likes of Robinson, everybody else is sort of on average pace with, but he's desperately hoping that the 4 minutes and 20 seconds can end sooner rather than later. I think he's going to be fairly safe as the battle for second heats up. I think this is the battle for 5th position, or 6th actually. It's Paul Dobson in there, isn't it? That is Dobson, yeah, so it's the battle for 5th. Liam Browning ahead of Paul Dobson, Chris Grimes and Mark Blunt. I think also involved in this is Dan Wyke. I don't think Max Buxton is. I think he's a little bit too far back, as it looks like that Robinson was going for a little dive on Davis. No, he didn't quite have it going through Paddock Hill Bend. He's not messing around. He's assertive, if nothing else, isn't he, Robinson? And here we go, assertive, brave, fairly foolhardy. He got the car stopped. Fairly brilliant is probably the adjective I'd end up using after that move. Really late, really brave, decisive. Dylan Davis even tried to move back under him, under braking, and Robinson was just going too fast, getting the car stopped. He knew exactly what he wanted to do. Fair play to him. If that gets clipped, he'll be very, very pleased indeed, because that was one hell of a move. He's clearly driving with some kind of red mist under him. I don't know whether that's from a bit of contact early on, or whether it's red mist on himself for maybe messing up the start. I'm not 100% sure, but either way, he's driving like a man on a mission. With 3 minutes to go, well, he's only taken 2 minutes to overtake and catch up and overtake Dylan Davis. Put it past him to try and get Matthew Pillmott either. On that previous lap, Pillmott did gain about 0.4 of a second, so it's going to take a lap or two to catch up to him, but we probably have about 3 laps left, so there's every opportunity that Robinson could find himself in second place. As long as Blackburn doesn't throw it away, he should be safe, as I said before. a nice battle here between, from the likes of, I think that's Mark Blunt, this sort of pack of 4 really, which has got Liam Browning, Paul Dobson, Chris Grimes and Dan White, isn't it? The fight for 5th position, the top 5. Dobson's been on our screens for the entire race almost. It's been very, very entertaining, mostly holding up Daniel Robinson, and to be fair, he's the driver who's done the best job of that so far. Great looking cars out there as well, and the Ford ST150s, the Mark 6s, there's so many spares, there's so many opportunities. It's a really good, accessible way of getting into championship racing, the ST150s. I'm a big fan of it. You obviously have a little bit of a ladder. BRSCC like to encourage you to go up to the ST240s, and then obviously you can sort of move sideways slightly, then you can go into the Civic Cups, then find your way into touring cars. It's just a great calendar, great championship and package to be a part of. As Grimes, heavy on the brakes going, I think that was more defensive than aggressive, going forward, trying to stave off the attack from behind, from Dan White and the likes of Mark Blunt. So Grimes in that bright red car actually is not really troubling Paul Dobson anymore, and Liam Browning, who did so well to get up to 5th place, probably going to have the next 2 laps sort of, actually might only have to deal with 1 lap. No, Blackburn's just started the final lap. It's going to be close. We could see the checker flag drop this time round. I'm going to stand up. There's no last lap board being held up just yet, so this is the penultimate, which means there's 1 more or 2 more opportunities for us to see potential changes for what is likely to be the top 5. It doesn't look like Robinson has got enough pace on Pilmert. A little bit of a look there by Dobson. Came out of it a little bit late, unhinged the car a little bit too much weight balance going one way rather than the other. Managed to get away with it. The car control that these drivers are actually offering out there is really very special. It's very impressive indeed, although they're very, very aggressive. They're very keen. They're not worried about damaging the cars or anything like that, are they? They're just aggressive, assertive and decisive is probably 3 adjectives I would probably choose to use for them. For the final 10 seconds, we count down the clock. It does look like the last lap board is being held out. So last lap is being held for Blackburn, who has seen his gap drop down to about 2 seconds, but again, shouldn't really be too much of a problem. Unlike Matthew Pilmert, who's got a problem in Daniel Robinson. Dan Robinson's time is about, he's still in the 58s, just about in the 58s, whereas everybody else on the grid is in the 59s or above. So Robinson really is the flyer out of everyone here, and you can see how much damage is in the front of him and Pilmert's car. There's going to have to be a new front bumper replaced, I imagine, going into tomorrow, as they go through Surtees for what will be the final time. Blackburn, I imagine, is about to cross the line. There he is at Clark Curve. Hits the apex nicely. Pilmert looked a little bit wide there. We'll have to see as they drag down towards the line. No, I think he's going to be safe. Blackburn will win the Fiesta ST150. He had to endure a red flag. He had to endure being 3rd on the grid. But once he got into the lead, there was no one really touching him. Fantastic driving from him. Matthew Pilmert ended up coming in 2nd after starting 2nd as well, to be fair. And Daniel Robinson, well, he was the entertainment, wasn't he? He started on pole position, had a good start, then red flag, pole position, bad start, came through the order. Really very entertaining indeed, and a big shout out to the likes of Liam Browning, Paul Dobson, Chris Grimes, and that sort of battle as well. Really good entertainment all round, and really good entertainment throughout the whole day actually. Well done to everybody who was tuning in, and everybody who's racing out there as well. The BRSCC for putting the organisation on for the support championships, obviously TCR UK for putting together a fantastic package as well. Civic Cups was awesome. Looking forward to watching the Metros from the sideline tomorrow. You'll have Andy McEwen in the comms box for all of the support races tomorrow, as well as Paul O'Neill for the TCRs and Civics. You'll have myself on the TCR UK social media, as well as Paul O'Neill floating around and doing the bits and bobs that he does, just being a general pest to the drivers and interviewing them, although they all love him, so it's a good thing. And to be fair, that's what I'm going to have to do as well, to be fair. Confirmation of the provisional results. Michael Blackburn ended up coming home on top. Matthew Pilmert in 2nd place. Dan Robinson in 3rd. Dylan Davis in 4th. Liam Browning in 5th. Paul Dobson in 6th. 7th was Chris Grimes. 8th was Dan White. 9th, Max Buxton. 10th was Stephanie Saw. 11th, Aidan Vickers. 12th, Alec Townley. 13th, Jade Goodwin. 14th, Anthony Sullivan. 15th, Matthew Morton. 16th, Neil Marsh. 17th, Graham Mallum. 18th, Ron Lofstadt. And 19th was Mark Blunt. We ended up having a few drivers who didn't take the second restart. The likes of Tudor Nikita, Samuel Watkins, and Alex Strange, who disappeared, which I never got to the bottom of, unfortunately. Just before we jump over to Richard John Neal, who will give you the rundown for everything podium-wise, let's have a look one last time at the schedule for tomorrow. Schedule for Sunday. We kick off at 10 a.m. With the Construction MG Metro Cup Championship. 10:30 we have the Miltech Sports Civic Cup, one of the feature races of tomorrow. The ST250s, if you enjoyed what you just watched and you want to see those cars but quicker, it's 11 o'clock. Demon Street's Audi TT Cup, a real highlight of the BRSCC package these days, 11:35. Fiesta ST150 Challenge will take place at 12:05, and then the Fiesta Junior Championship will take place just before lunch. And then at lunch, we're going to be going live a little bit early for the TCR UK. We're going to be covering the first half. For the last half hour of lunch, I think we're going to be doing a bit of a grid walk with the TCR UK Championship, because they are straight after lunch. So expect us to be going live probably from about 1:30 for that, with myself and Paul O'Neill walking up and down the grid, chatting to the drivers, chatting to marshals and anybody else who will really talk to me or Paul. Before we get going with the actual race, which will kick off at about 2 o'clock. The Airtech Motorsport the Fiesta ST250 Championship will be just after that, with again more Audi TT. The Civic Cups will be at 3:40, and then we finish off the day's action with 3 more races. The ST150, like you just watched there, the third race, and then the TCR once more at 3:40, the last feature race of the day, and then the BRSCC Fiesta Junior Championship will round out the weekend at 5:25. You should all be good and done between 10 o'clock and 6 o'clock. That should be your Sunday sorted. No reason to leave the sofa, I'm sure. You can watch it all on the TCR UK YouTube page. The Alpha Live YouTube page as well is there, of course. We can now finally, before we see out this stream, we can finally have a chat to our podium position drivers from the ST150s with Richard John Neal.
Wow, incredible. Where's the day gone? On to our last podium. Sun's still in the sky, as it's been all day, which is absolutely brilliant. Everybody looks happy driving away. Let's have a word with winners. Matt Pimlott just congratulating Michael Blackburn. Congratulations. Cracking race.
The car was handling great. I was looking at a bit of a gap, and then just kept hitting my marks. So from my point of view, fantastic race. But I'm sure the crowd want to see a little bit more fighting at the front, but I was happy with that.
Yeah, I mean that's what you want, isn't it? And people, as a bystander, you look and you watch whether people are getting close to you or not. Battles aren't necessarily challenges; they're whether people can get close to you or not as well. First start though, the second start was better, wasn't it?
A bit of wheel spin, but I think the people around me had a bit more wheel spin, so I took 200 or 300 revs off the start, worked perfectly. Once I got it into second gear, I had the drive, I'm pleased with that. I am.
Have you been here before?
96, I think it was.
No way. What was that in?
XR2.
Right.
Yeah.
On away day.
So many years ago. Yeah, I remembered nothing.
Really, that bad?
Yeah.
What do you think? Are you happy to come back and enjoy? Well, obviously you won, so that's probably a silly question.
First time we went, I tested yesterday and came in after the first session. I said, this place is lovely. It's a driver's challenge. And even when you're watching, you can see the circuit. It's just a great place.
Fantastic. It was lovely to watch. Great drive.
Thank you.
We'll see you tomorrow. We'll see if you can do it again.
Appreciate that. Thank you.
Michael Blackburn takes the win. Second position goes to Matt Pimlott. So, Matt, well done. Okay. Congratulations. Nice to see you again. Yeah. These away days, they're a bit special, aren't they? It's originally a regional championship, and I'll say a bit more about that when we sign off. But I've been asking some of the drivers, happy to come down?
Amazing. Yeah, to be honest with you, it's one of the best circuits, this. Because it's only, for us, 50 odd seconds to a minute. So you get some serious racing, decent corners, decent bend. It's great. great circuit.
And that was a tough race.
Very tough, bit messier than I wanted it to be honest with you, including myself. But no, it was a great battle. I messed up my first start horrifically, so I'm glad I got a second chance at that one. But no, it was good racing. It was good fun. It was good, enjoyable.
Much to change on the car for tomorrow overnight?
Quite a bit, shall we say?
Oh,
yeah,
right.
yeah. But I'm sure it'll be ready. Sure we'll be fine.
This is a great championship. I mean, looking at it coming into the year, it's kind of bubbling away with new drivers coming in, obviously, people that have got the cars coming into it. And it looks as strong as ever and as fun as ever.
Yeah, I'd say if not stronger. It's stiffer competition. We've got people coming from all over. Great grid for a first grid as well, of the season. It's amazing. It's really good. And super competitive as well.
It certainly looks like. We look forward to seeing more. I think I'm with you a few times, so I look forward to that.
Cheers.
Matt Pimlott, thanks for that. Well done for second position. And our third place driver, Daniel Robinson. So Daniel was runner-up last year. I think I'm guessing, Daniel, new car. Well done on third place. That was a tough race for you. Let's talk about the race first of all. And I think you probably made the most places gained from lap 1.
Yeah, I made a really good start before the red flag. I was pretty happy that I could just get away and go then. It was the second start. I didn't get a great start. Michael jumped the two of us. I held second and then unfortunately got a nudge from behind, which put me wide. I dropped to about, I think it was 5th or 6th.
Does that go to judicials?
No, I mean, it's a club racing championship. We'll sort it out. I've already spoken to the driver and yeah, it's fine. It happens and it's close racing, isn't it? One make. So yeah, it is what it is. Just need to make up for it in race 2.
Second in the championship last year, and I was messaged in the week by Liam, who's got your car from last year. So a new machine for you?
Yeah, I've bought. My dad had a car built that he'd done, so I bought that off him. Yeah, seems to be going all right. Yeah, it does everything the other one did and a bit more. So yeah, right decision.
We're in for a treat tomorrow, I think. Many congratulations. Have a great evening. Congratulations on getting onto the podium. There, that's our podium. Daniel Robinson in third position, second place Matt Pimlott, and our winner Michael Blackburn. We look forward to seeing those guys in action tomorrow. I wanted to give a quick shout out because the Final Detail Championship came out of, as you heard Michael Blackburn saying, about racing the XR2s back in the day, and it's developed. It was a regional championship largely, and a great friend of mine who raced in the XR2s years ago, John Stant, sadly passed away a few months ago. So I wanted to say, Stanty, we're thinking of you every time we see these cars on track, and wherever you are, I'm sure you're having a smile, and we're going to have a beer for you tonight. So just wanted to say that, John, you're in our thoughts very much. Great racing to wrap up our end of day here at Brands Hatch. I'm sure you've enjoyed it. Of course, our TCR race day, first TCR race day of the season. Their race was so close. I was enthralled watching that lead pack with virtually no gaps between them all through. We've had some great Civic Cup action, and of course our BRSEC Formula with a mega grid of Audi TTs, 3 lots of Fiestas. We've had the Hickford Engineering Metros entertaining us royally. They will do so tomorrow, and of course we had our Club Sport race at the start of the day. If you want to join us for more, the Club Sports have gone home. They get Sunday off, so Sunday roast or whatever, and hopefully they'll be watching the live stream. If you want more of the remainder, of course headlined by TCR and the Civic Cup, then please join us tomorrow. As you've already heard the details from Jack, and the first race is at 10 o'clock tomorrow, so tune in a little bit early. Make sure you've got a stash of tea and bickies, and we'll be here to entertain you, and the drivers will be on track to entertain you. So a big thank you to everyone from Alpha Live, BRSEC, TCR. Have a lovely evening, and we'll see you tomorrow.